All right. First, you were not first. All right, let's go.
Niggas really know, nigga. I'm on tracks, boy. Fuck out of here,
I ain't never
nigga.
seen no bitches.
Who are you?
I'm Lil
Who
Kelpie.
are you? No
Kelpie
one
the
knows
pimp.
you.
Kelpie the motherfucking
Kelpie the
pimp.
clown.
You ain't gotta know who I am, bro.
Out of here.
Ben Franklin knows
Oh, wait. I'm covering Dusty's face. My bad.
who I am, bitch.
Out of here.
He knows who the fuck I am. I'm
You
getting
said
money
what?
every day. I said
You
Ben
said-
Franklin knows who the fuck I am, bitch.
Who you calling a
Ben
bitch,
Franklin,
though?
I'm calling you a bitch.
Oh, damn. Jesus.
Wait, can I watch this on YouTube?
Call me no bitch. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Don't call me no bitch. You
Destiny
crazy.
did, but is his VOD deleted? What's his original VOD? Why is this also on his, like, featured? When was this? 23 hours ago? Was it this one then? Looks like it. 10 hours? I'm not going to be able to scrub through this, man. Okay. Fuck. I wanted to watch it from his angle so I wouldn't get banned. But, oh wait, no. I'm stupid. It's actually on YouTube. So no way I'd get banned for it, right?
That's right.
Because it's actually just natively on YouTube. Oh, 8:18? All right, just in case. All right, I want that white man plot armor. Oh, how did I miss this? That's a good bit there. How did I miss that?
Information going towards the article is going to be pertinent to that.
Those lines.
Wait, fuck. Hold on. I'm so sorry. What is this?
Kelpie the
Ben Franklin, I'm calling you a bitch.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Jesus.
Jesus, mother of God. Damn, he hits like a bitch, though. God damn. He should have knocked this nigga out in the first... Ooh, actually, that was a really good first shot. That guy's...
Who the fuck I am, bitch.
Who you calling a
Ben
bitch,
Franklin,
though?
I'm calling you a bitch.
Ooh, that was a good first hit, actually. I'm surprised this guy was conscious.
Oh.
Ooh, that was a decent one.
Jesus.
Then he starts getting weak. He starts doing that. Damn, that was a good first hit, though, actually. Did you see that coming? No, because this guy's a fucking pussy. He gets called a bitch, and then he starts a fight with a guy. Like, you're a fucking pussy.
Who the fuck I am, bitch.
Who you
Yeah,
calling
he
a
spits on him, too.
Ben Franklin,
though?
I'm calling you a bitch.
Oh, that was a good one, man. Yeah, all right. I had to watch that one more time.
I gotta start a fight with Adam next time.
Why did he sit there when the dude leaped up? It's because it's... I think he wanted to be cool, man.
Damn.
I know, man.
Damn. Hold on. I gotta find my watch.
Here. Look, hold on. No glasses. Come on, boy. I didn't even try to do
You
all
see
that,
the spit
man.
before the punch? Yeah. Yeah, I saw it.
Oh,
You is a bitch.
Jesus Christ!
Hey, look at y'all. Come on.
What happened to his face?
I told you.
Oh my lord!
On that action sheet, you say gonna be professional, cuz. You say you'll be professional, bro.
Damn. Rip.
Nobody can say that guy in the black. That guy in the black won. All right. I know the guy in the white looked like he won because he's not bloodied up and he walked away. First off, he fucking came in with the first punch, cringe as shit. Second off, that guy standing, walking away, blood all over his face. That guy is the winner, 100%. Guy in the black is the winner, 100%. Update title? Thank you for reminding me.
Franklin knows who the
Okay. We're going to go to this.
And even if you
video.
wanted to talk to people about that, that's fine. Even if you wanted to talk about sexual shit, that's fine. My issue is that he's already put the narrative out publicly that I'm sexually abusive to smaller female orbiters. One, and he puts it up privately as soon as he DMs somebody saying, hey, Steven has been abusive towards multiple people, especially women. Do you want to come forward to?
Irrelevant. Watch his man get whooped. Also irrelevant. What happened to his face though? Yeah, but it was like the side of his face that didn't even take the most beating. He got bloodied on this side of his face, but the first shot came in right here, solid on that dude's chin. Surprised his neck didn't get twisted. The fact that that guy was still conscious is a feat of pure will. And then he just starts pounding on him, and I don't even feel like it was that side that guy hit that much, but it was bloodied something fierce.
Like, he's already got the conclusion. He's not going to walk back from that, no matter what. That's a foregone conclusion. I already know that's going to be it because he can't. Because if he walks back from that, he looks fucking horrible. He would never do it.
I think he will.
Okay. Would you want to put money on that? But fact. Here's a secret fun fact. Do you know why Ethan Ralph was publishing shit, talking shit about me sexually? Do you know who she was leaking that to? Was she ever public about it? Lav, who she was talking about the fact that we hooked up.
Did he have rings on? Oh, he might have. Hold up. Wait, what happened?
Who she was leaking that to? Was she ever public about it? Lav, who she was talking about the fact that we hooked up.
No, I don't know.
It was fucking big tech. What a crazy fucking twist there. That she was sharing our fucking sexual exploits with fucking big tech of all people. The guy that spam reported and got Max's channel removed.
Tonight I'm doing a interrogation of Mrgirl with some of the Mrgirl community.
Wild.
And I'm coming at it very seriously.
Of course.
And I want you, if you have any questions that you consider good faith, and I know that you're very freaked out by the whole situation, but I will ask them.
I'm not freaked out. I'm chill now. I figured it out. I sorted my feelings. But
So
yeah. What do you want me to ask? You're his.
So
fan,
a
right?
lot of my questions are going to revolve around nailing down the ethical lines that he's saying that he's trying to be like do it.
No, I don't think Smith is a fucking idiot. We had a good conversation. We had a good. I don't mind Smith. You may think that he isn't the smartest, but that's fine. I'm not asking that people think that he's the smartest, but I think Smith is a good guy. I think he is. I think he means well. Yeah. So, come on, man. Smith is cool.
A very ethical way, but I don't think he's defined that nearly as much as he should, which I think is concerning, and he needs to do that.
Sorry,
So
you're
a lot of my
wrong.
questions
Don't like
are gonna
Smith. All right. The only thing you should like is the damn video. Okay, this is an okay transition. Like the damn video. I'm trying to boost the likes a little bit more. I was a little bit more hot on the calls to action when I first started streaming on YouTube. But hey, listen, YouTube has been very, very kind to me. The individuals on YouTube not only have been more generous when it comes to cash donations, which I appreciate a lot. It's been very good for me, especially with me recently going to the gym. And by the way, me and my brother are finishing up the calculations on exactly how much it costs, because something I want to do with the gym stuff is I want to show not only body transformations, but weight transformations, meaning like how much weight I'm moving, as along with how much it's cost us to be able to do, because we're not going like super hard fucking min-maxing, microing and everything. And so we want kind of like a real tangible thing for how people can expect to go when lifting weights. Granted, we are going significantly more often than most people. Usually beginners should only go, the recommended is only a couple days to the gym. Me and my brother are going 6 days to the gym a week. So we are going a little bit more frequently than most people. But that's what we're doing. We're trying to give a very realistic newcomer to the gym kind of look at it, how much it costs, what it feels like, what it looks like, and all that shit. That's supposed to be the goal. It's not that we're going to be turned into a fitness channel and we're going to tell you how to hit your workouts really well. No, the whole point of it is to kind of just show two guys hitting the gym, not taking it super seriously to the point where we're like, you know, fucking min-maxing everything, and just kind of like, what does it look like if two dudes work out? That's what we're trying to do. But anyway, that costs a lot of fucking money. We're trying to learn how to code and go through boot camps that cost $10,000 to $20,000 to be able to get our certificates. We're trying to do a lot right now with being able to do that. And, you know, there's other things that have been happening behind the scenes that have made it so this process needs to happen a little bit faster. And thank God it's happening when it is, because, you know, if it happened a couple of years ago, we might be talking about something entirely differently. So, yeah. Have you mentioned which boot camp? Well, we're getting recommended several different boot camps, but it seems like the boot camp that a lot of people are recommending is Hack Reactor as the most reputable, the one that I'm going to get the highest paid, most reputable job coming out of seems to be what people are saying is Hack Reactor.
Making distinctions between unethical and ethical practices in this type of thing, and exactly where he stands and what.
Why are you learning to code? Pretty much money, and I like coding. It's not really something I've talked about on stream yet, and I probably will soon when I have a little bit more details as to the exact problem and what we're doing going forward. But I'm going to need to start making, you know, I guess I'll just talk about it right now. My mother has early onset Alzheimer's. She has been degrading. Her condition has been degrading severely over the last several years. She has something called, I believe it is I forget the name of it, a Chiari brain malformation, and she has discoid lupus. These problems has resulted in her and my family deciding that she wants to live in assisted living. So me and my brother are going to need to earn roughly $30,000 to $40,000 in discretionary income that goes exclusively to getting my mother the care she needs. That obviously is not a super easy thing to do, to have $30,000 to $40,000 that you just give to another person after taxes of your own income. So we need a solution that makes a significant amount of money. We need it quite quickly. And we're going to have to sell our house in order to afford our mom the availability to lead up to that, to do that. So that is the current plan. I'm going to sell the house I am in order to get my mom several years of assisted living. And then hopefully by the end of those years of assisted living, I will have established a career. Me and my brother will have established a career in computer programming that will sustain roughly $30,000 to $40,000 a year to keep my mom in a decent place financially. That is currently also the fact that my mom has tens of thousands in debt that needs to be solved as well. That needs to be dealt with. But I think it's possible. I think it's realistic. We have a lot of individuals trying to give us a lot of resources. We have a lot of help from people independently from the stream reaching out about how to make programming easier, what to do and how to get a job, what programs to go through, what boot camps to go through. And we're just trying to, me and my brother are currently trying to do this as fast as possible, because obviously the sooner we get a job and we get established in our careers, the better it will be to getting our mother that kind of money. And we're really well suited for this because we're not very greedy, me and my brother, in regards to the lifestyle we want. So, you know, not very many issues there. Yeah, donate to a GoFundMe if you made one. So we've thought about that. The issue is we don't have exact numbers. I don't want to start a GoFundMe that's like X amount of money, and then it turns out that her condition either gets rapidly better or something, and then it turns out that like $20,000, $10,000 or something like that to a GoFundMe was completely useless. So right now we're trying to establish exactly what is going on there. Trolling on the internet, bro, it's pretty cornball out there. Thank you for the $111.11. I don't know why that money amount specifically, but thank you, Evil Fossil. And my hesitancy of coming forward is entirely that. I don't want to tell people that there is a certain state of affairs that is the case with my mother in the way that I need to make money, and then have people feel like a desire or an added reason to donate to me, and it turns out the problem isn't as bad as it is, or isn't as bad as I'm making it out to be, or anything like that. So I really have wanted to wait for as long as possible to make sure that I only tell people when I know what's going on. And we're having several different appointments that I'm going to be going to a lot more frequently for her. She has like neurology appointments, pathology. I think she has a speech pathology appointments is that she's going to because she has problems speaking and articulating as well. She has a lot of medical shit, a lot of appointments that I haven't been as on top of as I will be in the future, and so I'll have a better picture of exactly what is needed and what is going on. But that is the current plan, is to get my mom inside of assisted living, which my family is straight up telling me you're going to have to, the price is $50,000 a year, but we think that that's the like price we think it's going to be. It might be more because we want to get her in a decent place, but it's about $50,000 a year. And my family's just like straight up, you and your brother are going to have to pay for this. You're going to have to find a way to make that kind of discretionary income. Programming seems like a decent way to do it. But yeah. And so I don't know, we haven't picked out the place exactly, so I don't have exact figures. That is just what's happening right now. Is we are looking at places, we're trying to get money down for how much it's going to cost, how long this is going to be. Maybe she could recover, we don't know. And so that's what we're doing, is me and my brother are fast-passing our way through programming. That's why we're suddenly trying to do all of this stuff all at once, is because we need our mom to, I don't want my mom to have to, yeah, that's just how it is, That's life.
What should be done and what shouldn't be done, and what he's willing to do and what he's not willing to do. Because he hasn't really gone there so far.
Okay.
Rookie of the year. Yeah, and the problem with this as well is like, especially with like GoFundMe and shit, I'd have to ask my mom for, I don't know what the process is of verifying this, because obviously I want to prove it's not fake, right? The question is, how do I do that? I don't know how to prove it's not fake, so I'd have to talk with people. How do I prove that medical conditions aren't fake? How do I prove that, I'm gonna be the one that needs to pay for it, and there isn't, because the medical condition could be real, but somebody else could be paying for it and shit. How do I prove that I am me and my brother are the only people that are paying for it? There's a lot of stuff goes into proving this that I haven't done yet, and so I don't really feel super comfortable, like talking at length about it. But that is the current situation. Didn't catch the start, but it seems like quite the situation. You'll find a way. I'd say start a GoFundMe. You can still donate any leftover cash. Can I refund people, though? And how would I know who to refund? That's the problem. I don't know the severity of the problem and exactly how much it's going to cost, so starting a GoFundMe isn't even on my radar at the moment. But we're just getting ready for, we're planning for $50K because my mother, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, again, $50K, hold on, not again. $50K is with the idea in mind that she isn't going to be living in like a Medicaid assisted living thing. Because she could live in an assisted living thing for like Medicaid, but those conditions aren't very good. So keep in mind, this is not like a desperate situation where I'm having to pay this much money because in order for my mother to live, it's for my mother to live in a decent standard of care. So yeah, there's a bunch of caveats that need to put out there. There's a bunch of stuff that needs to be done. That's why I haven't been as transparent with people in public. There's people in private who know, but people in public about it. So yeah. Thank you for the 5, Slifa, and thank you once again, Evil Fossil, for the $111. Jesus Christ. Is your mom down with the plan, or is that preemptive thing? It is my mother's idea that she wants to be in assisted living. And my family agrees with the idea that they want her in assisted living. So yeah.
Do you have any questions along those lines, maybe, or different lines? Or
I don't really have any
anything
questions.
that-
I feel like it's already kind of destroyed from my end. But I mean, like,
Brain degeneration diseases are so sad. They're incredibly sad, man. It's heartbreaking listening to my mother talk about her condition.
so you're gonna do his shit, which is.
Is there any
Asher Boy, thank you for the $10.
concerns that you have that would be mitigated if he would answer a question about it?
No, because the damage is already done. I think.
Like I said, though, I don't want this to blow up into a thing because nothing's confirmed on. Well, her condition is confirmed, but it's not. Like it can be a whole bunch of stuff, but she's definitely has cognitive decline. The only things that aren't confirmed are like how much it's going to cost, whether or not she might be able to recover and shit like that. So I don't want to do any GoFundMe or any significant like campaigns to get people to donate or anything like that, because it's possible that she could get into care and she could start a path to recovery and shit like that, and she could be whatever. But at the moment, it's it's pretty bad.
There's there's probably 3 huge issues. One is, if you truly are a victim of something, I don't know if you can also spearhead the investigation as well. Feels like it should probably be handed off to a third party, because to be a victim and an investigator at the same time seems almost impossibly contradictory in terms of nature, right? You're going to be like super motivated to do fucky shit. So that's the first issue. The second issue is that before he's actually come to any concrete conclusions about anything, he's already painted me as a sexual abuser, essentially. He's already said that. Like, he's tweeted out that there are 20 women and blah, blah, blah that want to come forward, but they can't because there's a theme that everybody I talked to for Destiny. There's a terror that they won't come out and say anything. So, and he's done all that before presenting any evidence. So he's given me like an impossible accusation to fight against, because I don't know who these 20 women who are afraid to come forward and terror are. I can't even begin to respond to anything. So that's 2 problems.
Oh, man. I need to talk to some people in private.
A third problem is he's already begun privately reaching out to people.
Fuck, bro, hate to hear it. It's, it's life, man.
Implying that there's
think about it this way. I am one of the happiest men on earth. I have one of the best jobs on earth. I have the resources. Think of how good I have it to be. I'm one of the best situated people to have this kind of when it comes to my mother, having that kind of a thing happen to her, right? I'm somebody that has the resources of a community of people, right? I have hundreds of people that watch me. I have dozens of people message me about computer programming, things to help me, resources, making sure that I pick the right boot camp and shit like that. I could, if things really got desperate, I could ask Destiny's community for any people that have advice on how programming, like I can be better at this and do better at that. I have such a bounty of resources. I'm very happy with my life, even with, the shit that is going on with it. I'm very emotionally stable, with, how grateful I am for the life that I live. And I also have a twin brother that is completely and 100% on board and invested in the same exact thing as me. So I'm not doing it alone. I have so many resources to be able to do this. So I don't want people to think that I'm like in the worst position in the world to do this, right? I feel, me and my brother are feeling confident every day that we code. We're liking it. We're enjoying it. There's people that are telling us that when we get through these boot camps, there's a fair chance that we get decent jobs and shit. So we're like, and all we really need is one of us to get the job, but let alone 2 of us. And things don't look nearly as grim as they might for an average person going through this. So things are hopeful. Things are still on track. you know, shit's just, yeah. I just want to say that it sounds bad, and I would say it is bad, but it's not that bad, right? Like, we're really well situated to deal with a problem like this. Keep your head up, really. Let us know what you need. I'll keep you guys posted.
Are these 20 women? That's another huge problem. So he has reached out to people, and he's said essentially there's a bunch of people ready to come forward. We just need your story so that we're all brave enough to do it, essentially, is what he's telling people behind the scenes. I've had at least 3 people tell me that.
I will ask him in that case. Then I think a good question to ask is he being honest about that? Is he really?
No, but he's not going to say he's being. He doesn't have to, because here he's got the perfect out. He's going to say, yes, there are that many people, but they're not comfortable with me sharing their stories. The reality, and I know this from every girl that's talked to me about like his conversations with them, is he's built everything off the Anna story. Everything is. But he's pretending like he has like a wider pattern. He's saying that like, oh, girls are saying this and that, but it's not girls, it's just Anna. He built every single part of his narrative off of just Anna's story, and he's pretending that it's a pattern that he's already found, and he just needs a few more girls to confirm.
Well, I'm coming down on neither side here, but and you, that might be to your.
Nah, sounds like you are down bad. No, I'm not down
or
bad.
just you might hate me for that.
It's life, man. People got it worse.
But you understand how you can't prove that, and he can't prove it too.
Yeah, but the problem is he's the one making the assertion. So like, what am I, like the onus isn't on me to do it. It's on him, right? He's the one coming out and saying essentially, well, he's not essentially, he's already said that I'm abusive, that I'm an abuser, that there's a pattern of women that I've abused. Like he's already saying this.
That is true.
Right?
Yeah, the onus is on him.
But he's saying that
it's true that he's saying that.
Saying that with no evidence, right?
Maybe.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. He's asserting that with no evidence that he's made public, right?
Yes.
So let's say right now, what's probably going to happen.
Wait, I don't know to what extent he's exerted it yet. He's trying to avoid talking too much about the details.
Hold on. Do you need exact examples of either the emails he sent to people, the messages he sent to people, or the tweets that he's made, or the comments he's made on his stream? Because he said it in all 4 of those formats. That I'm an abuser. Hey, Hafu, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. Some others are coming forward with me, and I'll be writing an article describing abusive patterns I and others have experienced, especially women. Would you be willing to talk to me about this? I've been doing off-the-record voice chats in Discord, or we could just DM. But
how could you justify Smeth here? Where is he on the fence with this situation? I think what Smeth might be trying to communicate to Destiny is that, which is kind of the tough question that you know, me and Shud discussed, which is if nobody else around you is willing to look into a pattern of what you consider to be sexual abuse with another individual, and you feel like you've heard their arguments out to their fullest, whether you think Mrgirl has done that or not, I'm a little bit skeptical on this one. But if you think Mrgirl is, you know, an individual has heard people out around them about a person's sexual abuse allegations, and you find those unsatisfactory, would you not look into it yourself, investigate it yourself? So Destiny brings up the great argument, you shouldn't be looking into sexual abuse allegations. Chud Logic brought it up as well. Sexual abuse allegations yourself, you should have a third party investigate it. But if you can't find a third party independent of you to investigate it, can you just not investigate it? Are you not allowed to do it? And for me, I would say you can, because it's not necessary that if you are that close to the problem, that you handle it poorly. It's just significantly more likely that you handle it poorly. And I would say in the case of Mrgirl, he has handled it poorly. Messages like this, we've seen them pop up multiple times that Mrgirl has sent to people. Messages, yeah, it's not very good.
I find talking allows me to convey a lot more. I'd like to start out by just explaining my thoughts about it. Like, he gets these people basically, and I've talked to a few people that he sends to, he gets him on these like 2 or 3 hour phone calls basically, where he's asking like every fucking personal question that he can relating to like my community and me and like people I've dated and everything. It's just like, it's so fucking weird. It's so fucking strange. And the thing that annoys me too is that he's always presenting these things as though there's all these women ready to come forward, but they're terrorized, right? There's all these women coming forward, but like they're like living in terror. That as a troubling pattern with women.
this
That's
is
what he
a
said.
Yes, that. Well, the only thing that I don't remember hearing, but
Wait, Evil Fossil. Have you been donating to Destiny still? I know you're infamous. I've seen it when you come into the his chat, and then they make like a big deal about you. You're infamous. Do you still do that? I know you did ever since your name change.
you show me and then I'll believe you. But the only thing I don't remember seeing was him saying that there were 20 women.
That's a message that's been conveyed to me privately multiple times. So there are 15 plus people, that there are 20 plus people. That I don't know. The girls that are talking to him, I don't think they're recording his conversations with them. But that's the thing that girls keep telling me that he's saying to other women. I think he's lying to them when he talks to them privately, saying that there's way more people than there actually are in order to get them to come forward or to feel pressure to come forward with more stuff.
Right. Okay. So if it's true that he doesn't, and in the end he just.
So real quick, I'm just
name change. Evil Fossil wasn't his name something else before? I thought Evil Fossil's name was something different. Was it not? Am I wrong?
I'm quoting one of the girls that messaged me.
Okay.
She said he claims that he has upwards of 20 accounts and he still considers Anna to be an ally. But I won't read any more because I don't know what he knows about this person or who he knows is telling me they're talking to him or whatever.
How much does this guy throw around? Evil Fossil throws around like thousands of dollars.
But yeah. So that's one person that's told me that, and then I've had other people tell me in phone calls that he said the same thing, that he'll keep doing this. I also know for a fact.
Was it? I thought it was Evil something else.
That he's contacted people that nobody knows about publicly, and the only reason he knows about them is because I confided in him those people privately. But when he contacts those people privately, he lies and he says that there are hundreds of people talking about it, and that's how he was able to figure it out, because there are tons of people. But that's a lie. That's not true at all. Like when people ask me to keep things secret, I generally keep them secret, right? Except for like a close handful of friends, Mrgirl being one of them. But he's going to these people privately and saying, "Yo, everybody's talking about this."
I don't know what made Destiny trust Mrgirl specifically with some of these secrets.
In order to like make them feel like I've betrayed them, privately, so that they're more likely to share stories with him. But that's just a lie.
Oh, Evil X. Yeah, that's what it was. Evil X. Yeah, right? It was Evil X.
I know that to be 100% true as well, but
this is private though. This isn't something that you can share.
Share what?
That you can share the evidence of that.
Well, no, because then I'd be revealing. You can ask him. He's not gonna deny that.
Exactly. That if that's true, then you're both in the same. Like from a complete outsider, and people are going to be more primed to trust one or the other of you too. But from a complete outsider, if you're not primed to trust either of you, both of you have the same position of I have evidence that I'm not talking or I'm not sharing.
Wait, but that's
right
not. That's hold on. I happen to know that you raped 5 women, but all 5 of them are too scared to come forward. Like, how are both of us equally trustworthy there?
What do you mean?
I know 5 women that you have raped. They contacted me and they told me this, but I can't reveal who it is. If you say I didn't rape anybody, are we both equally trustworthy there?
No, the only
I think the idea is supposed to be that one's making a positive claim. And the onus is on the individual making a positive claim to provide some kind of evidence.
The comparison I'm making is that if you're proving he said that, but you can't share the evidence that proves it.
But there's no possible way I can do that because I would have to reveal who the other person is.
That's okay. That's okay.
Or people
that's okay.
are.
I'm not
Sure,
saying
you can ask him if he's lied about it privately. I don't know if he'll admit to it or not. If it comes out to that, I guess I can start breaking that out. But then I'm going to be breaking other people's confidence to do so, and I don't really want to do that.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
No. It's not fair because now I'm like in an impossible spot where I have to like prove my innocence without being able to work with private information. Like,
I don't know.
I'm fucked, right?
If he's not lying, that's the position he's in. But I'm getting the sense that his investigation is going to be more just descriptions of types of.
I respect your balanced take on things. Do you think that sexting Anna was immoral, or is just Destiny shooting himself in the foot? I think it's immoral. I think all information that is publicly available that I have seen says it's immoral. I haven't been provided any more public information that I would be able to. Granted, I haven't watched Anna's content or any content relating to that for like a year. So yeah, I haven't even watched Mrgirl do their like counseling video or whatever that happened a couple months ago. I haven't even watched that because I don't want to ingest information or content about Anna, because I just don't think it's wise talking about Anna for me. I think Anna's expressed a desire for me to not want to talk about that, for me to not talk about them in the manner that I have, and so I just would prefer to just not talk about Anna. So yeah, I want to minimize
behavior that he considers abusive. But maybe I'm wrong.
Sure, and listen, in here, my issue is his framing, okay? If he wants to say that, like, Destiny is... Destiny
just contributes to harassment? Yeah, because, like, when I speak about Anna, it can cause her to loop. It can cause her to feel as though she needs to defend herself against the things that I'm saying. And it also spurts on harassment towards her, whether I like it or not, which I very much don't like it. But it's irregardless of my opinion on it. It will spur on harassment of her. So I just, my policy was just, let's try to have, the internet forget about that part of it and just have her, live her life.
Inappropriate, and he brings on smaller creators, and he feels like that I don't provide enough protections for them, or I throw them into too aggressive of a platform, and that can fuck people. So that's fine. If he wanted to do, and even if he wanted to talk to people about that, that's fine. Even if he wanted to talk about sexual shit, that's fine. My issue is that he's already put the narrative out publicly that I'm sexually abusive to smaller female orbiters. One, and he puts it out privately as soon as he DMs somebody saying, hey, Steven has been abusive towards multiple people, especially women. Do you want to come forward too? Like, he's already got the conclusion. He's not going to walk back from that, no matter what. That's a foregone conclusion. I already know that's going to be, because he can't. Because if he walks back from that, he looks fucking horrible. He would never do it.
I think he will.
Okay. Would you want to put money on that? I'll put $15 on it.
15. Well, I don't know if he absolutely. I think he would. So, but you know what? I will put $15 on it.
Good. Okay. Got it. Yeah, to be clear, the model that he has in mind is that, like, I tell a girl that I'll fuck them, or I'll let a girl come on stream if I fuck them, I have sex with them, bring them on stream, and then I have my whole community will make fun of them, and I get off from that. That's like a sexual sadism I have, and then I kick them out of my community after I've gotten off from that. And then Mrgirl says, yes, there's a general pattern of 1, bring on female orbiter, 2, fuck her, 3, trash her with the community, and 4, discard her. I'd like to stop this from happening, but I can't really if she doesn't want to come forward. Well, that didn't stop him from leaking DMs, eh?
Right. I think that you're piecing together a lot of things from different places, because I don't think he said that specifically. I think it's from...
Yes, there's a general pattern of bring on female orbiter, fuck her, trash her with the community, discard her. I would like to stop this from happening, but I can't really if she doesn't want to come forward.
Right. I think that you're piecing together a lot of things from different places, because I don't think he said that specifically.
OG Slayer, on YouTube, I'm going to do a lot of reacting to Destiny because I can't do it on Twitch, but on Twitch would probably be the place you would go to if you want my kind of OG content. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be... Are you talking about, like, playing video games? I don't play video games. I react to people's... I react to, like, YouTube videos and shit. Like, news and stuff. Like, earlier on Twitch, I reacted to Chank and Hassan talking about crime. That was good, though. That was fun. That was healthy.
I think that came out from...
But yeah, my YouTube streams are going to be oversaturated with Destiny content because I can't watch them on Twitch.
I think it was like DMs of someone talking to Anna or something.
So what he said was this exactly word for word quoted. Yes, stop. There is a general pattern of, 1, stop. Bring on female orbiter, stop. 2, fuck her, stop. 3, trash her with community, stop. 4, discard her, stop. Wait,
why does he say stop? Why is he saying
exactly
stop?
that? I'm not paraphrasing anything. These are exactly his words.
Stop.
Okay, in that case, then I do hope that he can prove that, because you're right.
Doesn't play video games. I haven't played a video game in 5 days. I think this is the longest time I've gone without playing video games. Maybe in like 15 years. I just don't have the time for it right
If he did make that statement, it is irresponsible if he couldn't prove it at the time and he can't prove it going forward.
Gotcha. I'm pretty sure he's tweeted literally that as well. But again, he's built that off of Anna and Lav's story, so that's probably enough for him to feel like it's a pattern because he has those two.
But I still will take that bet because I do think that if he does not have evidence, I think he would be the type of person who would be willing to say I was absolutely responsible when I said that.
I don't think so because he's already between Lav and Mrgirl, or between Lav and Anna, he probably feels like he has enough. And then you have to contend with other things that he said. The blackmailing Lav thing is insane. It doesn't make sense in any world.
Okay. So another thing that I'm going to talk to. I'm going to mention
don't do that to me, man.
I think that looking at it from both perspectives.
Coincidentally, a bit of OG content that me and my brother might have planned is when the game Callisto Protocol comes out, which is made by the same people and it looks like in the same similar way to Dead Space. When that game comes out, my brother's already agreed to possibly sitting next to me and playing it on stream. So you might get that content soon. So we might be streaming together and playing that game.
That his overall content goal mission, like he's got a very strong mission, that's empathy. And I brought up to him that the way he's conducting this is very divorced of trying to get into your mindset and understand the reasons for your actions. It's very divorced of empathy. And his response to that was, because he feels very personally invested, he can't do that. And if he were to frame it within your framework and your mindset, it would make it impossible for him to investigate the thing that's caused him to feel distressed. So what he said was, afterwards, he wants people to pick it apart and take it, like put it within your framework. And I think that there's a very clear conversation to be made that's actually productive. That he's not the one. Neither of you are having this conversation.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Don't say that. These are conversations that I've had publicly and privately before Mrgirl even knew what YouTube was. Okay, I have absolutely had these conversations. There's a reason why I've been sexually active with a ton of people and I've never even remotely approached a complaint like this in my life. There's a reason why even women that I've been sexually active with that hate me have never levied a complaint like this at me ever. And in terms of talking about how we deal with people in the community and abuse and like posting from the subreddit, we have these conversations constantly. It's cute that this is his first time ever being involved with any of this stuff, and now he thinks he's like some genie that has like some huge insight into this. But please, we've been having these conversations for a long time. I don't appreciate the framing that he's all of a sudden enabling us to have conversations about these types of things. It's not true. And he is the last person in the world to ever be able to have good conversations around like consent or manipulation when he does it all he does it all the time. So I reject that.
I'm not convinced of the last part, but I do.
Wait. I'm sorry, let me let you finish. Go ahead.
I do understand where you're coming from. So when I was saying that conversation is not happening, what I didn't mean to say that you never have that conversation. What I meant to say was that it's not what's happening in regards to this. Neither you or him in regards to this specific bullshit drama, whatever, are having that conversation. And I think afterwards, I think that we can contextualize both your understanding, your lived experience, because what I believe is that.
Oh yeah, Drek and Roe, can you have that conversation, that black pill conversation with me? Are you able to do that, or are you not able to do that?
Be wrong. This is not something I would bet on, but I believe that the way that this is going to boil down to is descriptions of behaviors or actions or scenarios that from his perspective look one way and from your perspective look another way. And I think from your perspective, you've had a lot of experiences that have.
Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. Let's stop for a second. Hold on. You're gonna do this and you're never gonna stop. Okay, I can tell because you're like an enlightened Mrgirl fan where everything is fair and everything is equal and nothing is like right or wrong and everything can be whatever. Okay, but that's just not true. There are not two ways to describe the way that I interact with people. And they're like, oh yeah, from one end I could kind of see Steven being kind of like a sexual abuser rapist. Like I think that's like a legitimate point of view. That's mind rotting. That's just bullshit. And I think people like you. It is, and you're running cover for it. Like, oh well, there's probably multiple perspectives in which you could. That's fine. There might be like different ways of conversation with it, but Mrgirl's the last person in the world that's even capable of having that conversation. Like he's just not. He can't do it. He doesn't know anything about consent or abuse dynamics or anything. He doesn't have the background for it, and he clearly can't tangle the topics in a responsible manner, right? Like, backing up real quick to something you said before. You didn't agree when I said that he was a manipulator. What do you say to him lying to Lav and Anna?
I honestly forgot what you wanted to talk to me about. You were saying that the black pill was all that, like, looks are all that matters for men. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. You were very black-pilled, like really black-pilled. I don't know if you're memeing or not, and if you are, then my bad. But it seemed like you genuinely believed that. Like, game, social skills and shit had nothing to do with it. All it is looks.
Pressuring both of them to make statements saying that I was about to nuke them when I'd never given any indication whatsoever that was going to happen. Or when he talked to Doobie saying I was stepping up attacks on him when I hadn't been. Sometimes I react to videos of him talking to Lav. I've never stepped up attacks until both of them started to get crazy in the background. We can watch that Twitter video together and you can tell me if it feels like manipulation to you. Do you want to do that?
No.
Why not?
No. Because just to finish my thought here. Okay, what I was trying to say. Is just that I believe that a lot of the things that this is what I believe is what's going to be, a lot of the things that he sees as abusive because they've made him feel bad or affect him negatively or may affect other people negatively. I think that within the context of your history streaming and shit, that you've had a lot of fucked up negative experiences that you protect yourself from, and these methods of protection, which are from the context, seem absolutely reasonable.
No, stop, dude, stop.
About it.
You're gone. You're absolutely gone. I understand what you're doing, but like you're trying to give like
no,
you're giving like a rationale for why I might be an abuser. That's what you're doing right now. I'm not abusive. I understand that I've had a lot of like adverse like situations in the past, and now you're saying like, oh no, I understand why you're like an abuser, creepy rapist kind of person. Like I understand understand.
No,
Like,
no,
no,
racist,
hold on.
not racist,
Wait,
not
okay,
racist.
I don't know how old you are. I don't need your sympathy, empathy, your trying to figure out why I'm a creepy. Like, deal with the claims themselves, okay? You can say that I've had like a lot of negative interactions with people in the past. That's fine, but I haven't taken steps to increase my abusiveness of people that come on my stream. That just doesn't happen. That's insane.
No, no. The only steps would be to distance yourself from negative scenarios. That's the only.
Okay, but you're saying that that's manifesting in an abusive way.
Oh no. Hold on. Look, I'm not saying that. And also, you keep adding in that I'm saying that would manifest in being a sexual abuser. Stuff. I don't see any evidence so far that you are a sexual abuser, other than the fact that you have a lot of sex.
Okay, but that's Mr. Girl's claim, and that's what he's already been public with.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm interrogating that type of thing. But all I'm saying is, I don't know what he's got as far as evidence or whatever the and I don't know what his ethics are for getting such a thing, and I want to hammer that down, and I want him to be very clear about that. But I can understand why someone might feel that way.
Why someone might feel what way?
Just like the whole dynamic of like what you're describing as just streaming, like with all this attention, all this drama. You said that you have these conversations over and over and over again.
Wait, no, wait. Why somebody might feel what way?
The thing is, I don't think Destiny would disagree with this. The statement I'm about to make. The problem is, let me just get into it. I don't think it's unreasonable to be suspicious as to whether or not Destiny has an unethical relationship with the people that he has sex with, like namely any orbiters he has sex with. I don't think there's anything wrong with being suspicious about it. I think he would agree. The issue is that Mr. Girl seems to be running with the position that he is doing something bad. And then it feels like he's gathering evidence to work backwards. So, yeah. Being suspicious or investigating something is how you should do this. Not starting at a position of, yeah, we sexually abused people.
They, as a response to the limelight and your streaming and like getting popularity and shit, and the community and the Reddit and all that stuff, people there have been more than just him, people that have come out of that like not being okay with the whole thing.
Hold on. Not being okay with the whole thing is different than abuse. Abuse implies some relationship of power the other person like can't leave. That's what abuse is, right?
I understand.
Well, okay, you understand, but the way they're weaseling with words is like, and this is what I think it's gonna end up being, where it's like, oh, well, Destiny's mean to some people. And so, yeah, of course I'm mean. Yeah, I'm an asshole. I've even made fun of people. There've been even times my community has like harassed people. But that's different than this like captive, abusive relationship that he's describing, especially a sexual one with a proclivity towards targeting women.
Right. I don't have much to say about the sexual thing because I don't see any evidence of it, and because I see no evidence of it as of now, I don't think it's true. Until I do see evidence, I think it's not true.
Hold on, I want to watch this video.
Strongest argument.
Okay.
What? Is that all he needed to Google to find that?
We're gonna watch this video real quick, and you're gonna tell me how you feel about it.
Okay. Am I watching it on your stream?
Nope. I'm gonna use a friend. Once you accept it, we can watch it together. Okay.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. Oh, there you go.
Ready.
Got it.
Good potato chips.
I'm unable to view this tweet because the account owner limits who can view.
Open it in incognito. They probably blocked you.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
3.
I'm watching it.
Wait, no, don't watch. We'll start at the same time.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mr. Girl, I think Destiny's strongest argument against you is that you're manipulating people behind the scenes, not necessarily that you're merely investigating. I agree that the Anna sex thing is weird, but not that bad. So I think the manipulation of Anna and other women by you is what you should comment on. Okay. I don't know what manipulation you're talking about. With Anna, I said, listen, Lav just said that you've been sexting with Steven for a year. She has triggered a nuclear attack. Steven is about to attack us, and I need you to give me proof of that. I need you to give me proof, because without proof, he can discredit us. But you, Anna, you are the weapon that Steven uses to discredit women. No one wants to be an Anna. If you take that away from him and say, actually, he's been lying about Anna this entire time, then he can't do this anymore. It puts a stop to it. So I said, please give me a screenshot. I know this is scary. She said, can you do it without the screenshot? And I was like, I don't think so. I need the screenshot. We need to come forward. We need to do this right. We need to back up Lav, because Lav has made a claim, and now we need to give her evidence to back up that claim, or else she is going to get dogpiled, and I don't want to watch this happen to her. I don't want to watch it happen to you. I don't want to watch it happen to anybody. I want this to stop. So if that's manipulation, then sure. But I don't think it is.
Okay. Are you done watching that?
Yes.
Okay. Here is my, this is like a general life guiding principle that I have, okay? If somebody tells me a story, and in their version of the story, they sound kind of bad, then I know that they f***ed up really hard. His version of his story sounds horrible. Even...
Damn. His version of that story sounds bad, but not as bad as the people who haven't liked the video. And those people are crazy. People are deranged. And in fact, I might even say those people are opportunists. Huh? Call back to the Twitch stream. It's okay. Like the video, okay? It helps me. It helps me a lot. It boosts the engagement. If you want to talk in chat as well, it boosts the engagement. Any type of engagement with the stream helps the channel a lot. It gets more people in. It allows YouTube to know, hey, this stream is doing pretty well, and brings new people over by putting up impressions, okay? So if you want to talk in chat more consistently, or you want to like the video, or you want to sub, or you want to comment, these are all great ways to boost engagement with the stream. I would appreciate it a lot. It's a free way to help the stream. And if you want a non-free way, donations are open. You can donate to the stream. It's very much appreciated. There is also a donation link down below if you want to pay a separate way, but it is always appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for liking the video. 30 of you liked the video after that shout out. Thank you to the 30 of you that took the time out of your day.
We're not even a little bad. When he's literally saying like, oh God, Destiny's attacking us. He claims that I use
Code Star and fucking what is your name? Bravado Rado? An interesting name.
her as a weapon against other people when he's trying to wield her as a weapon against me? And then saying like, you're the only one that can stop him. We need to come forward. We have to do this right. We got to back up Lav. She made a claim without evidence. We need you to come through with the fucking pictures. How the fuck are you not putting an unimaginable amount of fucking stress and pressure on her who already doesn't like to have shit like leaked and made public and shit? How is that not textbook manipulation? And that's on his version of the story, by the way. We're ignoring her version, where she says she spent 2 or 3 hours on a phone call with Max and Shaylin both pressuring her to give a picture, and she finally broke down at the end. I don't even her testimony. I don't even need her testimony. How is just not what he said right there alone insane?
Well, so he has a pattern of being extremely forthcoming with every possible negative aspect you could claim about him. So, given that, you could also say that everything he ever says is like that.
Isn't that just part of the abuse? Isn't that part of the manipulation? Oh, I can't help it, but I'm just super honest, and if you don't do this, my life is over. Like, what?
That's possible. I don't know.
Okay, just because you're super open and honest doesn't mean that you don't have any control of yourself, right? I'm an asshole, but I cannot be an asshole, right? If I'm meeting like a girl's parents, or I'm meeting like new friends or friends of friends, I'm not gonna come out maximum debate bro mode, right? Now on stream, there might be people that don't like me because I'm really abrasive and hyperbolic, and that's fine. Like, oh yeah, I understand that. But it's not like I don't have any control over that. And you better believe that when I'm in a private situation with somebody, especially in a conversation as sensitive as this, I could turn it down. Are you saying that he's incapable of doing that?
I don't know.
And he even told Anna that she was gonna get dogpiled.
I wasn't saying anything on it, really.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, this is manipulation. He's claiming that both her and Lav and Mrgirl are all at risk from the horrible, evil, dogpiling destiny, and then I'm about to nuke all of them unless they get personal, private information from her that he can use to attack me with. This is, like, so cut and dried, but I understand. The Max fans, it's impossible to get through to you, so. But, like, Jesus, dude. Well, so now he can literally, if your mind is here, like, there's nothing that is gonna convince you otherwise. What else are you gonna talk about?
I'm not, what do you think I'm convinced of?
That, like, he's just asking questions. That this is just the way that Max is, and there's nothing he can do. And there's, like, good questions to ask, and it's all legitimate, and all of it is okay. And, like, who knows? Like, maybe Destiny's like a creepy rapist, maybe he's not, but, like, it's all worth, like, talking about, you know?
I'm not convinced of that. You're telling me I am, but I'm not. I'm actually convinced of very little. Like, I have probably, I don't know, like, 20, 30 questions that I'm going to be asking him, trying to make him hammer down what his ethics are and what his what lines will he cross, what lines won't he cross, what behaviors would he condone, what behaviors would he not condone regarding this type of investigation. And if he's being honest, then to answer those is going to put him, if he's being dishonest, it's going to put him in a bad place if he answers those incorrectly, and then it comes out later that he was wrong. And it will, because he's going to be publishing his findings.
You know what? If you want, ask me a question, and I can already give you every single answer that he's going to give. You're not going to get any honest, like, or this is the problem. This is the problem. He is going to be honest, but he's an NPD. This guy has a whole world constructed that self-justifies every action. Like, if you ask him, like, don't you feel bad about, like, publicly tweeting all of these things? His response is going to be, yeah, but Destiny forced my hand by going public with things. That when Destiny did that stream, he's attacking and shredding my credibility. The only possible way I could get people to talk to me is by also, like, attacking back. Otherwise, my whole investigation dies. Like, he's going to have a reason like this for every single thing he gives. And then you're gonna like lap it all like, oh yeah, that's a good point.
Do you think Smeth just hasn't taken the time to think about human situations, or do you think he's non-human, like a lizard, maybe alien, robot, reptile? I'm putting my money on Angel. Nice. No, I think that I think Smith has gotten caught up in the rhetoric. I guess what it is, Max is a very charismatic man, and it's easy to get swept up in the rhetoric.
Oh yeah, true. You do have to message girls and say he's abusive.
What I think, one thing that I can't get over, that I think a lot of this it's like when gangs like start fighting over sneakers. I mean, this is obviously a lot bigger than sneakers, but the thing that started this is the fact that when Lav came forward about some stuff, then he needed to back her up, and he wasn't ready for that, and that put him in not a smart decision as far as his investigation is concerned. If he's trying to be like very by the book and very ethical and credible, that act now has started a chain reaction of bullshit.
Yeah, but all he had to, that's his fault, right?
I know.
Meth is a
But
wannabe
not like
Mr.
in a-
Girl clone. To be fair, if you're a total Giga Chad, your autism just seems like quirky shyness.
Like, he hitched his trailer to
Just so you know, this video doesn't have actually Mr. Girl interrogations, the pre-interrogation stuff. People asking Destiny what they should ask Mr. Girl. Yeah, I changed my title a little bit ago.
Lav. So if he retweeted her Patreon post where she accused Hassan Piker of f***ing a 17-year-old, and she's still repeating that claim in the background, by the way.
Sometimes I be talking, and a lie just, and I'm like, girl, did you really just, we didn't mean that? That's not real, sis. You're crazy though.
Femoid Jew is evil. This is from like some dude's Discord server. I think it sounds outrage against everything is really funny because he slept with my friend when she was like 17 and he was 24. Yeah, I'm not dropping it. Believe me or don't. She's never coming forward, so I'm not either. Then why would you? First of all, you just lied there. That first statement is a lie. Also, why did you say this? You can't do that. That is like not in the rules, okay? You're just a bad person, okay? You just lied and then you followed up and said, I'm not coming forward with it. She's not either. If I would, I could. Believe me. NDA. Also a lie. Also a lie. I literally asked her. I was like, was there an NDA involved? Like, what the f is this? Like, you know, are you serving NDAs to your friends? She's like, no. This person is literally making up false allegations about someone that we both mutually have known for many, many years. Okay? This is the most insane part of the story. We both know the person that she's talking about for so many years. And she's just lying about a whole bunch of shit, thinking that neither of us will come out and say anything about it.
What about this NDA you signed? I've never signed an NDA. I would never sign an NDA. You can burn me at the stake. I don't know what the context of that message was, but it was f***ing. You clearly said you signed an NDA. Lavloon. I would if I could, believe me. NDA. Wait, she signed an NDA? I did. I must have said it to something else because I literally didn't, LOL. Right? She's the one that connected Anna to Max. She's the one that told Max, oh yeah, Steven and I had an illicit sexual relationship. She said those things. So now she's being like, oh, I have nothing to do with it. And now Max might want to try to distance her.
I didn't sign it. I didn't say I signed an NDA. Yeah, you did. Where? And then the logs get dropped. Must have been about something else. Ah, dude, that looks so bad, man.
Himself from her now that she's literally f***ing Chernobyl level, ground zero levels of radioactivity. But together, they were f***ing, 2 peas in a pod, 3 peas in a pod, really, with his creepy f***ing, zombied out girlfriend that he's abused for however many years, right? Like, all of them are together. It's not fair to separate them now, right? And this idea, like, well, he had to defend Lav, that's his fault then.
I don't think I'm not actually not separating them. Like, no, yeah, he made a promise that he would be there for her and protect her, and he did that to his fucking massive detriment.
And to Anna's detriment, and to mine.
But, yes, and I cannot get over that. But he did it out of principle.
Out of what principle?
He said he was going to protect Lav, and he did.
I would protect my son, but if he f***ing rapes a girl, I'm not going to sit there and help him hide the f***ing body. What do you mean? That's not principled. That's just being a selfish manipulator f***ing loser. I'm going to defend my little, like, mind friend that I've, like, manipulated to the next dimension because of what? That's not a principled stance. What are you talking about?
I'm not convinced that you are a sexual predator or manipulator or abuser.
No, but I'm just saying that, like, him defending Lav is not, like, that's not a principled position. Like, she fucked up. She deserves the consequences of fucking up, right? Protecting your friends from negative consequences is the opposite of being a good friend or compassionate. I bet Mr. Girl
Hey, it's true.
said this in a fucking video somewhere because it's the most level 0 take ever, obviously.
No, actually, he didn't say. I think I don't think he wants to say this because I think it would diminish the impact of him actually doing that to protect her. I think he doesn't want to talk about that very, very much. I think he mentioned it once in like his Discord or something.
I feel like it's got to be some jail time for Lav. In a just world, yeah, I could say that confidently. She's falsely accused 2 individuals of, well, she falsely accused 1 person of rape. Actually, is it 2? Yeah, I mean technically 2 people of rape if you include the first dude who she said forced her to rim him. She like forced him to do that when the evidence shows quite plainly that she didn't believe that, and then and that was not the story, and then the story changed over time. So yeah, in a just world you would get time for that because the first individual had their career dramatically stained. I don't think it's ruined, but it was fucked over quite a bit, and then she not only after that helped build a narrative that he was like fucking young people explicitly because they were young. So they tried to like the pedo jacket them or whatever. So yeah, it's in a just world you get time for something like that.
Okay, well, anything else?
Okay.
Just because she admits she's a compulsive liar doesn't mean make what she does right, lol. I think she views it that way, though. I think she thinks, oh, well, I'm a compulsive liar, so there's nothing I can do. There is. You can grow up. You can be a fucking adult.
So just to be clear, I'm not convinced that you are an abuser or a sexual predator.
I don't care that you're not convinced. What I don't like is that it's like a two sides. Like, oh, you know, there's a lot of stuff, the valuable, blah 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 blah. That's the irritating part. But listen, I understand. You know.
I do understand that. What do you want me to do then? Just believe you? Like,
you don't have to believe me. You should say, hey, if you've got evidence, you probably should have presented that alongside these weird public accusations. Or if you're gonna make these private accusations, you probably need to present evidence privately as well. You can't just go to people and message them. It's like, hey, what's up, Smith's girlfriend or wife or mom? So I was abused by him. A lot of other people were abused by him, especially women. Do you want to come on the record and say anything? That's a fucked up thing to say if you have no evidence that you're willing to present. Like do you agree that that's an insane thing to say to somebody privately without any evidence that you're willing to present to anybody?
You're not gonna like my answer, but you know how I feel. I'm confused.
About what?
I'm emotionally confused. I don't know how. I cannot tell how fucked up that is or not fucked up. Like, I don't know what I would do.
Speaking of evil fossil, he comes through. He always comes to collect. Evil fossil. He always comes to collect. Truth. Positive labels being used for malicious, comfortable boundary crossing is the pits. Preach destiny. My mom's would be proud.
If I was him and I believed what he claims to believe, then I don't know what I would do. And if I were you, I would do exactly what you're doing. So
there's no right or wrong in your world. It's just people do as people do.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm clearly trying to seek out who's right and who's wrong. And I'm not coming at it like I'm expecting you to be wrong or him to be right or either or. But I just am emotionally confused.
I don't understand I don't know what's confusing.
I'm trying to figure it out.
What part is confusing to you? If you're gonna make an extreme claim against somebody, you should probably have some evidence to back that claim up that you're willing to present. You can't do presentations of private of when you're not gonna give any evidence of it.
Here's the matter of fact, okay? I have not seen, like, I know you and him probably you more than him know a lot more than I do about all of this. And I don't know any of that. And so I'm not willing to just assume either way. So I'm just confused.
You keep saying I don't want to go either way, like it's both the same. One guy is making public and private accusations that I'm a sexual abuser, and I am just sitting here getting those accusations with no evidence presented. You're like, well, you know, I'm confused. It could be either way. Like, it's a clear right or wrong. There's an obvious yes or no.
Well, yeah. Well, then you're.
Even if I'm guilty, even if I'm guilty, what he's still doing is wrong because he shouldn't be making these accusations without evidence, right?
Well, what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to make him hammer down the ethics, and I'm very prepared to be dissatisfied.
I feel like Destiny just needs to stay constant on one thing. We shouldn't be accusing people of rape or sexual misconduct without evidence, unless it is an instance where there is no evidence and there can be no evidence, and somebody wants to come forward, a victim wants to come forward and try and do that. And even still, I would say be careful with that, because you can potentially screw it up for any possible future evidence that you weren't able to foresee coming out. Let me give you an example. A woman says that she was raped by some dude at a fucking motel or something, and they don't believe there's any evidence of it happening. There's no recordings or whatever. She didn't record it. He didn't record it. There was nothing that they believe could have been able. So they go forward, and of course, it then turns into a character assessment, and it turns out that, like, this is a respectable dude in the community, and people don't think that he would do any of that shit wrong. And then so they believe the dude, not the woman. But then later, they find out that there's some video evidence or something that kind of works with her side of the story. It kind of helps it, not hard confirms it. And then she tries to put it out later. There's going to be a lot of people that don't even care to listen to her anymore because she's a liar. She's a deceiver. She lied about it. No longer credible. And so you really need to be thorough and make sure that all of the evidence that you have and that you could have is at your disposal, because you could screw up your ability to come back later and provide any evidence that isn't damning, hard evidence. So, yeah, be careful with it. But that should be the only time that happens, is in a moment where you're ready to do a character assessment.
And if he doesn't answer those questions about the ethics regarding how he's conducting himself within this investigation, what is right and what is wrong, comparing and contrasting to other examples that are absolutely in the wrong, and so if he doesn't satisfy those, I'm going to be like heartbroken about it, and I'm not going to.
Like, the problem is what I told you in this conversation. He's already ruined it. He couldn't. Here's the truly part, okay? And I hope him and Lav quote this on me, because Lav was running around doing this. He joked on stream about being a sociopath, so I know he is. She quoted me. It's so funny. She quoted me saying, like, I think I made a joke. It's like, if you really want to rape a girl, all you have to do is make her feel really, really, really safe, and she'll f you every time. And then she quoted that in some crybaby bullshit stream where she's like, I think that Steven did that to me. He manipulated me by making me feel safe and comfortable, and that was part of his game. Like, are you retarded, actually. But let me tell you the real issue right now with Mrgirl shit, okay? Are you ready? This is the problem. If I actually did rape 2 or 3 or 4 women and he came forward with that evidence and I was the horrible person he said, you know what I would say is, you can't trust those women because 1, if I had raped them, why didn't it come out until now? And 2, he probably just manipulated them in conversations like he did with Anna. Yeah, maybe he'll release logs or videos, but I bet he cut some of it out. And 3, why would you believe his accusations anyway? He's already hitched his shit onto Lav, who lied about Hassan. So even if I did actually rape people, he is the worst person to investigate it because he's already shown that he's a manipulator because of his conversation that he leaked with Anna, and he's already shown that he's okay.
This is exactly what I just said about making sure that you come forward with any and all evidence first rather than making a claim before it, is because you ruin your credibility in the public eye. And if Destiny did indeed sexually abuse people or rape somebody, sorry, I'm doing a grip trainer, then you're really fucking it up for not only you, but also people in the future.
Backing up lies, which he's done with Lav, so he's really only hurting the raped women that would be coming forward otherwise, because his credibility is so fucking destroyed that even if I did it, I would just deny it, and I'd point to evidence of him lying and manipulating people, and I would get away scot-free. And then those women would never be hurt if there were actually abuse victims out there. Like, do you understand how like his whole situation is? He's destroyed all of his credibility.
In a lot of ways, I do agree, but not 100%. I don't think he's complete.
The best part is that he knows all of this too, because he's not stupid. So if I do deny anything, he's gonna say, "Oh, he's just playing the game that I knew." Blah blah blah. Because there's always in Max World, there's always a way to have it set out.
Do you need me to be 100%? Like, I really am not trying to like come at this from a biased perspective.
I understand, but your perceived unbiasedness.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I'm trying to not come at this from a biased perspective. You should. You literally should. Because there's somebody that's not handling this right. Okay, it is not bad to be biased. It is bad to be biased without justification, right? For instance, we are biased towards the victims of Harvey Weinstein because there is evidence that showed that it happened, right? And so when Harvey Weinstein goes like, "Hey, listen, man, I didn't do that shit," it's like, or, you know, deniers going, "Hey, he didn't do that shit." It's like, nah, bro, you're bugging, bro. No way. Like, you're capping. Same thing applies here when we talk about at least how he's handled it, how Mrgirl has handled this whole situation. It's presented a lot of ethical concerns. It has.
A commitment to mental retardation. That's my issue, right? It's not like they're both sides and they both make legitimate points. Even if I was a rapist, his approach has been wrong and fucked. Even if I was, because you can't make public or private accusations with somebody if you're not willing to share the evidence. That's just, there is no escaping that. You just can't do that.
Okay then, well then, wouldn't you want to, because I would assume that you're not a rapist, so wouldn't you want to be like, bro, like, continue what you're doing, but you need to follow some fucking rules for how you're doing this so that you don't like drag me through the dirt unreasonably. You know,
he can't take my word for it though. If he truly thinks that I'm a rapist abuser, why the fuck would he listen to anything that I have to say?
And I'm going to ask him those questions. I need him to set some ground rules for exactly what he thinks is ethical and unethical and how to conduct himself.
Okay. Well, good luck. He's not going to do anything. He's going to continue right on through the same way that he is. He'll message people with a high load of messages. I'm keeping a track of the list now. I've already got 30 different people that have reached out to me and told me that he contacted them and they were creeped out or whatever. Who knows how many the list actually is? Some of these people are people that I've known for almost a decade. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's many more.
Are these women? 30 women?
Or these reach out to that I don't even know, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be like fruitful.
Like I said, if he doesn't satisfy those questions, then I'm definitely going to be disappointed, extremely disappointed. So we'll see.
Okay. Well.
All right. Nice talking to you.
Have fun. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Okay. Bye.
Wait.
What?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't love you. I actually hate you. F you. You're a fucking Max sycophant. Yeah. We'll see how you act afterwards. But right now, on a scale from 1 to 100, my opinion of you, if 50 was neutral, is at like 7%. Okay. You're pretty low on the scale. Okay.
Just because I'm
because you're both sides. No, because you're both sides and you're confused about something that's so obviously fucked.
I have trust for him, and I'm prepared to lose that trust, but I do have trust for him, and that's just where I'm at.
Some guy.
Okay, do you think
I have trust for you too?
Do you think that even first of all, hold on, I'm not asking you to trust me at all. Just look at my record, look at like the facts that are out there. You don't have to trust me at all. That's fine. Nothing that I'm
asking you to.
What? Well, I'm just saying nothing that I've said right now requires you to trust me. I haven't done anything unethical. Saying, well, don't trust me. It's all going to turn okay at the end, right?
Well, actually, no. You said that you had private information that you weren't going to give forward because it would put people in a compromised position, but you said that I should just take your word for it.
You know what? That is one thing. You can ask him about that directly, and we'll see what his answer is. I'm curious.
What is the question I should ask?
Ask him. Have you lied to people privately in order to get them to talk to you? Or have you misrepresented facts privately in order to get them to talk to you?
All right.
Because I know for a fact for at least 2 people that the answer to that is absolutely and resoundingly yes. And I probably can get one of them to go on the record. That's one question. Then the second question is going to be, I'm asking you this now. How the fuck, in your mind, have you made sense of the I blackmailed Lav story?
I don't make much sense of it. I don't really know what happened.
Duds, I'm about to drop a Hassan nuke.
Uh-oh.
No,
Damn it.
stop!
Damn it.
Stop
Damn
doing
it.
that. Lav, you're gonna end your whole fucking career on this
I
shit.
know.
Don't do it. Not in a good way. Literally, it's not worth it.
I know.
So
But every
stop.
time his name is brought up, I'm like vibrating.
Stop. No, you shouldn't be. Stop.
Do you not like Hassan?
Just know Hassan is well known in Los Angeles.
No.
Okay, hold on. Let's chill.
And she deleted it. The original post here literally has.
Dude, I want it noted. Okay, I was making a joke. When I said DM it to me, I was making a joke. God damn, I feel like that clip makes me look bad. All right, I feel like that clip makes me look bad. Because it doesn't show that I because I thought she was making a joke. And then when I realized she was actually being serious about a nuke, I was like, okay, let's slow down. I thought it was a joke. Damn it.
Stated that she was 17. She changed it. She edited it. Lastly, he brought up the secret I told him out of nowhere. So out of place in the conversation. The secret I told him.
Oh, no, I defend what I did. I think what I did was fine. I think the problem was that I didn't realize it wasn't a joke. I thought it was a joke originally.
Told me his secret. Told me it would ruin me, how bad I'd look. He'd worked it in. I'm not going to be blackmailed. Hassan Parker slayed with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal, but he's denounced me publicly for doing much less. What the f are you talking about?
What is she talking about? I don't know.
She literally fucking edited that, by the way.
She DM you?
Literally editing.
Originally, she had claimed on that post that it was that she was 17, and now she just deleted it and I guess changed it.
Read the room, really? Yeah.
It was legal when he was not so young. It was legal, but he's denounced my publicly for doing much less. I don't care about it, and she's never going to come forward. But the fact it is nonetheless an example of hypocrisy. Another person's hypocrisy is gold to a streamer, a shiny weapon. I was armed. Nothing will come of it. Ethically, it is a small infraction, and it won't be held over my head.
Okay, you know that Lav parrots that story, Mrgirl parrots that story, and his zombie psycho abuse victim.
The way blackmail works is not that the secret will get out. Screenshots floating around don't matter. Negative 25 points. It's that Destiny will take one of those screenshots and publicly levy the accusation on your behalf. Why are you going around telling people XYZ, leaving you scrambling to substantiate it? This is why he reads all the private DMs of mine he can get his hands on. They become public statements that his community can demand justification for. For Tom, brother, can you please be serious?
Shaylin also parrots that story. All three of them are on the same page with that I blackmailed Lav with a secret that she told me that wasn't about her, that wasn't even true, that she had already leaked multiple times on other public Discord servers, that was already circulating so much in the background that both Trainwrecks and John Zerker came to me independently and asked me if it was true.
Yeah, the thing that I thought immediately when I heard that was if she was giving, so the scenario that she laid out was you were trading secrets so that you would have some mutual assertion or destruction type aspect in your relationship.
Sure. By the way, there's a real quick thing. That's a total fucking lie, by the way. I volunteered information to her because I was being a friend with her and I wanted to chat with her, and she volunteered information to me because of whatever reason. But I don't think we were like, I don't think it was like a, yeah.
Even if I have done that with friends that I'm close with before, it's like, you know, that's not necessarily an abusive thing to do. Or at least I've admitted with my friends, you know, mutually assured destruction. If you know, that's where we're at, you know. But the thing that confused me was if that was the case, then her giving you like information that she knows about someone else, like it would have to be about her for it to make sense.
Sure, it would. And she lies a lot about a lot of things. She lies compulsively. Like, so I like she says that we had an hour-long conversation after everything like broke down on that one day, and she says I tried to gaslight her the entire time. And she was begging Max to come in and talk the whole time. That where she writes, Max left with his dignity still in check or whatever. All that happened was at the very end, first of all, Max wouldn't join until I started spamming chat saying, quick, she's self-harming or whatever. Then he joined, and then he wouldn't say anything for 10 minutes. He sat there in fucking silence. Because when there wasn't an audience, and when I was there, he didn't have anything to say to me. And all he told Lav was, Lav, I don't think this is a good idea. We need to stop talking about this. Lav, this isn't worth it. Lav, let's talk later.
That's because he thinks that you're abusive.
Well, so, but he doesn't want to say anything with Lav there in front of me? Or to me in front of Lav? Wouldn't that be a good time to stick up for Lav? Or wouldn't that be a good time to show my abuser tactics, right? Wouldn't that be the time in a one-on-one, like with Lav listening, but he didn't have shit to say to me? When there wasn't an audience there for him to twist around his finger? And when there wasn't just Lav there for him to twist around his finger? Like,
the time that would to show your abusive tactics, wouldn't that be if there was an audience? Because if there's no audience, then it's just being...
Well, I would imagine, doesn't he care what Lav thinks? Or maybe he doesn't. See, the answer is that he knows that he can't really do like the weird manipulative shit when I'm there to call it out. So he won't say anything to Lav when I'm there. He has to talk to her privately, so he can mind her in the recluse of his own Discord room.
I mean,
do you know? Oh, here's a random fun fact. Here's a secret fun fact. Do you know why Ethan Ralph was publishing shit, talking shit about me sexually?
Why?
Who the fuck is this? The Ralph report? I don't know who this is. Lav is claiming behind the scenes that Destiny never actually fucked her, that she only let him perform oral sex on her, and that he seems sad that it didn't go further. She said she was grossed out by his member and only touched it briefly.
Do you know who she was leaking that to? Was she ever public about it?
Who?
Lav. Who she was talking about the fact that we hooked up.
No, I don't know.
It was f***ing big tech.
Yeah, it looks like it is gone. Okay, way to go. Way to go, buddy. Yo, let's get some more reporting, please.
Oh.
Let's keep reporting.
Keep reporting.
Here's a
Dude.
We got big tech, and who's this guy up here? Is that the Veda guy?
How is it like?
Yeah, no, it's still up there, but it's on a different channel, Pauly Anon.
People that have been completely f***ing erased from the internet. Who are pro deplatforming.
Very good, very good. Yo, I'm for it. Report them. Report these freaks. Report our enemies. Report every video from our enemy. Report Jaden. Report RPG. Report BPF. Report DACA. F them. Report. Spam. I've done it a few times. Kind of boring. I stopped doing it. I should just get back on it. I should be reporting every one of their videos.
Right? Yeah, it's down below.
All should. Maybe we'll just do that once a week. We'll just go do mass reportings.
Hell yeah. Maybe we'll just do that once a week. We'll just do mass reporting.
We should. It's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do. It's what God would have wanted, hey?
What a crazy fucking twist there. That she was sharing our fucking sexual exploits with fucking big tech of all people. The guy that spam reported and got Max's channel fucking removed. Like, I don't know. Like, that whole family of people, yeah, are fucking insane.
I think that Lav might agree that she's not, she's not doing well.
I don't care. No, I don't care if you're not doing well. That doesn't give you an excuse to be a psychotic, manipulative, abusive, lying, fucking subhuman piece of shit, which is exactly what she is. That's how she's conducted herself across multiple platforms, and she does it to this day. I'm pretty sure she's made brain dead tweets even today. You can be affected negatively by things, and you can be having a rough time, but that doesn't give you a carte blanche to go out and make serial accusations against people, which she has a history of fucking doing, or lying, or making shit up on the internet, or being a general subhuman piece of shit in general. That's not a pass for that.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's not a pass.
So why would you even say, oh, she's been going through a tough time?
I think that she can just be taken out of the whole conversation.
But she can't, because Max pitched himself to her. Max retweeted her Patreon post. Do you understand? He wants to separate himself now because she's radioactive, but he shouldn't be allowed to do that. Remember, these three people, really, well, two, really, it's Max and Lav, are the ones that got this whole ball rolling. Lav reached out to Anna, Lav connected Anna to Max, and then Max, Shaylin, and Anna had a 3-hour call. None of this shit happens if Max wasn't sitting there trying to mind Lav, and if Lav wasn't hopelessly obsessed with Max, right? None of this happens without all of that, without those two players being in place.
So yeah, I understand that's the train of events that led us here, but at this point, like, can't we just? I mean, I'll accept if you disagree with me, but can't we just let Lav just go on her way and leave her alone? Like, if she's not investigating or anything, she's a part of it. If she doesn't say anything else, then just like, okay, just stop talking about it.
If Lav's attacks would have been effective on me, though, we wouldn't be saying that. If Lav's attacks were effective on me, you'd be saying, well, don't you think it hurts your case that there were literally two people making these accusations now? Doesn't it hurt your case that Lav used to be your friend, but now she sided with Mrgirl? Doesn't it hurt your case that like Lav, Mrgirl, and Anna were all able to agree on a narrative about you? Like, don't you think that points negatively in your direction, Destiny? That's exactly what you would be saying to me. But because Lav was a brain-dead dipshit and nuked herself from orbit, now we need to leave Lav to the side? I mean, I guess we can, but it's bullshit. That like, he basically has a weapon, it was Anna, then it was Lav, and as soon as the swords go dull, he drops them into the dirt and walks away, and now we're just supposed to pretend he was never holding them. But like, that's not historically how it happened. That's insane.
Well, yeah, but that is true though. If he is like dropping those weapons, like that, then that means that those weapons are no longer in play. He doesn't have Lav, he doesn't have Anna. If what you're saying is true, so then
yeah, but it's like me beating him with my bare hands, and he's like, "This isn't fair. I didn't even have a sword." And it's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You would too." Like, it's insane to me that he can like separate himself from these people so easily and quickly. Well, 100% carrying water for them the entire time, but now that they themselves, and now that Anna has completely turned on him publicly and privately, and now that Lav has completely nuked her credibility, now he's like, oh, "Okay, well, ignore those two," ignoring that that's where everything came from. He built everything off of those two people.
I'm not going to ignore that's where it came from, but okay. I'm saying like, but you've removed those from play. You've defused those weapons if that's true. Like, so to your credit, like.
Here, this is my guess, okay? His final write-up about me, over 50% of it is going to be built off of and talks about my relationship with Anna and Lav. Over 50%. And just to be clear with where we're at from all of this, okay? So Lav is somebody that, despite her claims of me being sexually weird, has explicitly said everything we did was consensual, and I even checked in on her to make sure it was okay. No, we didn't have like any active sexual shit going on in the background at all. Like, it was just really weird. She just completely invented that fictitiously in her head. That's why every time I pushed her privately and publicly, she's like, oh no, it was 100% consensual. Oh no, nothing weird was happening. Oh no, blah, 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 blah.
The sexual instance that me and Steven had was completely consensual. It was pleasant.
And I made it clear that nothing we ever did sexually would have anything to do with the stream stuff. And when we did hook up, I didn't even hit on her for like months afterwards. That everything was like chill and cool and there was never anything weird.
So it's hard for me. So my experience with Steven is that we had like a sexual relationship, and then it became like very much like sort of like a platonic friendship. Like the sexual dynamic, it did not continue into like now.
Lav admitted that. Anna has publicly and privately retracted almost everything. She said that Max manipulated her to give a message that she didn't agree with, that she doesn't have any current complaints with me. All of her complaints were about content that was already out there and things that I'd said in the past in reference to her. And then there's Max, who is a male that I've never had any sexual contact with ever. So these are the three people that are the origination of my sexual abuse. That's just, and you will come out here and say, well, it's confusing on all ends. That's just wild.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the reason it's confusing is because, like I'm saying, clearly because you have way more information than me. And like, there's shit you can't just say. And
I can say almost everything. I just can't come out about that one piece of private information. But otherwise, I can say everything. What do you want to know? What questions do you have for me? Because I can answer every question ever. I just want to reveal any private person's information.
Until I see what quote unquote evidence he has or does not have, then I can't just hear what you say and just assume that he's wrong about everything. And until I see if he actually, because once he puts forward his evidence or whatever the hell he has to say, then it can be like
the issue is no matter what evidence he puts forward, it's going to be called into question based on his evidence gathering. It's a significant problem.
You can take, I can take your testimony and I can compare it and I can discredit any facts or any things that he says. I can say, no, this is gotten through illegitimate means. This doesn't make sense. But you can't do that until it comes out. So as it is right now, I'm just emotionally confused because I completely empathize and understand where you're coming from. And I'm trying to like understand. So when you're saying like I'm trying to like have it both ways, I'm just trying to if he believes that you're abusive, my mind is trying to wrap myself around. Okay, what exactly like could he be seeing that causes him to have that feeling?
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that you are abusive necessarily. Like, you know, I'm just trying to understand, like I'm trying to put my mind into both people's perspective and I can't do it with both sides. I can't do it with him because he hasn't released his information, and I can't do it with you because until I see his information, maybe you're like if his information like actually proves something up, then that would mean he's right that you're controlling the narrative or something. Which I'm not,
to be clear, also, that's another pointless statement. I think he stole that one from Lav. Controlling the narrative. Yeah, no shit, I'm controlling the narrative. I'm going to talk about myself in a way that I see myself, but that's he wants to control the narrative. We all want to control the narrative. Of course, every time we enter information into the public testimony about anything, we're controlling the narrative.
Do you understand that I'm trying to come at this in good faith?
Yeah,
you think
I think you are. Just I think that your openness is a little bit too open because like even if I am a rapist, certified and he has evidence of it, he still handled it in a way that is just horrible. That like it would almost be better if he I guess I can say it at this point because I don't think he'd take advice. If he really wanted to do this, if he was smart and he wasn't a narcissistic dipshit, if he really wanted to fuck me over at the start, what he should have done is he should have reached out to a third party and he should have handed all of the information that he had over to them and then let them do the expose. That would have been his best way to do it.
A lot of people have said that.
Yep, he should have. Because if he did it at that point, let's say that Chud Logic was the one to present everything. Well, now, even if it was just the Anna sexting stuff, it puts me in a lot weirder of a position where it's like, okay, well, why does this person have private information about me? Why are they going public with it? Was it because somebody thought something actually did go wrong? Was it because somebody like did feel abused? Like there's like so many more things that I would have to contend with, and there is so much more credibility on Chud Logic than Mrgirl. But the fact that he's done it means that even if I did rape somebody, I'm going to get away with it because of who he is. There are some people, I've had conversations with some people who think that even if Dr. K did do something wrong, he's never going to get caught on it now because the figurehead of the anti-Dr. K movement is Mrgirl. Even if two more people kill themselves, if you want to be anti-Dr. K, they're just going to compare you to Mrgirl. That's going to be the gold standard for, oh, well, that's the kind of person you are to criticize Dr. K. So it's like, but I mean, there's all just random comments. Go ahead.
You're not going to, the thing is that I want to ask you, would you be dissatisfied? Okay, so assume that I'm just a lot of people in your audience and they're just like me, and that's not true. But like, so that's who you're talking to right now. Like, would you be satisfied if I come out of this not hating him but not believing him?
No. That's
I just don't hate him.
After he literally was almost crying. And by the way, I thought it was legitimate for him to be upset. And after Lab was like, you need to be a better friend. Because fucking Cherry and Stardust were saying that he showed his pubes on stream. And they were acting like that was going to be the end of Mrgirl's whole career. For him to go through all of that and then turn around and do this to me, that's a million times more psychotic. After being on stream so many times, like, Steven, I would never backstab you. You can trust me. I'll never do anything ever. Like, yeah, for you to be like, oh no, I think he's like, okay, dude, after all of that would be wild to me. It would just be the most wild thing in the world.
You might be right. That's what I'm trying to answer tonight. I need him to like extremely eloquently define his ethical boundaries here and also address missteps. Because he's made missteps, like you've pointed out.
He's going to blame all of them. He's going to say Destiny pressured us. He was trying to... Here, write these down. Here, hold on. Let's write these down, okay? So he's going to say, one, Destiny went public with the accusations first and an attempt to get ahead of them, okay? Which forced me to do some revealing. That's going to be the first thing he's going to say. The second thing he's going to say is Destiny is attempting to smear...
right now? Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. Keep going.
/ character assassinate me publicly. And then the third thing he's going to say is I have to be honest that other people are out there and willing to come forward. Otherwise, victims will be too scared / terrified to admit anything to me, even in private. Those are going to be his 3 excuses, and you're going to hear them and you're going to lap them up. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if Destiny went public, you probably do need to go public. Otherwise, it destroys your credibility. Yeah, Destiny is character assassination. He called you a rapist, and he didn't call you a rapist before. He is trying to character assassinate you. And yeah, people aren't going to come forward unless you tell them that there's like that there are other people willing to come forward because they're going to be really terrified. They don't want to be the only accuser. These are going to be the things he says, and you're going to lap all of it up. You're going to be like, yeah,
I'm not going to just lap it up. Okay, what was the last point you just said?
That like people are going to be too scared to talk to Max unless they think there are other victims willing to come forward. That's why he has to lie to them and say there are 15, 20 other girls.
That if he did lie about that, like that I would not laugh that up. Like no.
Didn't Bob 7 try that as well? Am I misremembering? Didn't Bob 7 try and say that there's tons of women that were wanting to come forward and there wasn't? I think he did, right?
But I absolutely.
How are you going to know if he's ever lied about it though? What if he says at the end, I didn't get enough people willing to come forward, so now they have to stay private? What would you say then?
So yeah, but that means he wouldn't have had 20 people.
You don't know that. He might did. Maybe he does have 20 people. Maybe they're not willing to come forward because they're too scared. They're terrified of me. Then what are you going to say?
Well, in that case, this is something about me. If he says that, then I cannot trust him 100%.
Why? What would he be doing that's a lie? He was abused, Anna was abused, and Lev was abused. He reached out to other girls, found they were abused.
I can't know if it's a lie or not. So it's just that's why, like when I said before, like it's a confusing position. Now, to your credit, if someone were to put someone in a quote unquote, like I said, confusing position like that on purpose, that would be abusive or manipulative. I'm not convinced that that is also either. I just I'm willing to stand in a position of doubt and not hate somebody. Personally.
Okay, what could he do? Anything to make like?
Yes.
If I hated him, would you understand? Would you understand if I hated him?
Oh, absolutely.
Would you understand if every single person in my audience hated him?
Especially if they
didn't think I was a
really care
rapist.
about you. Yeah. Well, I don't think you're a rapist.
Or I'm sorry, a sexual abuser that has a troubling pattern with abusing women on my stream. Not a rapist.
Yeah, but it depends how he defines that.
Oh yeah, it is going to depend how he defines it.
It does depend how he defines that.
Because maybe it's just women have come on and they've been mean. Doesn't Destiny have a reputation for making women cry? Didn't he do that even to Lav on stream?
Exactly. That's where I'm saying that if we take if it goes the way I think it's going to go, and I think you think it's going to go, then what he writes down in his article can then be like another person can come and they can now transpose like your whole history of your streaming and like what all these behaviors he's describing and put them into context.
I don't know what you just said. I don't know what you meant.
So I think that so back in like a couple years ago, like when you were on Twitch and like when you were going like on Mindwaves, like back when like Hassan had just like stopped talking to you and stuff, the way people would get popular was just to shit on you.
Okay.
And so I see like and that has sort of slowed down and to a great degree. It hasn't.
Oh no, actually it has. As I stopped engaging with lefties, it's kind of slowed down. Now,
Exactly.
now red pillars are doing it, but sure.
Maybe. Oh, well, my thought pattern was that you maybe have, and maybe you're disagreeing, that maybe you've built some protective behaviors that make it so that that can't happen to you, and that would be good from anybody who's a fan of you, anybody who cares about you, and from you.
Wait, when you say, what kind of behaviors are you talking about? What does that mean?
Like removing anti-jerk movements and stuff from your community, that'll protect you, but it also might cause a negative impact on someone else. But I understand both sides 100% if that's the case, right?
Okay. Anything else, Chief?
I guess that's it. But like I said, tonight, if he nails down if he fails to answer if his answer to my questions about the ethics of like the ethics that he's using and that he's following going forward in his investigation, if his answers to those questions are just there are no boundaries, everything online is fair game as long as you can get it, like, and then once you know it, there's no rules that say I can't just like a insane doxer type person. If that's what he says, then I'm no longer a fan
He's
at all.
obviously not going to say that.
Well, listen, hey,
he's gonna have to.
You can be a fan of anybody you want to be a fan of. It's a beautiful world. We have a First Amendment right to do what we wish.
Right.
Yeah.
Very nice talking to you.
Okay. Well, stay safe, buddy. I don't love you. I hate you. Well, I have a severe dislike for you. Okay. But
I will earn your trust by the end of that investigation, I would hope.
Oh, great. We'll see. Okay. Have fun. Be careful.
You're welcome.
Bye. Jesus. Imagine she is confiding in private information to fucking big tech. Why? Why though? Why would you do that? Why would you talk to big tech of all the people to talk to?
Hey, how's it going? I got like 1.5 million messages to come
it's
talk
the
to you.
Mrgirl white blood cells. They've shown to fight. They've shown up to fight.
No, to be fair, I've been making Mrgirl content before anybody like supported them or whatever. For anybody who was like public.
Wait a second.
I think I talked to you about making the documentary style video. No, I'm saying like before like there was like anybody like I'm the first Mrgirl orbiter as I've been called by people.
Okay. Well, I was the first Mrgirl supporter, so just to be clear on that.
Okay, I think we both know what each other mean now. I'm the guy that talked to you about the video I'm making about him.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. 1 second. I have to do something really important for 1 second. Okay. 1 second, real quick. Okay.
Okay.
It says a lot that Destiny, for instance, never picks up on or talks about those elements. Reading the book didn't give me information that made it better, but it did tell me what to expect and how to watch it. There's a lot to extract from carefully watching those visions. Also, I think there's a lot to appreciate from a production standpoint, and I think there's world building that matters, but no one is talking about that either for some reason. Okay, if all of your intricate storytelling is done in 5-second fucking visions, and you're wasting on-screen time to show like generic training scenes, generic flying scenes, generic save a guy from the worm scenes, generic assassinate, if you're wasting all the time on that, I'm not going to give you a ton of credit for the visions. Okay, number one. All right.
What is
Number
he talking
two,
about?
there isn't a lot of world building. A couple people talking to each other about something is not cool world building. I don't know anything about the world at all. I guess there's some political families. There's like the Fremen. Some people have powers, and there's like some secret society. There's a fuck ton they could have gone into more to build that world out, and they didn't at all. Okay, they gave us a few kind of weird scenes to like make you think like, oh, there's some mystery and intrigue there. Like, okay, sorry, I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah,
So, wait, one more final thing. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
Sure thing.
Okay, hold on. I have a friend. Okay. If you care, I have a friend. Her cat is dying. Okay. If you want to donate, because I'm not donating, but you can go there. Okay. It's a cat. It's dying of pneumonia. I don't even think it'll survive the surgery, but it might. So if you want to help that kitty cat, if you want to help that kitty cat beat pneumonia, there you go. Wow, how fun. There, I helped. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm not cutting you off anymore. Okay.
Sure. By the way, a bunch of people told me not to come talk to you.
Yeah,
but,
I'm the master manipulator, so you should have listened to them.
Hey,
now you're done.
I just want to say I've always known you to be fairly reasonable.
Fairly, but now when it comes to Mrgirl, I'm unhinged.
I would say a little bit more than other things. I have a couple concerns about how you've changed your rhetoric seemingly overnight. Now I understand. you're a human, and people are gonna get fucking pissed off.
I'm a human.
But
I'm wrong. Yes.
Like the video. 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 Like it. Like it. Like it.
Okay. What else?
Whoa, hey, come on now. I feel like I've been pretty reasonable in everything that I've spent a lot of time defending myself and by proxy defending Mrgirl. Okay.
I'm not reasonable.
And I'm trying to extend some charity to you before we start talking,
Like
so that you don't
the
think
video.
that you don't have any preconceived notions about how I'm coming at this.
Why?
Cool. I think that you're mad, and I would expect you to be.
Okay.
But some of the things that you've said about him and then not retracting so went hard about, like calling him a rapist. This rhetoric was pretty devoid before. Yeah, but this wasn't the rhetoric before. It's not like these allegations came out and then like you went to bed and woke up and was like, oh, I get it, he's a fucking rapist. How did I never see it before? Guys, I finally see things clearly now. He's a rapist.
Yeah, the one major thing that changed my opinion on him before anything happened was watching his conversation with Lav. I think it was the first time on stream, it was before he did anything related to me, but it was the first time on stream where I watched him talk to him. I was like, oof, these are manipulation tactics, 100%. It was the first time I called out anything like that. But that conversation was a huge part that moved me over. You can go and watch me review that conversation if you want. And that was before they made any weird like sexual abuse accusations towards me. But once I saw how he treated her there, then yeah, it's going to make me go back and kind of think about other interactions where I would have been charitable towards him, and I would have instead viewed them as like, okay, well, not being charitable here, he actually is probably just manipulative. And then when I think of stories he's told where even he looks bad, I'm like, okay, he probably is a rapist too. But
okay, well, sure, but you're not when you're calling him a rapist, I don't see like a removal of charity in that conversation. I see a total reframing of what happened.
Okay, well, what happened was a girl said, no, I'm not ready yet, after he pushed her along as quickly as he could towards sexual intercourse, and then he pulled her down on top of him to fuck her anyway, after she said no, she wasn't ready yet.
And yeah, and then afterwards they met up and still hooked up and stuff. And
wait, do you think that has anything to do with whether it was rape or not? Do you think that has any bearing whatsoever?
Well, when we're looking at a past event, do I think that it's important to look at the entirety of the relationship to try to get an understanding of what happened there? Yeah.
Okay, cool. So in that case, just for the setting the tone of the rest of the conversation, you're going to have absolutely zero criticisms of me and Anna because she came back and we still talk and sex or whatever, or we don't anymore, but we still talk and we sexted before, so that should be okay, right?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the entire all the information that I have all at once.
Yeah, that was actually pretty smooth. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was pretty quick. I was pretty fast. Damn.
If I do have any issues with it, it would be based on that having the entire context of everything that happened.
Okay, it's really interesting to me that I've explicitly had multiple conversations with Anna, where like, hey, how do you want to proceed? Are you okay with this? Do you want to do this? But I'm still abusive towards her. But Mrgirl pulling a woman down onto his dick after she said no, I'm not ready. That's okay. I love how we're gonna show how mine was abusive, but his was actually a-okay. That's amazing.
I didn't say that he was perfectly fine in doing that. I'm saying that your rhetoric changed about that seemingly overnight. That's all I said.
Okay, wait.
You're putting a lot of words in my mouth that I'm not saying.
Wait, why?
You're also telling me what I think about you and Anna too.
Wait, why wouldn't my framing of him change as I collect more information?
No.
Well, you keep saying your rhetoric changed overnight. Watching him talk to Lav was an insane experience to me. That was unbelievable.
Okay. I believe you.
And, okay. So then it was fair for my rhetoric to change then. Okay.
I think that it's fair for anybody's rhetoric to change with new information, but I didn't hear any of that change in perspective until after this had happened. I didn't hear this come out. I didn't hear you say that he was a rapist. Like, oh, after watching that Lav video, I now see that he was a rapist. And I'm not sure that I understand why you would have waited then if you thought.
I think this bit is fair from Elder Drazi. The idea that from an outside perspective, his tone shift or his opinion change on Mrgirl being a rapist was rather jarring from the outside. Because I didn't see that coming either. I didn't feel the transition into that myself. So it was rather jarring. But that's not indicative of as to whether or not it's legitimate. So it's just jarring.
That. It seemed like it'd be a pretty important thing to address to him after you've seen the Lav thing. You go, hey, after I heard you and Lav have that conversation, it seems like I got to question some of the other stuff, like that rape story. Now I
think it was literally either the next day, or it was 2 days later that he felt like I was going nuclear on him because of my reaction to that video. I think it might have been the next day that he started messaging people behind the scenes. So I didn't have a chance to have that conversation with him.
Okay, but when did you find out?
Find out what?
That he was messaging people. Did you say it was a day or the next day?
I think it was literally the next day.
Okay, well then, hey, fair enough. Did you use the Lav thing, and that's what did you explain that it was because of the Lav conversation when you started calling him a rapist?
Well, it was after he started implying that I was a rapist and after the Lav conversation, but...
Well, hey, I'm just saying, if not, that's fine.
Also, hold on, to be clear, I just want to be clear too. If you go back and you watch my original videos, when I was being the most charitable, I literally describe that, like, you have to be really careful when you're doing what Mrgirl's doing, because, like, 1 out of 5 times, even if you're, like, really careful, you're just going to be raping people. Like, even back then I said that, but I was willing to say, like, maybe he was in the rare exception where, like, it's not happening. But, like, it's not like I changed that dramatically. It's just, now that I've seen more information about him, I see that he can be really manipulative, especially in that Lav convo. Now I'm more likely to think he probably was just raping people.
But sure. Yeah. I understand all that. I've watched probably the majority of the videos that you've put out in the last couple of years. So I believe you when you say stuff like that. That's fine. But if you could help me understand with the rape thing, what was the charity? Like, I guess, what was your justification prior when you said you were extending the charity that you're revoking from him?
That it might be possible that he actually truly does have like a really highly empathetic read on people. That maybe he might have like a very, very, very empathetic read towards some people. He might have like the ability to figure out if people are comfortable, uncomfortable, whatever. That maybe that's a thing. But like slowly over time, that eroded. And then watching him in that Lav conversation was a huge like, oh holy shit, this guy isn't empathetic at all. He's not mind reading people. He's mind f***ing people.
Okay. Do you think it's at all possible that while he can be both empathetic and also fail to empathize with people the correct way sometimes?
No, I think that narcissism necessarily precludes being empathetic. So I don't think he can possibly be empathetic. I think that he has hardcore molds that he imprints.
Yeah, I'm not down with this from Destiny. The justification of saying that he isn't empathetic because he's a narcissist. I don't like the armchair psychology. I don't think anybody who isn't like somebody's specific therapist using psych terms this way to like say that somebody can't be empathetic because they're a narcissist. I don't like this.
See, there's a word I'm looking for. He has hardcore molds that he projects onto the world, and then things can only fit that, and that's it.
Okay, I do think that sometimes he'll get trapped into a way of thinking. I kind of outlined it before and how that can go, but I'm not so sure that I agree with the rape thing. And
okay. Here's like a quick thing
that's possible.
Sure, here's a quick thing that could prove me wrong, and I'm not expecting to do this right now, but maybe for the future, this is something you could investigate. And if you can't find anything, maybe it's cause for concern. Has there ever been a case ever in a conversation with somebody where he claims they have a certain thought or mental state, and then he goes on to say, "Oh, I was wrong about that," where he changes his mind?
Yeah, me. He thought I was trying to leave the conversation. He thought I was trying to exit the conversation, and it was a little tense. And I just sort of explained what was going on, and he was, "Oh, okay." And this was, I think, our first or second time ever talking. He did not know who I was. If it was the second time, I'd remember that I was a caller from before.
For just a caller, I'm not sure if it's the same type of thing, but like where he's having like a more in-depth emotional conversation and he's accused them of like lying, or he's accused them of having. So I know he did it one time, I think, to Lauren. He did it to that Ahrelevant. He's done it to. I gotta figure if I can find examples. Not like in the middle of a call. Where he's like, "Oh, I thought you were trying to do one thing, and now you're trying to do another thing."
He's asking them questions to use information against them. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen enough information to justify that kind of a full stop conclusion. But even if it was true, I don't agree with the idea of attributing the reason why he's doing that to narcissism. He's pretty bad at empathy. Look at his interactions with Charity, and I think Stardust too. Yeah, I think he's really, really bad at in the instances that I've seen him at empathy, for sure.
It's a different type of thing that I'm talking about, but
sure. But I guess in all fairness, that at least allows you to. I mean, maybe a caller isn't the exact same thing, but at least it's a start, right? For you to believe that maybe?
No,
right?
no, I don't think so. Because I've watched this over and over and over and over and over and over again. I don't think that like being able to do like a caller, it's just it's a minor thing compared to like but.
Okay, well, he does know who I am now, and I have said a lot of times that I don't fall into the same traps that a lot of people do when I talk to him, because I've talked to him a lot more since then, and I'm having a stream with him tonight where we're going to, me and a couple other people are going to interrogate him about the things that you're upset about and the things that other people have concerns about, and I'll see if I fall into any of those traps, and if I do, if I can navigate them, because I think what you have said for a long time is true, that a lot of times he'll say something and what people hear isn't necessarily what he's trying to say, and you've kind of mediated that before. You said something like he's speaking Mrgirl or Mrgirlanese and you're speaking English, and then once you explain what's meant.
That was an error on my part. I shouldn't have done that, but yeah, I'm not doing that for people as much anymore.
Okay, well, him and I have had big disagreements, and instead of getting stuck down and getting caught in the loops and stuff, we've been able to move forward because I think I have a pretty good understanding of like what he's saying, and a lot of times when there's a disagreement, it's just the whole purpose is to understand where both people are coming from, and then we can move right along. So if he says, I think you're lying to somebody, he's not saying I know that you're lying. He's saying that I think that you're lying. And if you keep saying...
I know. He's saying Max is a narcissist that makes him do that behavior. That's the issue, and I don't like that. Destiny said that Max is a narcissist, and therefore, you know, what is it? That necessarily precludes him from having empathy for these people in these situations. I don't like that as a thing.
Things that are just trying to convince me, then we're going to be stuck here. And when people don't do that, then things move along just fine. I don't think he's trying to convince them that they're lying. He's trying to convince them that this is what he believes, and it's pointless to continue the conversation saying anything that doesn't include the idea that he doesn't believe.
I think what he's saying is, I know what you are feeling better than you know.
But he's said explicitly otherwise before. That's
so
why,
I have logs of him talking to Supreme 7 months ago, where he says, and I quote, "You can't say I failed to guess an emotion unknown to yourself. That makes no sense. I think I know what you are feeling better than you do." He's also said in the same conversation, and he also said this with Lav, kind of, he says, "I feel constantly bombarded with unwanted knowledge of everyone's unconscious feelings and thoughts."
He said in video too.
Jesus.
So this isn't somebody that's just like saying, "Oh, well, I think that you're blah, blah, blah." Like, this is somebody that feels like they can mind read everybody around them.
Yeah, I think that he's somebody that thinks that he has a pretty good read on people, but he has acknowledged too that like he doesn't know that he's right. It's just what he thinks.
But he acts like he's right. Well, you're I guess in a way you're kind of doing the same thing I did. You are taking something insane and you're trying to make it sound not so insane. What you just described is a normal everyday. Okay, hold on, chill. If you can, when you cough, if you can mute your mic for a second, it picks up really loud over the mic. No, that's fine.
I usually have I have a mute button right here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, I have a bad nasal drip.
Nope, you're good. Okay. When what you just described is normal human behavior. That like, oh, like I think I know what somebody is thinking or feeling, but sometimes I'm wrong. But that's not what he does. He will badger and pester you until the point of tears, trying to tell you that he knows what you're thinking. It's not, his behavior is very far off the norm.
I guess when that happens to me, I acknowledge that that's what he's thinking, and I don't try to predicate the things that I say based on him not thinking that, and it moves along pretty well. I don't seem to fall into the same traps that everybody else falls into, where we get stuck when I have big disagreements. When I disagreed with him about ADHD and we fought about it for 45 minutes plus, when I disagreed with him about veganism and we argued about that for like a half hour, I didn't fall into any of these traps, even when we strongly disagreed.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying
And
it's,
I think
it's not
because I
impossible.
understand what's happening there.
To your point, also, a relevant study showed that narcissists are really good at empathy, but they intentionally ignore it at the time. I'm not trying to say Disney's wrong about his prescription at this thing, or that Mrgirl isn't a narcissist. I just don't like the culture of labeling somebody with a mental illness or a neurodivergency and then trying to use that to explain their behavior when we don't know, when we don't have a therapist who has diagnosed this. I don't like that culture. Even if you're right about it, I don't like the culture of it. I think it's a bad thing to perpetuate.
Okay. I don't disagree that it's possible to play like translator for him, but like having to do that so much is a textbook example of him not being empathetic. He's failing massively in empathy if other people are having to like mind read him and play games to try to make it understand what he's saying, right?
We don't have to mind read, you just have to take what he's saying at face value.
No, it's not at face value. You have to do a lot of subtext to understand what the fuck he's actually saying or meaning. If it was at face value, then what you're just saying, you can't have it both ways, okay? Either Max is a very easy person to talk to because he's very empathetic and he knows what people are generally thinking, in which case, like, everybody's gonna be able to understand him, or only you have a special ability to understand him. If you have a special ability to understand somebody, it means that person's probably not very empathetic.
Well, I guess let me put it this way. I think that most people aren't very good at engaging people that say things at face value. When I say things and I'm very literal and I'm very direct with people, my words go into their ear. They fill in a bunch of extra shit that I didn't say that they're assuming that I mean, whether it's about the conversation that we're having or some other weird thing that they're trying to pull from me. And then they respond to me as though I said something completely different a lot, but I'm being very literal and direct. And I see that kind of thing happening a lot when he's talking to people. They'll respond to what he's saying in relation to the conversation, even if that's not the way he's saying it.
Okay, and that's fine, but what you're describing is autism, not empathy. It is the exact opposite of empathy. When I'm having a conversation with somebody, I understand there's a lot of subtext. I understand there's a lot of things that could be implied. I understand there's a lot of different ways because I am an empathetic person. I know that there's like a ton of different ways to communicate with somebody, a ton of different ways somebody can feel about somebody.
I think the problem is, and Mrgirl said this, I think at one point pretty early on, he realizes how he can be seen in his subtext. He just doesn't care to change. He's very stubborn about it.
For you to say like, oh, well, I'm only speaking in a direct one-to-one exact literal value and I expect you to compute my shit like computer code, like a fucking Python script, where like if you're saying something like that, and what you're saying is fine, so it can be like that, but it's not empathetic. You can't say that's empathetic. That is the exact opposite of empathy. Because if you were empathetic, you would know how a normal person translates some of the shit that's being said. You would know how a normal person functions in a conversation.
I think that Mrgirl has given an example of what he thinks empathy means, and I'm pretty sure it matches up pretty well with the dictionary, which is when you imagine what another person is feeling.
Okay, hold on. No, okay. Imagining what another person is feeling, but there's there's subtext to that. It's imagine what they're feeling and you're correct. It's not,
and you're confident about it. Yeah.
No, not confident about it. Not when you're projecting about it, because he's very confident about imagining what other people's feeling. But it's about you being correct or not. And oftentimes it seems like he's not, or at least people say that he's not, and he'll bully them and make them cry and break down on stream until they like say, oh, maybe you were right. Which I guess is
how many people are crying and breaking down on stream?
For Max's stream?
Yeah.
Lav did, that one sex worker girl did. How many other people had like breakdowns or were crying on his stream where he's just staring awkwardly?
I think that's it.
His girlfriend
Stardust, right?
did it.
Girl.
Stardust had it happen, I think. I think I said Shaylin and Stardust, right? Did Cherry do it? I'm not sure Cherry did or not.
Shaylin's never done it on stream, just curated videos.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that's obviously something he wanted the audience to see if it was in a video that was recorded ahead of time and then edited.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying that he's made a lot of people cry before when he's talking to them. It's a pretty rare experience when I'm talking to somebody that I make them cry, but maybe I'm just not like the master empath, I guess.
Well, good God, I hope all the people that have cried when they talk to me aren't because I made them cry. I hope it's because they just had emotions and they cried.
Yeah, but when you're intentionally like goading those emotions out and you're fishing for them, it's a little bit of a different vibe.
Okay. Sure. I think that some people are going to have a very hard time talking to Mrgirl.
No, not some people. Most people. Be honest. It's most people, right? I'm pretty sure he got thrown out of school. I think his dad disowned him, or at least the things he was saying. I think that a lot of people had issues with the articles that he'd written in his paper. A lot of people had a lot of issues with the stuff that he posted on Reddit relating to women and feminism and rape. A lot of people have, like, it's most people in his life, real and online. Don't say some, it's most.
I don't know. I can say that there is a not super small amount. I don't know how many people, but okay. If you read the newspaper stuff, I think that people are upset about that are just fucking crying, to be honest.
Sure, you can think that, but I want you to be aware that like a lot of the statements that you're saying right now, you are carrying water for him. Okay, you are saying stuff that's just not true. You're either, the problem is that I think you're being honest with me. I don't think you're lying to me. I think you're lying to yourself, and I can't help you point that out. But like when you're saying things like, oh no, like most people can understand what he's saying, or like most people are just mad because like that's obviously that's not true. Like we can just look at the record. Like we can very clearly see that like these are statements that are just not true. But you're free to think whatever you want. It's all good.
Okay, so I can agree that most content creators have a hard time talking to.
Should we just watch the actual Mrgirl interview with the people? Because I'm not sure this is going to be super relevant to the thing. I'm not sure because I mean, it is obviously the part of the questions that they're going to ask, but the result will be seen.
Yes.
Yes. Here, I'm gonna do a poll. I gotta go to the bathroom. There you go. Poll has started. Should we just go to the interview? Here it is. Yes or no? Vote. I feel like there isn't much to be said. I feel like it's really just kind of sycophant behavior here. I'm curious to see how these people that say that they're not as biased, are you still gonna talk to Mrgirl, like in general? I mean, yeah, it depends on shit. Yeah, sure. I think it just depends on what it is. Sure. What interview? The interview with Mrgirl that they have. I'm going to be right back, though. I have to go to the bathroom. That's a lot of yes. All right, let's move on. Where is it? Is it on Twitter or whatever? It's on Twitter, right? Should we? I'm assuming we shouldn't watch Destiny. Watch it. Let's watch the Twitter thing. Oh, hold on. The interview doesn't really give new info. Well, I want to see how they behaved at the very least. Oh, no, it's not this one, right? Is it? Is this one?
Franklin knows who the fuck I am, bitch.
Way, Stephen, do you like attract people who are dangerous or just who like say crazy shit that
So that's fair.
It's an investigative journalistic piece. So I think investigation is a good word.
They gave a terrible performance.
Okay. A lot of
Does
my
somebody
questions
have the actual video? I don't necessarily want to watch it with Destiny.
are going to be hammering out exactly what it is and what your ethical boundaries are and what your efficacy is. And I think you've been irresponsible with how you've
been hitting the Benjamin.
Described
I'm
your
so sorry,
actions
guys.
here.
I can't.
I think that you've in saying, oh well, you could do the same to me, when people aren't clear exactly what you're
why do we
doing.
keep
I think you're
loading
emboldening
girders?
Malicious behavior and encouraging, and people are seeing what you're doing as potentially malicious because they don't even understand exactly what you're doing. I want you to have an opportunity to either prove them right that you are being malicious or make a distinction and make some clear lines in the sand and define exactly what you're doing. So I have a lot of questions regarding that.
I'm so stupid.
Okay. So do you agree or disagree with the following statement? And I don't have a lot of questions like this. Anyone can be made to look like a monster with enough access to personal information and digging.
Agreed.
Eldrazi has a YouTube channel with the full VOD on it.
Yeah.
But many people have been referring to it as an investigation, and I believe you yourself referred to it as an investigation. Would you say that's fair?
It's an investigative journalistic piece.
Why not just have them all up at the same time?
So I think
Okay.
investigation is a good word, yeah.
Okay. A lot of my questions are going to be hammering out
You
exactly
need to balance audio here.
what it is and what your ethical boundaries are, and
How much for you to sing "Sweet Yams" by Fetty Wap?
what your efficacy
You should
is.
watch Mrgirl's Rumble VOD. It's better. I don't know how to access that. Somebody give me the link to it.
And I think you've been irresponsible with how you've described your actions here. Like, I think that you've in saying, "Oh, well, you could do the same to
somebody
me."
linked it to me. DGen linked it to me in Twitch offline chat. I apologize.
I just went live as well.
Okay. Can you turn on your camera?
Eventually, I came to feel that the system was abusive and unfair to the orbiters.
There's no.
I left as a result.
Fast
I
forward.
then was told some things and realized some things and learned things about Destiny. Steven is his real name. That made me think that he
I don't
is
know the lyrics, so I
even
can't.
more abusive than I thought. And I started researching for an article.
Watching with Destiny makes it 3,000% or 3,000. I'm assuming times more interesting. What makes it more interesting?
That I'm writing about him, and a lot of people in his community and he himself are very upset that I am doing this. And I guess now you guys want to ask me questions about the process of me doing that, right?
Yep. First of all,
that's not all that we want to ask you about, but that is partially.
Yeah, there's some other stuff.
Okay, and there's some other stuff. Okay.
Okay. Are introductions out of the way? Because I'm ready to jump in.
I think so.
Okay. First of all, just off the bat, you described it as research for an article. Research for an article.
Yeah.
But many people have been referring to it as an investigation, and I believe you yourself referred to it as an.
Why? What's entertaining about Destiny's POV more than anything?
Okay, good.
Hold up, let's skip around and just.
Called you a bitch.
It would lock you into his narrative, something along those lines. Do you think that your lack of empathetic attitude towards Destiny detracts from your overall mission of empathy?
Wait, how does he fast forward it? He has it fast forwarded. How do I do that?
Investigation.
Yeah.
Would you say that's fair?
It's an investigative journalistic piece. So I think investigation is a good word. Yeah.
Okay. A lot of my questions are going to be hammering out exactly what it is and what your ethical boundaries are, and what your efficacy is. And I think you've been irresponsible with how you've described your actions here. Like, I think that you've in saying, "Oh, well, you could do the same to me," when people aren't clear exactly what you're doing. I think you're emboldening malicious behavior and encouraging, and people are seeing what you're doing as potentially malicious because they don't even understand exactly what you're doing. I want you to have an opportunity to either prove them right that you are being malicious, or make a distinction and make some clear lines in the sand and define exactly what you're doing. So I have a lot of questions regarding that.
Okay.
Okay. So do you agree or disagree with the following statement? And I don't have a lot of questions like this. Okay. Anyone can be made to look like a monster with enough access to personal information and digging.
Agreed.
Okay, good. Can you differentiate between what you're doing and stalking?
I think stalking is when you obsessively want access to someone, and despite being told no, repeatedly try to gain that access.
Isn't that exactly what he's doing?
And how are you not doing that?
I had access to Stephen, and I stopped working with. I'm doing the opposite of that. I have left working with him, and
Wait, you're trying to get access to his
between the two
personal
of us,
sexual
we've done enough things that our
relationships,
personal relationship is destroyed. So I have relinquished all access to Stephen.
Okay, but you're accessing people in his life. Or
Yeah,
that have been in his life.
not as a means to gain access to him though, or to talk to him. It's to write about him.
Okay, and that you would say is different than stalking.
I would say that's different from stalking. I think stalking is usually. Yeah.
Can I interject?
Sure.
I think the heart of the question is essentially that you're not that you're following Destiny around, but that you are
Volume could use
asking all of these people
adjustments?
about
No.
him because you have an obsession with him and his behavior, and that's what people are talking about when they say that you're stalking him.
Oh, I see.
True. Actually,
I have an obsession
good
with him.
addition. Correct.
You're certainly fixated on the subject.
I guess. I mean, I think that that's part of like writing an article about something, is you're fixated on it. I guess I reject the characterization of fixation and obsession. Like it's a project I'm doing. I'll do the project to the best of my ability, and then I'll do something else.
So you're
People say the
saying
same-
that it's possible to be fixated without it being stalking.
Do you think I was stalking Dr. K? Like, yeah, I watched a ton of his stuff. I tried to interview anybody who would talk to me. With Dr. K, nobody would respond to me. I tried to interview people around him with knowledge of his, what he did, so I could write about the ethics of his behavior, or make a video about it. I did that. And
Yeah, what's up, Elder
I
Drowsy?
don't feel. While this is more personal, as I'm counting myself among the victims, I don't agree with the characterization of me as fixated or obsessed.
Okay. This isn't the only question along these lines. I'm asking many questions about the ethics of what you're doing. So it's going to get very hammered out. And so I'm not trying to pin you as a stalker. I'm giving you opportunity to differentiate and try to explain where you are and how people see you, and try to.
I'll form my own opinions of what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
I just don't. Okay, that's fair. Can you differentiate between what?
Wait, can I just hammer in on that just a little bit more, because I don't want this to come across as softball questions from Mr. Girl Dick Riders. One of the differences between the Dr. K situation and the Destiny situation is that, and a lot of people would actually say that maybe you were harassing or you were obsessed with Dr. K, but one of the differences is that with Dr. K, you were kind of talking about just his personal work and what he was showing on stream, whereas with Destiny, you're going behind the scenes and contacting people, not only about his personal relationships, but his sexual relationships.
Good addition. Top left
and that
is
adds
winning.
another layer of intensity that makes it feel, to some people, like you're a stalker.
Good addition. Let's see the
Okay.
response.
Do you acknowledge how that could be problematic for some people and how they could think of you as a stalker because of that?
No, I don't. No, I don't acknowledge that. I think that if the investigation is about how he treats people interpersonally, then of course I'm going to ask people questions about how he treats them interpersonally.
Okay. Can you differentiate between what you're doing and making a hit piece like the one Sick made about Leah? Because that's a scary thing, and there's
A hit
definitely
piece?
similarities, and that's scary to people.
Can we do it from Destiny's POV? Peace and love. $20 money. Listen. Hey, listen. Money talks. So yeah, we'll do it.
Really try to gain that access.
Yep, $20. That's how it works.
Fixated on-
$20 changed the video. So yep.
I mean, I think that that's part of like writing an article about something is you're fixated on it. I guess I reject the
The gay agenda. Thank you for the $20.
characterization of fixation and obsession. Like it's a project I'm doing.
Okay, let me get to the right spot.
So it's going to get very hammered out. This isn't the only question along these lines.
I'm counting myself among the victims. I did that with knowledge of Dr. K.
There's gonna be
respond to me.
meme shit.
I tried to make a video about it. I did that, and then
oh my bad.
I don't agree with the characterization of me as fixated or obsessed.
Okay.
My bad. I fucked that up.
And the Destiny situation layer up because of that.
Into
Scary thing, and there's definitely similarities, and that's scary to people.
Here we go.
the similarities being that I am gathering information and then I'm going to present it as a criticism of this person.
Yes.
Leia is loud, by the way. Name change.
I think one would be maliciousness.
Wait,
Steven
that was
has-
a hit piece? Wait, they're talking about Lav? Hey, tier 2. Thank you. Thank you, Crow. Tier 2, right? Yeah, tier 2. Thank you, Crow. I appreciate that, buddy. Move cam? Oh, you're right. I have to move my cam again. Thank you as well. Appreciate that. Like the stream? True. Like the stream. Put a like on the damn stream. We're trying to get to the bottom of this shit. I want to, so for this, I'm going to try to give my input on like what the interviewer's questions are. Top left stays winning. I believe that's Benny. I knew they were funny and I liked them for a reason. Benny is a funny person, but they seem to be giving good questions so far. I'm going to try and give responses where I think the questions are lackluster.
Self just said on stream an hour ago that he doesn't think I'm being malicious.
Oh, he's watching me too.
Or vindictive. That he thinks that I believe that I'm on a holy crusade. I haven't watched the hit piece on Lav, but I suspect that it does not come across as a act of good that Sick believed he was doing. A certain level of
I genuinely think that hit piece was pretty well done. I think it would behoove Mrgirl to watch that to understand proper evidence gathering and to understand what kind of evidence you need to substantiate a claim. Because I gotta tell you, if anything, there was maybe too much information inside of that video. And we all know when you're making a claim as heavy as somebody lying about sexual misconduct or something, you can never really have too much evidence. But goddamn, there was a lot of evidence.
professionalism and decorum.
This is Benny, by the way. You're Benny? Benjamin as you?
Like I'm not
like reaching out and saying, by the way, I'm an abuse
Steven
victim.
has said also that I know secrets about him that I have not divulged and will not divulge because I'm not trying to smear him or make him look bad. I'm not trying to throw
The
everything.
problem with Destiny's POV is that he's kind of dismissive. Most people probably want you to watch his POV just because they're Destiny sycophants and are in love with him. I'd rather hear your input. I mean, I'm still going to be able to hear your everybody talk, right? It's not like he skips over shit.
It's not really about him. It's about
fuck, we can fast forward now too. Thank God.
how his behavior has affected the people around him. It's not really about trying to like pick him apart and expose him or something. It's about.
Did you make? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I would say that the focus is about
who is Bellini?
Trying to lay out whether this is an abusive system that he has created
That's
and
what I
that he
wanna
is
know.
running, and how he has treated people within that system. And
Did
so
you make an
there's
alt account? Oh, sorry.
going to be some overlap for sure, and characterizations, ways you could characterize those two things. I suspect that what I end up writing may well make Steven look bad, but that's not the point. I don't hate him. I'm not trying to hurt him.
Okay.
I'm trying to do the right thing.
Can you understand how, first thing I said was I think that you're emboldening people to act maliciously when you're not making that distinction, though? Because if you don't make that distinction very clear, then people's takeaway is that it's an inappropriate behavior to start investigating someone, digging up dirt. I think you really need to nail down, I think it would be irresponsible for you to not nail down exactly.
I think you said this multiple times.
No, I think it's I don't agree. I think it's totally fine to investigate anybody that you think is behaving improperly.
Yeah,
I think
being
it's
sexually
anything like that.
abusive.
Especially if everybody involved is a public figure,
Bring in
and
the sex
especially if you're doing
part.
it
Yeah,
privately. Like I'm not
That's not necessarily.
Wait, he doing it privately? Hold on, did we ever figure out the context for the Eris messages? It wasn't public, right? Or did somebody, was that not correct?
A full answer to my question, or a full response to what I was actually saying.
That I'm emboldening people to dig up dirt on each other?
No, yes, because what you just said was you think if someone's acting irresponsibly or something, then you should be able to investigate. If you think someone's doing something bad, you should be able to investigate that.
Yeah.
Which I think you should. Here's a good place where you could distinguish. You think someone is a bad person, and then you dig up anything on them, just anything. So you have an
He's just going to say that he found something, and of course that's why he's researching.
You need to define those boundaries of your objective and and how you can justify how.
I think the ethical question would be in how I present the information, not how I, not who I ask about it.
Oof, that's not
all
really.
the people I've reached out to
There's an
are
ethical way that you could get the info.
Yeah, I would say what matters more. I would say what matters more is how you get the information, because this was an ethical concern for me. Was when the document comes out, the problem is no matter what it says, it is going to be blighted with the fact that there was unethical practices in gathering the information. So no matter what it says, the evidence gets called into question on the merits because the merits are so shaky, because there was, of what we see, there is clear priming going on with these people going into it.
Well, sure, but I don't think. I guess
I'm
people
really
are
curious
saying.
about is like what exactly.
Is it time for
if you have specific
new
ones,
question. Okay.
No, same question. Do you what exactly are the limits that you've put for yourself?
What were you talking about? An alt account?
Yeah. Did you?
No. Wait, hold on.
All right. I will leave.
Oh no.
If you do things like bring up, do you have an alt account? Oh, never mind. That's not my question right now. I will leave. I swear to fucking God.
Wait.
I will self-destruct.
Wait, no. I need to.
I think Benny's trying to moderate. If we can let Benny moderate.
Sure.
Will was trying to ask a question about the alt account, but you weren't finished saying what you were saying.
I know
you
that.
can't now make him talk about something. He wants to talk about something else. If he wants to.
We need to know that. Once you say the words alt account, that's next for me.
Yeah,
I will not talk about anything else.
That's fair.
I want to just. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So I was just curious. Like I saw there was like
about the alt account right now.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So I just saw that there was like a weird rumor on Destiny subreddit that like maybe you made an alt account or you used an alt account to contact Brittany Simon. Did you do that?
It was an already existing
account. I used an alternate Twitter account to DM Brittany Simon because she blocked my main account. Yeah.
Do you feel like that might be
Oh God.
overstepping your boundaries when it comes to like trying to investigate, since she did
No.
your primary account?
Say no.
Block it.
Yeah.
No.
He's investigating sexual abuse.
What exactly would you define as a boundary with which that you would not cross?
There are
in
no
this
boundaries.
investigation?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Yes, big.
I would like.
Continue.
Well,
Can I
hold on,
continue?
hold
I
on.
have questions along those lines.
He's like the Punisher, but the
I have
Twitter
a lot
version.
along those lines. Okay. What steps?
God damn it, man.
What steps can you take to ensure that you're handling contact?
You're just gonna let him slip by with that one?
Does that not constitute harassment? Yeah, it does. It really does. It really does. When somebody blocks you, that is a clear sign to you. Stop talking to me. I want no engagement with you. And so subverting that to try and talk to somebody is like level 1. I'll admit it. It's not deep, but it's level 1 harassment. Yeah, 100%. Somebody, you walk up, you try and talk to somebody, they're like, no, I don't want to talk to you. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. And then they like walk away from you. You fucking running back over to them to try and talk to them. Yeah, that's harassment, bro. Like,
I don't tell people who I've talked to. Nobody knows who I've talked to.
Mm-hmm.
Like glazing, true.
What do you mean? I don't understand the question. What's steps?
Oh yeah. Just what are some, like, that was a good example of a rule you've got for yourself.
Yeah, protect my sources.
Protect your sources.
Yeah.
Are you giving everybody an opportunity to be off the record or on the record? I've noticed that in some
Mostly he
cases.
offers off the record.
Is that something that's across the board?
Does everybody have the opportunity to be off the record?
Yeah, with you.
His default proposition is usually off the record. That's what he says initially.
Almost everybody. Yeah.
Could you give an example of a reason why that would not be the case?
No. I wouldn't trick them. I would say I would say anything you say to me is going to be on the record.
Based.
I'm not. There are some people I'm
Like
probably not
gotcha.
willing to have an off the record conversation with. For the most part, everybody has an opportunity to be off the record. Yeah.
Okay, but you will tell them. Okay. Would you ever leak information that is defamatory and makes Destiny look bad but doesn't support your accusations of abuse? Or are you willing to dig up any dirt you can find?
Oh, he's gonna say no to this. That's the easiest give me in the world.
Okay. That's like an example of what I was saying. That's a line in the sand that I think needs to be made clear. Is any lie?
But again, do we agree that Destiny just said on stream that he doesn't think I'm out to hurt him? Like, he just said that to you.
I didn't say out to hurt me. I just said it wasn't
He
spite.
doesn't think that you're intentionally trying to hurt him. He doesn't
Okay,
think you're
so
intending
I'm
to
just
hurt him.
I'm just confused. I don't think I'm intentionally trying to hurt him, and he doesn't think I'm intentionally trying to hurt him.
Other people
So
do.
I'm,
I think
I'm confused.
a lot of
So
people do.
a lot of people might think that. I just want to point out that the two people probably most concerned with it both agree. The adversaries in the situation both agree that I am not intentionally trying to hurt him, and that if I were, I'd probably be behaving pretty differently. He gave a bunch of examples of what I would do if I were trying to harm him, right? I'm not doing any of those things.
Right. Sure. You also both agree that you might hurt him in the process.
I think it's
of course, but that's
extremely likely that I don't think it's going to help him. I think if I'm writing an article about how I personally think he's abusive, right, based on his interactions with me and the people I've seen.
True.
So an essay about how I think he's abusive, even if no one else joined me in this effort, of course, would either, it could be construed as hurting him. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Can I ask? Can I say something on these lines? Is that okay, Benny?
Yeah.
Moderator. Oh, Benny's muted. I guess so.
I said yeah.
A lot of people, I've
Asking
even
a lot of
said,
stupid
pointed out
fucking
things that
questions.
Destiny has said to your credit. They don't accept it. And if the purpose of this is to show that broader communities.
I want the Ahrel take, not the Ahrel take of the Destiny version of the video. Well, he's not modifying the video, no? Unless you don't trust me to be unbiased with Destiny on the screen, which is fine if you think that's the case. But if you don't trust me to be unbiased with Destiny on the screen, there's not really a difference. It's not like he's altered the original content.
What you're saying about these things, if we have what Destiny's saying and what you're saying on it, and we kind of hammer it, it's to get the information out there. It's not just for us. Like, I think we understand what you're saying and what Destiny is saying. If it's the same, it matches. There's a lot of people that are going to push this narrative that that's not the case.
I'm pushing back against the narrative by pointing out that the person that you're supposedly trying to protect doesn't even think this is happening.
It's not them trying to protect me. That's just them, their feelings on things.
Okay, that's just confusing. Is any lie that you catch in this investigation fair game? What is fair game?
Is any lie fair game for what?
In your investigation.
To write about?
Yes.
I'm not. The investigation is not an investigation of just people lying about stuff. It's the question is Stephen abusive? Is Stephen abusing his power?
Right, and all information going towards the article is going to be pertinent to that.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question, if possible, towards those lines.
Wait, fuck, hold on, I'm so sorry. What is this?
Niggas better. Niggas really know. Nigga,
Oh, we already watched this.
Damn, bitch. Who you calling a bitch?
A full the fight.
Damn, bitch. Who you calling a bitch? I'm calling you a bitch.
That you know that he's coming for you. How many? He's got like a full second to like respond, and he hands because it's obvious what's happening here. What are you talking about? Fuck, I'm sorry. Next time, ask me in advance, and we can bet money on this, dude. This is like this is the most.
Okay, all right.
Name or something that backs it up, or
I think that's why people didn't want me to watch the Destiny version.
Wait until I'm done. Wait until I'm done.
He thought he was a bitch.
Drew! Wait until I'm done. Benny?
Sure.
The overarching benefit to the Destiny version is the fast forward speed. True. I'm at 1.5x and it feels so fucking good, baby.
Okay. If you
yes, obviously the scope might expand, but if the question is, am I going to take inconsequential things that are not relevant just to try to pepper in other little like bad things to make things look bad? No, but it's the same question.
Oh, wait. He's fast forwarded now. We're fast forwarding a fast forward.
Asking me, am I out to get Stephen? No.
Yeah. Okay. So, my next question: if you somehow found evidence that Destiny lied, okay, this will put that to the test. If you somehow found evidence that Destiny lied on his taxes last year, would you add that to the pool of your findings?
No.
No. Okay.
Thank God. That was the thing I was worried about.
I was about to say, holy shit.
I don't care I don't care if Destiny cheats on his taxes.
Okay. It would have to be more serious than that somehow.
It's just not. I'm just not an IRS investigator, right? Or I'm not writing for like Bloomberg or something. I'm writing a piece specifically about whether he is abusive. I think he's abusive. I think he emotionally abused me, and that's what I'm writing about. So
this is the quickest way to do this, right? I'm doing this the fastest way again.
$100,000 to charity every year. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
Okay. If someone who is watching you, a fan of yours or a viewer, is emboldened and doesn't understand what you're doing, and now has the impression that if they investigate someone and they try to dig up dirt on them, that's just good content, what would you say to that person?
If you're going to make a video or write an essay or create anything that is going to cause hardship and pain and anxiety for another human being, you need to do so ethically. You need to have a really good reason to do it. And making money, getting revenge, thinking it's funny, just shitting on people for fun, those are not good reasons. That's what I'd say.
Those are base reasons.
How does Destiny's power and influence contribute to the ethical validity of your investigation, or does it not matter and anyone is fair game?
To abuse power, you have to have power.
Okay. So if it was just one of us in this call, none of us have any power, but you.
Yeah, so the thing we know publicly that I've called sexual misconduct is sexting with Anna while smearing her publicly, right?
Ooh. Okay. So that is the only amount of sexual misconduct then that he feels like he's discovered so far? Is that what was an admission of? Uh-oh.
Hold up, let's go back over that. Let's see.
Just one of us in this call, none of us have any power. But you.
Yeah, so the thing we know publicly that I've called sexual misconduct is sexting with Anna while smearing her publicly, right?
Ooh. Okay. So that is the only amount of sexual misconduct then that he feels like he's discovered so far? Is that what that was an admission of? Uh-oh.
No, he said the thing that everybody knows publicly, right? I don't know why Destiny said that. I don't think that's what he said.
Made that claim. If one of you guys did that, the smearing and the effect of the smearing that on Anna, on all the women in the community, on setting, being a role model for other creators, it's just so much less destructive, and you have so much less an ability to do
publicly?
That. So
okay,
if I knew one of you were doing it,
he said publicly. So
I'd probably just talk to you about it, and I would ask you to correct the record. But yeah, the power and the
Destiny probably misheard him. Yeah.
extremely public nature of the behavior makes it so that I think a public accounting of what has occurred is necessary in order to try to not right the wrongs, but hold him accountable.
Okay. Had Destiny not gone public to preempt you, would it have been ethical to announce this investigation before its conclusion?
I don't think so. I wouldn't have done it. I don't know. I don't know if it would have been unethical. It sounds unethical. I probably would have shied away from it. Yeah, I don't know. It never occurred to me to announce the investigation until it was done anyway. So, but it doesn't sound. It sounds like the only reason to do that is to try to. Okay, the reason to do that would be to kind of plant a flag. I had a problem early on where people thought I was a spy working for Destiny. And
this is what I think Denims and Bad Bunny initially said. When he initially reached out to them, I think these are the two that said, I don't trust you. I think you're part of Destiny's community.
Him announcing my investigation fixed that, like, immediately, where people were like, okay, I see that you're genuine. Because, like, the first few people I reached out to, I'm you know, people don't know me. You know, people watch my content know me better, but even people who watch just Destiny's content, they don't understand me. So when you get a DM from me saying, like, I'm coming forward as an abuse victim of Destiny, they think, like, was this a skit? Or is this a joke? Is this a lie? Is he having some kind of, like, mental breakdown? Like, they don't understand what's happening. Or is he a spy? So...
is there anything wrong with Mrgirl making content this interrogation based on Destiny's abuse? No, I don't really think so. I think maybe I can be convinced of this because I'm not super strong on this position because the ethics of doing this publicly is very bizarre. I'm very much more of a handling shit in private kind of guy. But the Destiny is a public figure. They've had back and forths publicly. This specific interaction should be handled publicly so that way individuals can have on the record what he says in response to members of his community. So he's being held accountable by his members of his community. I guess the thing you could say is it's wrong for him to make money off of it, maybe, but it's his job. I'm not really concerned with that. But he is having a real tangible conversation that a lot of people want answers to. I want answers to it. There's some people in chat who want answers to some of these questions that he's going to be asked. So yeah. Listen, buddy, I want to support you and your fam while having a meme out for Reddit for later. So I would appreciate duet with Mr. 1738. Also, Abba and Preach dropped a video about him slapping Brittany to Preach if after this vid. Bruh, after this vid, it's going to be like 5 hours into this stream, bro. I don't know about that. I will definitely hit it next time if that's going to be something, but I don't sing, dude. So if you need me to refund that $20, let me know, but I don't sing.
It might be ethical if it's done for the purpose of letting
support,
potential victims know that they should come talk to me if they want to be part of this. He fulfilled that purpose for
Really, I run a sexual assault advocacy group IRL. We always tell folks who have the same perpetrator not to collude or communicate about their case as it could affect illegal measures they take. Really? Like with each other? About the story? Like, what do you mean collude?
for me, so I didn't have to think about it. But yeah, that's the only reason I could see why it would be okay to do that.
Okay. As far as data acquisition, and particularly online, where there is essentially no rules, and if you can find access to information, it's technically fair game. Doxing is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to that, is there any methods of investigation that you do not condone?
Well,
these are
I
such
don't
softball, dumb questions, like harassing or abusing people, or stalking or doxing people. Or...
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I condone. I think I had an ethical duty to Brittany Simon to allow her to give a quote or refuse to give a quote for this piece. I am going to be writing about the orbiters, and I think I have an ethical duty to every orbiter to say, hey, listen, I'm writing about this system, I'm writing about Destiny, and if you want to add your voice to what's happening or to this article, I'm giving you an opportunity to do so. It would feel wrong to me to tell the story, even just my story, which involves all these people, to tell that story without giving them a chance to do that. So that's why I did that. But no, I don't think anything is fair game as far as ethics goes. No.
Like if you had the opportunity to tap someone's phone, that would not be okay,
absolutely
right?
not. Absolutely not.
Okay. I know you were going to say absolutely not, but I think that's important for you to say.
Oh, sure. Yes, I would not tap somebody's phone or hack somebody's email or anything else.
I would.
Okay.
And I do.
Would I create an alt account?
Yeah.
To trick people
for investigative purposes?
There's a couple reasons I would create an alt.
How about this? Would you lie to somebody when you're asking them questions about things you've already uncovered? That's a big one.
Wait, hold on. I want to know, what are the reasons that you would have for creating alt accounts specifically? Like, elucidate them for us.
Like if I wanted to be in Destiny's Discord server, which I'm banned from. If I wanted to DM Brittany Simon again, I would need to create another alt.
Is it obfuscating your investigation to ban you from communities that people don't want you to be a part of?
Yes.
If they're banning me because they don't want me to investigate, then yes. If they're banning me because they don't like me, then no. That's just a side effect of banning me.
How do you tell the difference between the two?
I don't.
Do your alt accounts have your name clearly attached to them? Or are they anonymous?
I don't have any alt accounts.
Only the one you messaged Brittany Simon with?
Oh yeah, I didn't create that account for that purpose. You know what? I have not created any alt accounts that don't have my name in them, but I might. I haven't done it yet though.
Has he ever specifically said what the abuse was? That I privately he's made weirder claims. Publicly he says that I was like that I had a sexual relationship with Anna while her reputation in my community was still really bad. That was like sexually abusive.
Do you agree that his fear is reasonable?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Would you?
I know more about Destiny than you do. So there's no way for me to answer these questions and have my answers have the same meaning that they would if we're operating from the same knowledge set.
Wow.
Based. Okay. If you could not scare him, would you prefer to not scare him?
No.
Yes, I don't want to scare him.
Oh, lame.
I don't want to cause him emotional distress. Period. Because I still care about his well-being, but at the same time, I also the way he's reacting to being scared is directing quite a lot of harassment at me, intentionally or not. He smeared me as like a rapist, mind-controlling abuser. He said yesterday that he thinks I'm going to try to contact his kid. Like he's really going all out with the attacks, which sucks. So
to be perfectly honest, it literally would not surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if he tried to contact his ex-wife as well. Like genuinely, if somebody said, here are logs of Mrgirl contacting Destiny's ex-wife, and the only way that you would be allowed to see them is if you give me your honest opinion as to whether or not he actually did that, I'd be like, yeah, I could see him doing it. Yeah, I think he did it, and I would see it.
For self-preservation, I wouldn't want to scare him now.
So are you saying that there is a level of care that you are taking in your investigation on behalf of Destiny?
No.
As much as is possible given the circumstances that I'm trying to expose his bad behavior, but that is out of a duty of care to the people he's hurt.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm not trying to hurt Destiny.
Okay.
I'm trying not to hurt Destiny, I would even say, but I don't want to be complicit in the system of abuse that I feel like I'm complicit in. So I understand that I am hurting Destiny, but that's not my intention.
Okay, and you don't relish that?
It would make sense if he reaches out to the ex if she was ever part of the stream, not his kid though. Well, we already established that he's willing to reach out to people who weren't publicly involved with that, Steven. I don't know if they've been on his stream publicly or whatever, but Destiny had confided with Mrgirl about some private relationships he's had, and Mrgirl had no issue reaching out to those people by the sounds of it.
No.
Obviously, all right. Yeah.
No.
You mentioned that for you to empathize with Destiny while investigating would prevent you from doing the investigation because it would lock you into his narrative.
All of this nonsense over a temporary ban from a fucking subreddit. Jesus Christ. Skeptical. Couldn't have said it better myself. Could not have said it better myself.
Something along those lines. Do you think that your lack of empathetic attitude towards Destiny detracts from your overall mission of empathy?
Wait, he said what? Hold on.
Thought about Destiny's accusal that you're messaging people he's only told you about in private. That is not true.
Ooh.
The source. There's only one thing Steven told me about in private, and he didn't confide in me. I already knew. I DM'd him and said, hey, I already know about this. You want to talk about it? And he said, yeah. So Steven's never confided. We talked about it, but he's never confided in me. Been like, hey, there's something I want to tell you specifically. I'll tell him about this. But I told him, I've said, let's go right now. I haven't. I won't.
That's the first time I've ever heard him tell a bold-faced lie. I don't know why he would lie about that. I don't understand, actually. But, okay. Interesting.
Or decreases the empathy of your audience?
I don't think so. I think...
All right, it's Destiny's word versus Mrgirl's.
Stand up to somebody. You have to be able to look at the situation through a lens that is not empathetic towards them. That doesn't mean it should
I
be your only lens.
genuinely thought that Mrgirl owned up to that. I thought he owned up to that claim, so it's my bad. Yeah, I thought that Mrgirl was like, yeah, I did message people with this information because of their relationship to him. So with that being in question, it's just simply a character assessment. Obviously, I think there's somebody that's shown greater content of character in this so far, but I'm not going to assume it's true without seeing the evidence. I thought he had already owned up to it. My bad.
And you shouldn't forget that they're a person. But if you think someone's abusive, overly identifying with them and their feelings and who they are underneath. In Destiny's case, like the guard, like I've talked about how he has like a mushy chocolate center
Destiny
before,
showed
right?
the Hafu email, but that's not what Destiny was referring to, right? Destiny hasn't confirmed or denied a sexual relationship with Hafu. The claim is that Mrgirl is using private information that Destiny gave to him prior to any explosion of the relationship about sexual relationships Destiny has had with people that are not public, and that Mrgirl has used that private information to reach out to those women and are saying that everybody in public knows that you and Destiny fucked. And that's how I knew about your relationship. So now that I know, were you abused by him?
And how I see that and I feel that and I care about him and I love him and all that stuff. An over-identification with that can lead you to not stand up for yourself. Where anytime somebody does something bad to you, you're like, well, yeah, but I see the beauty in this person. I see their vulnerability. I see why they did that. So I think in order to protect yourself, I think it's important to be able to look at them.
That's such a weird answer. Like, I have to dehumanize somebody to investigate them.
You or how they're affecting other people around them. I think that means I'm being unempathetic overall. But looking through other people's eyes is a thing you should also be able to turn off if you need to assess whether you're being treated well, especially by somebody with more power than you.
Okay. You suggested that you need someone else to take your conclusions and then apply empathy to them. And consider Destiny's experience of the actions you consider abusive. Do you think that's an accurate read of what you've suggested?
Sorry, you're saying I said that someone else should take my conclusions and apply empathy to them?
What?
Yes.
Trib?
Maybe you didn't say that. That was my read of what you said.
Okay. For what purpose? Just to be like, that somebody should care about Destiny and all this?
I believe a synthesis is necessary to paint a narrative that understands what's actually going on. You can't understand the abuse if you don't. If it truly was abuse, you couldn't understand it unless you're understanding Destiny, and you can't understand Destiny without empathizing with him. So
I don't think that's true.
What are these
I
questions?
think it depends on what level of understanding you're talking about. I don't think anybody, like Harvey Weinstein, I don't think anybody's written a thorough accounting of Harvey Weinstein's psychology and what makes him do what he does. It would be interesting to read. Maybe somebody should do that. But I don't think if the original article is like, we're going to hold this man to account because of his abuses of power, I don't think it's appropriate for that article. However, since I have had a friendship with Destiny along with the professional relationship, I probably will talk more at least about my experience of him as like a person. But no, I think if you're holding somebody to account for abusive behavior, I don't think in that holding to account it is necessary to delve into why they did what they did.
I think that is very helpful for preventing.
It definitely depends on what it is. And I think we've seen many different stories, and I love talking about this story as much as I do. But there's a story by a woman who felt sexually victimized by a Dota 2 commentator. It's an interesting story because it shows how complex these situations could be. Long story short, there was a woman who was a cosplayer, and they felt sexually victimized by a Dota 2 commentator because they saw that Dota 2 commentator had a lot of power, a lot of influence inside of the industry. They were flirting, they hit it off or whatever, and they started dating. And from the commentator's point of view, it was just a good relationship. Things were going well. They were, having a good time. But from the cosplayer's point of view, they felt trapped inside of the relationship because the commentator had too much power, right? Because if they broke up with them, they felt like they might be blackballed from the industry. They might lose their career. Makes sense. However, if that individual who wrote that twit longer saw it from the commentator's point of view, they just had a girl that was interested in them. God forbid. And they were in a relationship with them and they were having fun and things were going great. Because they said explicitly, the cosplayer said explicitly in their twit longer that they made no attempt to communicate these issues to the commentator. So the commentator was completely in the blind. They thought they were having a good relationship with this person and whatever. And any attempt to kind of view it from their perspective would have resolved the problem pretty swiftly. But anyway, the tweet longer was made public, and yeah, it's very interesting. She just wanted a pie of the drama. She also said, so after the I didn't knew rape was so easy. Wait, were you talking about the same story? Literally every housewife has this kind of power dynamic issue. That is true. Well,
in the future, other people's actions for people to learn what not to do.
Can I ask one similar, related?
Yeah.
Do you think, Max, do you think that someone making a rape accusation and then hinting at evidence and
Rich Campbell? No, it's Zyuri, Dota 2. Yeah, it's about Zyuri. Okay. She wanted a pie of the drama. She also said so after the I didn't. She also said so after the I didn't know rape was so easy. Wait, did she say he was a rapist too? Fuck. Maybe I need to go over that story.
giving it would be bad for the rape victims, given it would hurt the accuser's credibility?
I need to go back over that.
Do you think it's bad for the rape victims to accuse somebody of rape, but then not provide evidence? No.
Why?
No.
So the answer should be no, unless there is, yes, unless there. Fuck, I forgot what the exact question was. It is bad to present a rape accusation with no evidence unless there is no evidence to present. There.
Because I reject the notion that my credibility is harmed by doing due diligence and presenting my evidence for whatever claims I might make. And I don't think I've made any claims that are not reliant on publicly available information. I reject the idea that somebody else can make a claim. Like, why don't you just fucking talk about the real situation that we're talking about? I feel like you're making an analogy, but you're also talking about me. Is that true?
I think that everybody's softballing you questions. I kind of just want to ask you one that's a little harder.
Well, can you make it hard because it holds my feet to the fire, not because it's sneaky or confusing?
Regardless of whether or not the question is sneaky and confusing, I mean, I just want an honest answer to it.
I don't know what I'm answering. I reject the characterization of me as having done that, but in your hypothetical.
I think you're hurting the credibility of the accusers by just coming forward without any kind of evidence at all. And you don't even have any, you haven't even announced any of the accusers. But basically, like, your two people you've come forward so far has been Lav and Anna. And both of these people are mentally deranged.
Oh my god.
In my opinion. Like, just the idea that you would even remotely accept their credibility.
Don't you ever talk about my daughter that way. Don't you ever.
That is so cringe that he says that. I'm sorry. I'm sure I hope it's a joke, but it is really cringe. Sorry, not really cringe. It's super bad. It is wrong to do this.
Wait, why is it?
Talk about my daughter that way.
Oh, I think it's trying to times 2 it. Hold on. It won't reset to 1.0.
I reject the characterization of me as having done that, but in your hypothetical,
I think that you're hurting the credibility of the accusers by just coming forward without any kind of evidence at all, and you don't.
What is wrong with calling somebody your daughter in this situation? It's super parasocial. It's like, or sorry, not parasocial. Excuse me. It's setting up a very manipulative situation. We shouldn't be calling other people our daughters and our kids. The shit is weird, bro. You're an entirely separate person. It feels very cult-like to do that.
You don't even have any, you haven't even announced any of the accusers.
I thought you were saying Will was bad? No. I'm saying calling Lav, or I'm assuming it's Lav between Lav and Anna, your daughter is fucking cringe. Bad.
Basically, like your two.
It's a very bad thing to do.
People you've come forward so far has been Lav and Anna. And both of these people are mentally deranged, in my opinion. It's like just the idea that you would even remotely accept their credibility.
Don't you ever talk about my daughter that way. Don't you
your daughter,
ever,
you parasocial fuck.
ever talk about my daughter that way. Benny, no family insults, Benny. No family insults.
Oh my
you keep this man away from my goddamn family.
Live is not actually your daughter.
In the Chud interview, Shaylin said they adopted her. Yeah, that's fucking cringe. Right? They literally found somebody with mommy and daddy issues, and then we're like, yeah, you're like our kid now. It's very manipulative. Very, very manipulative. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I think.
That's not gonna.
By the way, I'm not saying that. They said that. That's literally what Lav said. Okay? Those are Lav's words, not mine. I'm not trying to say that they have. Well, first of all, I can say that because they legitimately do. They've explained it in a way that. But they also said that they have issues like.
I definitely think that Will is being too inflammatory. I understand what you mean when you say people are.
Will is the embodiment of a quest statement. This is what I've been talking about.
Oh,
this ain't a quest,
up, question. You've been getting fucking easy as fuck ground ball quest statements from Smeth this entire time.
Oh,
these are fucking bullshit.
Do you have a question, or you just want to say that you think that I've hurt the credibility? Okay, you just said a bunch of shit that's not true. I haven't come forward with anything. I haven't said anything.
Yeah,
the only thing I've
Bring
said
up
is
his
that
tweets. Bring up his tweets.
the only things I've said. Well, Destiny forced me to say that. Do you agree with that?
No, he didn't. No.
Well,
Did not
Destiny
at all.
Destiny
it actually
said,
would have made, you would have looked so much better if you actually Sigma chatted your way through it and just didn't say anything.
Okay, do you agree that Destiny revealed that I am DMing people saying that I think he's abusive?
Well, if I wouldn't have, somebody else would have, because you're
Do
talking
you
to other
agree
people in the
that
background. Like,
for whatever reason, I decided it was prudent to then publicly own that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that I wouldn't have done that if he hadn't have done that?
what if somebody else would have?
No, but that doesn't matter because your action was still impulsive.
Sure.
So.
Okay. I came forward with the information that he was sexting Anna. That is the only, I think, the only factual claim I've made.
You've made claims that he's an abuser, and that specifically in his sexual relationships that he's abusive. I think
That's
what
I
Will is
don't think that's a
talking
factual claim. That's an interpretive claim. I'm saying I would like to just finish. I would just. I know. I would like to finish
Don't let
saying
him walk
that.
all over you like that, Benny. Don't let him walk all over that.
The only.
I'll let him say what he says, but I'm gonna still gonna ask my question when he's done saying.
Okay. The only factual claim I've made is that Destiny is still sexting Anna. That's what I said, right? That's the only thing that's objectively can be true or not true.
Okay.
Right.
The problem is.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I don't really. I feel like that's what he's trying to use that term for when he uses interpretive. What he means is that there is no way to be like, this is factually abuse. When we're talking about things, it's about your opinion of what abuse is and how it works. Because some people would say certain things aren't abuse and are abuse. And so I've interpreted them as two different claims. I can view how he interpreted them as two different claims. So I don't really see, I guess, a significant difference there.
Can I just walk you through? Okay. I don't want to get double teamed. I'm still responding to Will.
Yeah.
I disagree. Can you
respond to Will?
I would like you to elucidate through the interpretive claim.
Like he's saying one is a moral claim and another one is a factual claim.
That you think you've made that are different from your objective claims.
I said to Steven on stream, I think you're abusive to your orbiters.
Based.
Do you remember me saying that?
I do. It still stings.
Vaguely, because honestly,
I
think that
do you believe that that's the kind of thing that I might say?
Yeah, sounds about right.
I was talking to Sansal, I think, and Steven at the same time, and Steven said, what you're describing sounds abusive. And I owned it. I was like, yeah, you know what? I think it is abusive. He's the first person to use that word, I think, in this situation. And I was like, you know what? I do think, yes, I will own that. I think you're being abusive.
Ooh, yes. Burn sick.
That's an interpretation. That's not a... that needs to be backed up by argument, but I think Steven is openly abusive. I think he's abusive to people in front of you and abusive to me in front of you. And I will be explaining why I think that in my article.
I think that, I guess, if we're just going to use this absolutely dumb fuck language, I think that your interpretations when you're streaming and you're a public figure, they're just as powerful as your objective statements that you might make. So I would just be careful of the interpretive statements that you make.
Whether they're powerful or not powerful, that doesn't change the fact that it's not an objective claim that needs to be backed up by evidence. It's a claim of what I'm saying. He is openly...
It does need to be backed up by evidence because of the weight of the claim. I disagree with this. The weight of the claim affects as to whether or not you need evidence to prove the claim.
Abusive in front of you, and I'm going to explain how. It's like the same thing with Dr. K. I'm saying Dr. K harmed Byron. Dr. K was unethical towards Byron. People kept saying, like, where's the proof? I'm saying he's doing it in front of you. You just don't understand the dynamics of what's happening, and I'm going to make the case with a well thought out piece that explains how what's happening in front of you is bad. That's what I'm saying about Steven. If you combine that with secret sexting, I think it is sexually abusive. But again, this is happening in front of you. So I just want to clarify that when I made those claims, I'm making interpretive claims of like, I'm blowing the whistle. I think what he's doing is fucked up.
Based.
And I want to talk about it and explain why I think that, which is what I'm going to do. You also said that I recklessly and like made a bunch of claims and came out with a bunch of things. I mean, the claim that he's abusive, I made kind of organically in a conversation with him where he put a name to it, and I was like, yeah, I do think you're abusive. And then the sexual, sorry. I feel like you get what I'm going to say. No, go ahead. I'm just repeating myself.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're kind of being a bit of an anti-feminist infantilizing Anna like that? I mean, she theoretically should be able to make these kind of decisions on her own, right?
She can't. She's being abused by my power.
What's the stance on quest statements, Benny?
Oh, quest statement. Oh, he dropped one.
Panel, just answer
He
dropped
one.
As soon as I'm done with my questions, I'm going to
moderate. The quest statement. Oh my God.
I don't know what that is.
He hit him with the big hammer.
If you let me get through it.
My questions are harder than your questions.
No, your questions are full.
Benny, are you going to let him throw shade at you?
You're making statements and then you're putting a question mark at the end. Like a pussy. Just fucking say what you think.
Shitty.
Say what you think.
Yeah, I fucking did, and I asked a question afterwards. Okay, cool.
Yo, you said what you think in the form of a question to confuse him.
Yeah, you're trying
Pretty
to
sure we're
confuse.
supposed to be interrogating Mr. Girl and not each other. If we can,
well, you're super
save
blunt.
Drazi.
No,
Mr. Girl,
it's
Mr. Girl.
It's ear-splittingly crackly.
You know what? I think I would prefer Smith to get through all of his questions because I'm a bad moderator. Because
not that bad. You're just.
Well, I'm not doing anything because I have conflicting ideas. People have conflicting ideas on how the stream should run, and I don't really care how the stream gets run as long as it gets run in one type of way. So I'm gonna put my foot down and say Smith should get through his questions, and then other people can get to their questions after.
Ooh.
Okay.
Mr. Girl uses quest statements to refer to a question that are actually statements, such as "You are wrong, are you not?" I see.
Following my train that I was going down, I think this is a very important question. First, we were talking about empathy. Okay. If you are to find in your investigation information about Destiny that is very positive, so say you reach out to all these women and you learn some very good things about Destiny, will those good things be part of your article that you're writing, or will you leave those things out and only put the bad things?
I don't think there'll be a focus of the article, but I'm not gonna not say anything good about him.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, like I don't know. I don't.
You don't what?
I don't think there's a way to answer this. I can say that is not my intent. My intent is not to filter out all good things about him. Yeah, I can't really say more.
True.
Okay. I have a description of an event I recently heard about just randomly. Drama on Discord. I heard that in the Destiny Discord server, there was a splinter server that was created by some of the users. And in this server, they constructed lists of people in the Destiny server that they deemed problematic. They conducted their own investigations of the users unilaterally. Their list was then leaked. The list of problematic people was leaked. And it freaked a lot of people out. A lot of people on this list were made very uncomfortable. Some of the people, like the community kind of was like, okay, that makes sense. But then some of these people, they like, that doesn't make sense. And pinning these all people together, it was just a very uncomfortable situation for a lot of people. This person spearheading this was banned, and many involved in it were banned. I agree with them being banned. How do you feel? And how do you feel this scenario differs or is similar to your investigation?
Back to making lists.
I have no idea what they were investigating or why. So I don't think I can comment.
Is there a reason where you would say that it's justified then?
I don't know. I have no idea what happened. We're kind of running into the same problem with this conversation.
No, you can engage with this hypothetical. It's a very simple hypothetical.
Where
imagine these people were all posting CP. Would it be ethical for you to create a splinter server and then investigate, whether or not they're posting CP like consistently in malice, or if they got hacked or something? Would it be ethical to do that? It's an easily digestible hypothetical.
You don't know
whether or not it is ethical to create a splinter server and do an independent investigation unilaterally in that way.
You don't know my interpretations. You don't know what I'm writing. You don't know what sources I have. You don't know what information I have.
The asker wasn't clear at all. I think it was clear enough.
So we're operating from totally different perspectives where like Will can scoff at my use of the word abuse, but like we just have totally different perspectives. So it's so now for me to comment on like
you don't need to investigate CP. You call the FBI. You know the point. That's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is something bad. I pick CP because that's something everybody agrees is bad. That's what the discussion is about.
Like if I was like a guy got arrested, do you think that might have been overreach by the police, or do you think maybe he did something wrong? I'm like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what happened, so I can't answer your question.
Okay, no, the question is more similar to, there's a guy arrested by the police and then thrown in jail. Do you think it is an ethical system for there to be a group of people, individuals, citizens that can be put into a position of power where they can throw other people in jail? And the answer is yes. That is more similar to Smith's question, if you know at all what he was asking.
Well, the thing that I described is something that makes people uncomfortable. That scenario is just
being
something
investigated is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but especially by like a random group of people.
Being investigated by a random group of people is even more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yes. So if they're doing it to harass you or for no reason, then I think banning them is understandable.
Well, I'm sure that they thought that they were justified.
I have no idea what they thought because I don't know these people, or I have no idea what happened. So I don't want to comment on it, because if I comment on it and then it turns out that they had a really good reason, I'm going to say, well, shit, I probably shouldn't have said, yeah, I can see why you would ban them. If I comment on it and it turns out that they were just like harassing people, then it's like there's no reason for me to comment on it because I don't know anything about it. I don't get anything out of answering this question. It could only hurt me. So I really don't want to. And I don't know the answer.
No. These are easy softball questions, motherfucker.
Oh,
I think this one is
10 minutes. Come on.
Is deceptively.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's a weird question.
What?
Okay, I think it's important because what you're doing has optically looks like something that makes people freak out. Okay, so
okay, I think you're buying into the narrative that Destiny and his orbiters are peers, and that Destiny and I are peers. He's at the top of a power structure, so it'd be more like a group of people in a Discord server investigating.
Wait, just to be clear, he's not at the top of any power structure, like any. Not even at the top of the power structure of his own community, because he's beholden to Discord, Reddit, Twitch, YouTube. Well, not Twitch anymore. YouTube. Those are who he's. YouTube terminates him. Discord terminates him. Reddit terminates him. He's fucking cooked. What has he got? DGG? Most of his community doesn't even exist in DGG.
The admin for things that they thought that they did that were.
I literally signed his paycheck.
That's a very good distinction to make.
Okay, so I think one thing that keeps happening is the conversation keeps shifting, where everybody's confused, and I think this is pretty intentional on Destiny's part.
It is.
Everybody's confused about who has power over whom and how much. I'll tell you one thing I've discovered in my investigation is that Destiny has a great deal of power over the people around him. And I think he wields that power.
What?
Or irresponsible.
Wait, hold on. Nobody disagrees with the idea that he has power over a lot of the people he engages with, right? I hope Destiny isn't about to disagree with that. Because most of the people he engages with on a day-to-day basis are smaller than him.
Why does every motherfucker backstab me then? What the fuck? Bro, I wish I did. Here's what I'm gonna do. I hope when his piece comes out, it's got a lot of good info in it, because I'm gonna fucking do a 180 of every suggestion he has, because I need to lock these motherfuckers down better, okay? Because you motherfuckers are wildin'. If you're an orbiter, you're about to get way more abused, okay? Because you guys are wild.
And I think he gains that power.
So wait, he's disagreeing with the idea that he has significant power over orbiters? This must have been a slip. I don't know. That's a wild claim.
Power.
I feel like he literally has agreed with this earlier. So what did he think he was saying? Did I mishear?
Investigation is that Destiny has a great deal of power over the people around him. And I think he wields that power irresponsibly.
Why does every motherfucker backstab me then? What the fuck? Bro, I wish I did. Here's what I'm gonna do. I hope when his piece comes out, it's got a lot of good info in it, because I'm gonna fucking do a 180 of every suggestion he has, because I need to lock these motherfuckers down better, okay? Because you motherfuckers are wildin'. If you're an orbiter, you're about to get way more abused, okay? Because you guys are wild.
And I think he gains that power.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying here. I don't know what he's
irresponsibly.
Saying. A technicality, he's saying, if he has the power, why did they leave and shit talk after? I know he's saying that, but it's obvious that he has significant more power, right? It's an obvious thing. You can leave and shit talk somebody, even though you have less power. Like, even an example that I don't even think is apt, which is employee-employer, you can do that. As an employee, I can leave and fucking shit talk my employer. I can do that.
Okay, I have an actual easy question now, but I think it's important to.
Why not ask him what he means by that? How do I wield power irresponsibly?
Oh, he's talking about irresponsibly. Okay, that clears it a bit up.
True.
What would? That's not true. I thought you said that.
No, I think I've said I've lost a.
Okay, so what he heard there was that he wields a significant amount of power irresponsibly, not that he wields. I imagine if I DM Destiny or talk to him right now and be like, hey, look, do you hold a disproportionate amount of power? He'd be like, yeah.
Like a third of them.
Oh, I thought you said 2/3. Okay, regardless.
No.
What would you what would you want to tell those people? And what would you tell?
Just wait for the investigation to be over, guys. Trust me, believe in me.
What I tell people who canceled? You're brainwashed.
True. Based.
You're being brainwashed.
And the people who stayed?
It just
by me. I am the brainwasher.
The people who stayed, you're brainwashed, but by me.
People who no.
Hey, Giga Chad, yes.
Okay.
What if they just lost their job?
I think that Smeth's question was about the.
Oh no, okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay. How early did you be? Okay, this as far as time frame, how early did you begin your investigating and reaching out to people? In
After Lav told me what happened.
I began my investigation.
Lav, bring her up. It was
November 8th, I think. Was that the Monday? Whenever after I talked to Lav.
He's gonna try and fact check.
That's the day I streamed
Yes,
with Lav was the day I
Lav.
began the investigation.
I think he began on.
Oh, it's about having the ultimate power. If they can just leave, then how does he hold that power? He took it like a technical Andy. He'd agree there's power. There's a power dynamic. Oh yeah. Because I forgot that Mrgirl's framing of he's at the top of a power hierarchy, and that was why I brought up the Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, Discord hierarchy that he's nowhere near the top of, and so he used that earlier.
So, I have a couple of questions.
I don't know what fucking day.
That's when I was first alerted to it.
Before
that is
we
true.
nail down a date, let me look at my calendar.
It was the 8th. It was the 8th. It might have been the 7th, but I think it was the 8th.
It was.
I think it behooves you in the scenario to get it right.
Shut up.
It was November 7th.
Okay, it might have been the 7th, but at the very latest it was the 8th.
Okay. I just have a couple more questions that I got from other people that I think are very pertinent. Just a couple. One, I asked Destiny earlier, and his question to you.
Hey, gay agenda.
Why is he
Have
saying
you
it's my
lied
question?
or misrepresented facts in order to get people to speak to you?
No. There are 15 to 20 women, and we're going to hear from all of them.
No cell phone usage, please.
Thank you for Benny. True. Thank you for the tier 1 membership, gay agenda. I appreciate it.
Ooh.
No,
especially
I
after
haven't lied to
giving the
anybody or intentionally misrepresented anything to get anyone to speak to me. No.
That means 15
so if that
plus.
happened, are you saying that it was unintentional? If that did happen,
15 plus
Yes,
women.
I've not knowingly made false statements.
15
aka
plus.
lying to
I'm
anybody.
hyped for this.
I saw that he said that I did, but I don't know. I don't know why. I don't want to play fucking telephone. So
No, this is really easy if they follow this up. Man, I hope this happens. I don't think it does, but I hope this happens. This should be a really easy 1-2. Have you ever knowingly made false statements about have you knowingly made false statements about information that you have to try and convince individuals to come forward? No? Then you agree that, what was the number, 15 or 20 women have made claims about Destiny in a manner. You confirm that that is the case. And you'd have to confirm it. Well, in order for him to not be a liar, it'd have to be true. I'm not sure it's true, though.
Don't know. I'm not a liar. And if I say something that's not true, it's because I'm stupid, not because I'm lying.
Was it 20 plus?
Just to know, did you watch both talks with Elder Ozzy and Smith with Destiny?
No, but I was linked to clips.
No. I watched parts of them.
Close enough.
Other parts, people summarized for me. Shaylin gave me a quick pep talk. Shaylin is not pleased with you guys, by the way.
Why?
No.
I don't want to fuck. This is one of my favorite things that he does. It is so fucking amazingly effective. You take somebody who's probably like a mind-controlled abuse victim, and then you get them to work as like a microphone or megaphone for like the stuff that you want to say but can't. I love that he brought out Shaylin, who, by the way, up until a couple weeks ago, he's like, Shaylin's never going to be public. Shaylin's never coming out doing this. I don't want to expose her to this. But as soon as he could like wield her as a weapon in order to come out and like say like, oh, like Shaylin's the one that convinced me of this guy. It's like, I didn't even think he was an abuser until Shaylin said it. It's such an effective tool. That is a really smart thing. And like him doing this shit, like, oh, Shaylin convinced me of this. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Especially because she's traditionally viewed as like a victim, you know?
She thinks you're sucking up to Destiny. She said they're Destiny orbiters. They're not Mrgirl orbiters. They're sucking up to him, and it's fucking pathetic.
Wait, hold up.
Shaylin hates you.
Why are
if
you
you're in the
still
audience,
talking?
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Why are you still talking?
I want to get through Smith's questions.
I'm almost done.
And I need you to hurry it up because it's been an hour. If all 5 of us have an hour's worth of questions, we're gonna be here for a long time.
I have a question from the guy who wrote the hit piece against Leah. And his question is actually.
You should stop explaining your question before and afterward, because I think it's making it take a lot longer. That's just a suggestion.
Okay.
Ask the fucking question, Smith. Jesus fucking Christ.
Shut the fuck up. If Leah was being abusive, would you investigate her the same as...
Okay, just as a heads up, 20 plus. So the other girl that I'm talking to says that Max said there were 20 plus. I asked, did he say 15 plus abusers? And she said, no, he said 20 plus victims.
You were doing Destiny. Would you treat her the same?
Leah is my daughter.
That person, he believes that she is abusive. This person that asked the question.
20 plus victims? I don't even think I know of 20 plus people that he's fucked. I don't keep track, though. because I don't care, dude. So many people care so much about who other people fuck. I'm not like one, two, like I'm not keeping. I don't care, bro. I'm fucking tired listening to this shit. Sex sucks, bro. This shit is lame.
I reject the framing that Leah is somehow on trial. Leah is Lav, by the way, for those of you who don't know. Leah is somehow on trial. I just don't. It's just. I said in my subreddit, Leah is the Hunter Biden of DGG. You guys are so focused on her as a way to whataboutism away from Destiny that I don't even want to engage with the question. I think it's a stupid question.
I feel like you have to engage with that question. The question essentially is, you're going after Destiny.
Yeah.
If Leah was as abusive, would you go after her?
Yeah, that's a good question.
This is a softball question. You just say yes.
We're not asking you to obfuscate.
If Leah was at the top,
You're just gonna say yes, right? What do you lose by saying yes?
if Leah was at the top of a cult, would I investigate her? That I'm in?
Sorry, she doesn't have to be as abusive, but she can be abusive in her own way.
Would she have as much power?
Yeah, she's a woman.
Let's say over the people that she's abusive towards, she does.
No. Would she have the same grip over a large group of people the way Destiny does?
You're trying to make the two people exactly the same in a hypothetical.
Quest statement.
Well, I'm explaining to you again. I think we're confused. I feel like you guys are confused and making it sound like Destiny's just another person in DGG.
That's fine, but that's what you think. The problem is that's
what I know.
Okay, cool. The essence.
Lav clearly had enough influence on TikTok to ruin one nigga's career. She can ruin another. Like, I don't know why we're acting like somebody with less influence than Destiny can't be even more unethical and fuck up somebody's life more than Destiny. Like, she already fucked up some other dude who had way more clout than her. Like, let's stop playing games, bro. Like, fuck off.
So the question is,
It ignores the power
this person
structure.
thinks that the reason why you're going after Destiny or why you're investigating Destiny is because you're upset at Destiny. Now, Leah is somebody
Well, that's
that you're
not
not
true.
upset with.
That's
Okay.
just not true.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, I'm all done with my questions. I've unmuted Will. I will now commence to moderate.
Damn, I thought Will was just being quiet. Fuck.
Nope.
Okay, I gotta stretch my my back and.
Careful. Break
I'm
time.
listening though. If you want to ask the next question, I'll be back in a second.
It's pube time. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go.
Elder Drowsy or
So, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that I'm next. I didn't know if you wanted to go with any of the community questions, or if Will wanted to interject, or if anybody was saving any of their questions from Smith's questions.
We'll do that at the end. Okay, Elder.
Oh, you
you're
mean
on.
at the very end? I see.
Could I ask one?
He hates the power structure because he's not in control. I don't know. If he was at the top of a power structure, I'm not sure if he would criticize it, but I wouldn't expect him to, just like I wouldn't expect anybody to. But I also don't believe Destiny's anywhere near the top of a power. I guess you could say he's the top of the DGG power structure, but Mrgirl is the top of the Mrgirl power structure. Like, and just because he has more people watching him, I don't think it makes it like, now it's super mega crazy unethical. Like, this shit is cringe, bro. Like the framing of Destiny being on the top of the power structure is just like, Jesus Christ. He's not fucking XQC or some shit, and or like Kai, like chill.
It's related to Smith's.
Even those people, like you could be hard pressed because Hassan with the right argument could fucking destroy XQC or Kai's career, depending on if they do something like terrible. So I think this system of at the top of the power structure really just doesn't work. It works great in a Weinstein thing where he's not really beholden to anybody besides like the fucking US government. But like for shit like this, no. Like dude acts like Destiny's the fucking CEO of Amazon or some shit. Like that's not what's going on.
We are live now in the Smith lab.
Yeah.
XQC is Drake level? Well, not really, because his platform can be taken out from underneath him. That isn't to say he's going to become irrelevant. If he gets banned, he's obviously going to be able to go to YouTube very effectively. What I'm saying is that XQC is big, but there's people that can fucking ruin his ability to make money for himself quite effectively. If he gets banned on Twitch, YouTube, fucking Twitter, Discord, all these different things, if he gets banned on all these platforms, his fucking influence is going to shrink to 1/10 of what it's at. And that's being generous of what it's at right now.
Introduce you to this. I have an air horn and I have some earbuds, and I will turn my gain up and I will turn my
What is he doing?
Compression all the way up, and you'll all have a blast in your ears.
Why?
I view it more like a clout pit. To say Destiny actively goes out of the way to build others' careers is silly. I'd have to think about that. I think Destiny has made a serious effort to help build people's careers. I would say he does it with he's done it with Orbiters before, and it's kind of resulted in the betrayal backstabbing thing, right? I think he played a very active role in trying to build Hassan's career. I'm not sure if he did with Vaj, but he definitely did with Hassan. He played a very active role in trying to get Hassan on shows, active inside of communities, linked up with people that could help him out.
There's like 10,000 people watching. Don't do that.
This is pretty funny, but
don't do that. I'll just
Wait,
be
why
quiet if you tell me.
Could I ask a question and then we can go off to Elder? Is that fine? It's related to previous lines of questioning.
Ask
Is that
it.
fair?
Ask it. Yes.
Max, Destiny has on occasions recently called you extremely manipulative and dangerous,
True.
and a horrible friend.
True.
Earlier in the panel, you said that these kinds of assertions weren't factual, so they don't need to be backed up. I think that in both cases, both of you should be backing up these highly charged claims.
I have.
Do you think Destiny is being dishonest, and should he be backing up these claims?
I did.
Or is it okay
I gave
because these
examples.
aren't factual claims?
He's being dishonest if he actually doesn't think what he is saying. So, like him calling me a rapist.
I think he probably does.
That's an interpretation, right? He's not saying he has secret knowledge of me having raped somebody. He's saying that
Well, actually,
now
there
I think
are
now
20
that
plus
now that
victims that
Max
want to come
is
forward, but
investigating me,
they can't yet.
Coincidentally, as of today, because he is so unempathetic, I therefore believe he's not able to ascertain consent through body language. Therefore, I reinterpret everything he's ever said about sex. I think he's a rapist.
Right. True.
That's only dishonest if he's saying that out of defensiveness to lash out at me and tear down my credibility, which I believe is the case. So yes, I would say it is dishonest, but it's not factually. Like it's not a factual claim, it's an interpretive claim. Again, it's the same thing.
Elder, go.
The reality of Destiny is that he has no content without talking to people or reacting to YouTube videos. We can say he will help people, but it's all for his benefit. No, I don't think so. I think there were several things that he did, namely with Hassan, that I could point to, that he had no real material benefit in doing. That he just genuinely helped that person without much benefit to them. There's several things that he's done. Trying to point to a specific example. So, I believe he helped facilitate the relationship between Hassan and, at the time, Raj, now known as Austin, to be able to help get Hassan more consistently on the Raj Royale, now called the Austin Show. Or the Austin Royale, I forget what it is. What real benefit does he have of getting Hassan on somebody else's show? Unless you want to say the benefit is that if Hassan grows, then Destiny will grow by proxy. And then that's just, like, I don't know about that. Well, they were friends at the time, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they were friends at the time. That's true. He helped Mrgirl build his career too, lol. Well, what the specific argument was he only helps people build their career or helps them out when he benefits from it. I don't believe that's true. Destiny could main Factorio and not talk to people and still get 5K views. Yeah, I think Destiny could have a very successful career doing that. But for the YouTube videos point that you were making, fun facts, the YouTube videos point, that's being a political streamer in general. You are gonna need to respond to YouTube videos, to articles. That is the job. The job is content gets posted. I react to things that are happening in the real world. What is he supposed to do? Bring on a newspaper and talk about the news then? Like, what is he supposed to do?
Oh. Okay. How you doing, Mr. Girl? Probably not great.
My back hurts, but otherwise I'm alright.
He didn't benefit from Mrgirl or Lav's career. Come on, he did. You might draw a technicality at career, and we'd have to go back and forth about that. But he absolutely did draw a benefit from the relationship with those two people. At the very least, when it came to drama content, there was a benefit. Now, is it a net positive? I would say not. It was not a net positive, but did he draw a benefit? Yeah. So if we want to get into the net positive, net negatives, then we can do that. But like, there was a benefit.
All right, I feel that.
I mean, he literally told Lav that she was doing well for his numbers. There was a benefit towards content when it came to that shit. Now, is it a net benefit? That's different.
Just for me, right? Before I get into the questions here, I need to say that I was being soft with Destiny. I didn't have anything fucking prepared. 500 people messaged me and told me to go talk to Destiny. Okay, I wasn't ready to get into hardcore debates.
Hey, tell it
So
to
I just wanted
Shaylin.
see what
Tell
he
it to
thought.
Shaylin, man. I'm just saying what she said.
She's not the only one who said it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just putting it out there. I wasn't ready to go in debate, so I figured I'd find out what I could about what he thinks. That was my objective, and that's what I did. So, Mr. Girl, I have some questions about the investigation, but I have some other questions too.
All right.
So, what kind of responsibilities do you think that you have to us as your orbiters, and how do you plan to prevent abuse in the system that seems to thrive on orbiters?
I was gonna say I don't really care about this.
Oh my God, cringe question.
Well, I think that's kind of what we're trying to. I think that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Right? That's part of why we're having this conversation.
Softballs,
You guys want to hold me accountable and make me submit to questioning, moderated, so I can't, jerk you all around the way I could if it was just you calling into the hotline. So I think this is anytime you guys want to convene a hearing, I think.
Wait, didn't Destiny do that? Didn't he hear you out for like fucking weeks when you said that like the subreddit was being weird?
You have the right to do that. I think that's pretty important.
Okay. Do you think that there's any other forms of abuse that he engages in with his orbiters that you have a way to circumnavigate?
Yeah, I could try not fucking you all. Maybe
Just to be clear, me fucking somebody is infinitely less creepy than bringing on a vulnerable mind-fucked girl and being like, I want to adopt you. Can you be my daughter? We should hang out sometime. I want you to come over and meet my girlfriend. That is infinitely more creepy than me fucking somebody. It's not even close. Jesus fucking Christ.
Maybe me not fucking or attempt.
Now, I will say this is it's not a dichotomy. You could say that Destiny should not be having sex with his orbiters, which I do say. I believe it would be. I don't think it's unethical. I cannot create an ethical necessity without Destiny participating in sexually dubious practices. But I will say that it is a supererogatory statement. The community would have less drama, probably be better if there was no sex going on between, honestly, any orbiters. But yeah, I don't think this is something that anybody has to follow, nor do I think it's needed to follow, but it would probably be better for the best. But as long as people participate in ethical, not nefarious sexual practices, it's fine. You know what I'm saying?
Attempting to fuck the majority of you would make our relationship.
The majority? Oh, I'm sure he's going to substantiate that one.
Can orbiters have sex with the orbiters? Yeah. I mean, there's less power dynamic there, and there's whatever shit, but it's supererogatorily, in a supererogatory sense, we probably shouldn't. But, dude, if you're vibing, you're vibing. It's really not that deep. You know what I'm saying? If you're vibing, you're vibing. It really doesn't matter that much. But would the drama be less? Would there be less drama, less headache, less confusion? Yeah, probably. But in the words of the great Brittany Simon, human's gonna human.
Okay. Probably you can all attest to. I avoid.
I don't even know if I use that right.
Private conversations with you guys unless they are fairly necessary, right? I don't really fraternize with you. I think that I keep our power structure and power differentials in mind whenever I'm interacting with you.
Power dynamic is a red flag, not a red line. That's a great ook. I think that is a great way to put it. Maybe not red flag, maybe yellow card. You know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm trying to figure out how to communicate that to the widest audience possible, and I completely agree. It's whoa, there's, a possibility for abuse here, but it's not just because you have a power dynamic, that means that it's unethical. That's not how it works, right? I have a power dynamic with pretty much any woman that I could realistically sleep with because I'm probably going to be physically stronger than any woman that I'm ever going to sleep with. Because I have a public platform, right? And I can say disparaging comments about them, and probably not very many women that I can or would be with is gonna have a public platform just by the stats of it all.
And I think that should be okay. I think that should be expected.
What a softball!
If anybody does disagree, feel free to cut me off here and say that he does convene to.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be friends with you because we can't be friends. We can't. You know, I like you guys, and I know
The funny thing is, like, the only good friends I found are usually the ones in my community. Like, my two best friends that I made streaming are probably Dan and Mr. Mooten. And they're fans. Or they were fans. Nah, they still are fans. Dan is at least.
like me, but we can't be friends because I have too much power over you.
We can't play Smash?
We can play Smash, but we can't play Smash. We can't play Smash.
How are you Destiny's friend then? Wait, how are you
Because
Destiny's
I abused
friend then?
him.
Because Destiny obviously holds an immeasurable amount of power.
Because I abused him. He shouldn't have been my friend. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
guys.
Lav's friend, yeah.
Her father.
Lav.
Focus on the Lav.
Well, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Lav is a good one. Woo! Let's run that one down. Yeah, fucking Jesus, that's weird. Let's go with that.
I'm not her friend. I'm her father.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, man. He said it and it made it worse. He was making it worse.
Hold him to that. Don't laugh that off.
That's retarded.
Thank
so
you.
How are you Destiny's friend?
No,
no,
no.
It's important to acknowledge that there's a power differential there too, right?
Okay, that's fine. How are you Destiny's friend?
Oh,
I
now we
honestly
move to the
think
cringe
that
question.
you
Dude, these
were
guys suck.
never really Destiny's friend, right? I mean, this is just kind of like a parasocial relationship that you two had.
He's just going to say, I abused him. Of course it wasn't because he was my friend in that way.
You think that? What do you mean by parasocial?
Like, you're not really his friend. You're just his friend through the
Join the
streamer
call.
world. You know, I'm not really Chud Logic's friend, and I've actually seen him in real life. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't.
I've seen Chud Logic in real life. I think we're friends, me and Chud. I don't know. Me and Chud, I'm pretty sure got along really well. We were quite friendly. I really liked hanging out with Chud more than I thought it would. I thought he was just going to be funny, but he's like funny and a really cool dude, down to earth guy.
I don't really know what you mean.
you're not Destiny's friend. You never really were.
Well, he kind of was, but...
I think our friendship was overshadowed by the amount of power he had over me, for sure. I mean, I think I was talking about that. I think in our second or third stream, I was like, we should probably acknowledge that, like, I make money every time.
I personally would call Chud Logic a friend. I would trust him with some private information.
We talk.
I have trusted him with private information. I did. Pretty early on. Like fucking damn near, well, it wasn't super private, but some private information pretty early on when I was on the trip.
And
shit hasn't come out yet, so clearly he at least is decent at you know, keeping private information private.
Are like, and then as the power structure of the whole thing came into focus, like I didn't understand what was happening for a long time. It took me like 6 months to understand that like Destiny is not actually open to a lot
I don't trust, it depends on the private information. Like if Chud Logic says anything about the private information I told him, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But it is private information nonetheless.
Feedback. Destiny will completely shit on you and tie your hands behind your back and like allow his community to tear you to shreds.
Keep in mind here that for a narcissist, not being open to feedback means you don't agree with me when I give you feedback or criticism, right? That's what that means when he says that.
For money. I didn't understand that at the time. So I think you're right. I think well, it's fine if you don't believe me, but this is my answer to your question. I think that given the way that power structure is organized, it is impossible for me to have had an ethical friendship with him. That's why I'm saying it's a fucking abusive relationship.
True. There you go. That's the answer. Yeah.
How is that not different? How is that not different?
Sorry.
From you and Lav.
How is that not different from
you
the
and
type of
Lav.
relationship that you have
with Lav
Leo right now?
That's going to be a rough one to answer, Max.
I don't think...
I have no idea how he's going to actually get out of this one. This one's really hard. I'm going to pay really close attention to this one. It's a really hard question. Because you sometimes raid Chud's logic, you have power over him. Therefore, you cannot be his friend. You're abusing him.
That I can crush her.
Really?
I don't think my audience is so much bigger than hers, and my influence is so much bigger than hers that I can destroy her.
Oh my god.
I also don't think that I would.
Oh, I don't think I would abuse her, so it's okay.
I think he knows he's in a corner. I think he's bullshitting.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
I don't believe he believes this. I actually genuinely don't believe he believes this.
I'm not saying
I think he knows he was caught in a corner.
It's impossible to be friends with somebody who...
Yes, you did!
I think Destiny is abusive. Wait, I think Destiny is abusive. I think he's constructed a highly abusive system for himself to reign over. So I think it's impossible...
They don't have that big of a difference in power dynamic, and he isn't abusing his power in the same way Destiny is? Is that a question for me? They don't have as... There isn't as big of a power dynamic between Destiny and Lav as there is between Mrgirl and Lav, obviously. And he isn't abusing his power the same way that Destiny is. No, the issue is whether or not they can be friends at all, because Mrgirl's statement was about the power dynamic of being friends, and Mrgirl holds significant power over Lav. I would say far more power than Destiny had over Mrgirl. And this is the reason why I said it was bad, his relationship, how he calls Lav his daughter, and Shaylin calls them their like adopted kid. Because this woman comes from a broken home. She's stated how mentally unstable she is. She clearly has like parent problems, like mommy issues and daddy issues. And they're saying like, yeah, we're your parents now. Like, this is some fucking cult shit. It wouldn't surprise me if Mrgirl and Shaylin have so much influence over Lav that they could convince her to like fucking drink the goddamn Kool-Aid, bro. Like, it is bad. Especially with Lav's constant point of view where she feels victimized by other people, and that I'm sure she's running to Mrgirl and Shaylin as being the only people that really understand me and really stand up for me. So yeah, it's bad. Wasn't Lav in a cult? Well, she is in now. She's in one now. That's what if you're my God's honest, that's what I feel like right now.
For me, as sensitive as I am,
Lav was in an actual cult, yeah.
To have
probably with the exact same methods that she's falling into this situation with, where it's like, oh yeah, you know what, we're very familial, like we can fill that void that you have in you over past trauma.
A non-abusive relationship with Destiny. We were friends, and it was abusive. That's why I'm coming forward and saying it's an abusive relationship.
Okay, but on top
Jesus, man, being in a cult, few fates do I wish upon no one, and being in a cult is one of them, man. There's something specifically about the manipulation tactics that people use and employ to get you into a cult that makes me unreasonably angry. I am unreasonably angry at cults. I think people that like participate in cult-like behavior should be put in prison, or the harshest sentence the land offers. Whatever area you're in, you should have the harshest sentence. You should at least be in prison for the rest of your life if you run a cult. At least. The rest of your life. No questions asked. No fucking parole. I am unreasonably angry at individuals that do that shit. It just it makes me furious that people manipulate other people for their own benefit to such a degree. It is really, really aggravating.
So I think it's possible to be friends with somebody who has more power than you.
Me when I get mega nuke.
I don't think it's possible to have a non-abusive friendship for me with Destiny because of the way he runs his community.
That's not what he originally said. He said it was because of the power dynamic. If he wants to change that, it's fine.
With me and Leah, there's less of a power differential.
I disagree.
I
don't believe Destiny has such a stranglehold over Mrgirl's internal emotional status as Mrgirl has over Lav. That's me from the outside. This constant father-daughter shit is fucking cringe, bro.
The way I wield and use my power is super different from the way Destiny does.
He could believe
to
that.
be clear, the way that I wield my power is if you want to come on, you're free to come on. If you want to go talk to other people, you're free to talk to other people. The way that he wields his power is, I'm going to adopt you, and I need you to leave that other community that I don't like. He actually abuses.
Did he actually say that Lav needs to leave the community? Is there evidence on that statement? I wonder if there's another reason Mrgirl is reaching out to vulnerable women. I'm definitely not claiming he's recruiting for a sex cult, but it does make you think. We're just asking questions. No, I'm not going to make any definitive claim off of from where it is. All I'm saying is that he should know better than that.
Actually manipulates with his power because he encourages people to separate from people that he doesn't like, right? I've never done that. You can go and ask Lav a million times. Did I ever tell you, stop talking to Mrgirl? You're not allowed to talk to him again?
Link it, please. Link it inside of my Twitch chat. I would very much, or you can go to my Discord and you can DM me. Those are the options. I really want to see exactly what he's talking about here.
I never said that ever in my entire life. He does that explicitly. That's one of the biggest red flags for somebody that can be abusive or manipulative.
No, he said that he left the community for Lav, went through a lot of if statements about why she has to leave for her sanity, but then at the end said, "You don't have to leave." I'd like to see this statement. But thanks. He did it was on the convo where they both cried, and he told her he left the community for her. Destiny says he's never done that, but he told people that they couldn't speak to Mrgirl unless they want to be ostracized. So I saw shit like that. I saw that like happen. But it was speaking about Mrgirl, and it was a 2-week suspension from his community. And also, I don't even know if that actually happened. I talked about Mrgirl, and as far as I'm aware, I've been talking about Mrgirl ever since the shit happened. And as far as I know, I'm not blacklisted from Destiny's servers. I went into Destiny's servers. I'm not blacklisted anywhere. It wasn't speaking about him, it was speaking to him, and no one has spoken to Mrgirl since. I don't think that's true, Benny.
Trying to cut you off.
I remember, of what I remember, it was explicitly a 2-week suspension, and he made a joke about it, about Chud Logic. I remember it inside of his Discord. He said that, oh, well, Chud Logic is doing the Shaylin interview, so I guess we have to purge his content for the next 2 weeks. And I don't think, I think he talked about Chud Logic. Chud Logic, I'm pretty sure, was free to go on there. There was no actual restrictions.
Or separate you from friends and family.
But I agree. Let's just be clear. If Destiny legitimately was banning people in his community for talking about or to Mrgirl in any capacity, for 2 weeks, I think that's cringe. I think that's bad. Also, not to forget Lav. Sorry, cringe. It's bad. Also, not to forget Lav was in a cult for a long time. You're on Destiny's blacklist, but not his blacklist.
And it's like, what? It doesn't matter. Okay, maybe I am abusive to Leah. What does it matter? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. How is Leah on trial? I just don't understand.
No,
why
you're
you keep
on trial.
Buying into this. It doesn't matter.
It's a you question, not a Leah question.
I am an abusive, manipulative rapist.
We know.
I am worse than Destiny. Everything that's true about Destiny is 10 times worse. I'm 10 times as narcissistic.
The vice
as
signaling.
Destiny.
Nice.
I'm evil.
Vice signaling.
I'm gonna rape all of them. I'm gonna rape all my orbiters. I'm gonna rape everybody that I've ever loved or come into contact with.
I watched 8 Mile too.
Okay, so let's just settle that. My character is assassinated. It is dead. I'm ground to dust. It is nothing. But you know what? I'm still gonna write the fucking article.
Base vice signal. He can't be attacked
all of that
now.
is true. And you're not looking to
tell these people something they don't know about me.
Like the reason why you're going after
Be rabbit, be rabbit.
your own behavior
It doesn't matter.
first
it doesn't.
is because
It
more like CP rabbit.
It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter. I'm humoring you, but it actually doesn't matter. No one is going to. No one is going to read what I write and think. But what about Leah?
I think people might, if everything that you just said is true, and a lot of people do think it's true, except that you're gonna rape me. You're not gonna rape me. People will think that the reason why you made the article was to spite Destiny, not
Fear
because
not. They're,
you think that these things are bad
this
or wrong.
article is not being written
for DGG.
For cultists.
Yeah.
So I understand that cultists will have the cultist response.
True.
That they are going to white blood cell the article and white blood cell me. I understand how they're going to react. You're not the audience. If you're one of the people who cancel your Patreon subscription, you're not the audience for the article. The article is written for the general public. It's an expose for people who are not deeply entrenched in the system. It's a whistle that I am blowing outside of the system so that people outside of the system can understand what's happening in this fucked up little world that you all inhabit. That's the purpose of the article. So it really does. I don't care. I don't care what people who read it aren't going to be like you're so fucking brainwashed that
You talking about me?
Yeah, you.
Yes.
You've lost your mind. You've lost your mind.
Benny. You've lost your mind.
You are
Oh my God, I like Benny.
brainwashed.
Yes.
All right, let's move on. Elder, You have more questions.
You're brainwashed.
You're brainwashed.
Wait, fuck off, Smith. Hold on, no, fuck off, Smith. Keep going, Benny. Fuck
We're
off.
just going back and forth with who's brainwashed.
No, fuck off. No, let Benny keep going. Fuck off. No, we were actually getting into the meat of it.
Uh-oh.
You're brainwashed.
Muted.
You're all brainwashed.
Okay.
I literally think you're all
One more
brainwashed.
questions.
I'm
Can I
the
just say
only
one more
one.
thing
I
and
am
then
the Holy
we can go?
Crusader.
No.
I am Maya Higa. Wait, Maya did a return stream. How did it go?
Oh yeah, they
All
did.
right.
No, I'm not the mod anymore.
Oh,
It's
He's
just
temporary.
Dude, this is
Alright.
bullshit.
This is
All right, Elder, do you
bullshit,
have any
man.
more questions?
This is fucked up.
Yeah, I
Literally
got a
bullshit.
few.
This is fucked up, man.
This is like, you know, in action movies,
bullshit.
you know, in action movies when the hero's like fighting 5 guys and they all stand there. When he's fighting one, they could all just hit him at the same time, but they just wait with like the stick, like waving it around, doing nothing. That's you guys.
Yeah, shut the fuck
Come
up, Mr.
Come on,
You're
one at a time. One at a time.
audience.
One at a
Ask
time.
about his experience.
And the audience is watching. They're like, what? They're like, why didn't that guy hit him while he was dead? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Everybody is muted except for Elder and Mr. Girl. Okay, Elder, next question.
One at a time. He's muted.
You've muted yourself, Elder.
Good job, Elder.
Oh, I did have myself muted. Yes. Okay. It's been expressed to me by many people that I've talked to lately that you had no way to protect Anna. Without commenting on Anna's mental health, can you tell me how you intended to protect
I will
her when you
never
offered
do
to
a
her?
piece of content with Smith ever again. This
We can
is
hear you.
fucking stupid.
Dude, Smith catching strays, dude.
I'm gonna mute you again.
That's fine, Smith. You're a fuck off. Fuck boy.
Okay.
Why did he do that?
Continue, Elder.
If you don't know how to cook, stay out the Smith lab.
So when you told Anna, or
Yeah.
asked Anna for the screenshot, you said that you would protect her.
He didn't even
That
need to show
you
the
would,
screenshot.
attack you instead of her. How did you intend on protecting Anna when you offered that?
Because they'd attack me instead if I was the one that
I
came
was
forward.
saying that by releasing the screenshot, it would redirect the ire of the community
To me,
pretty squarely onto me. I thought that people would probably feel like she had been treated unfairly. They might not want to call that out directly, but I thought they'd probably back off of claims that she's a stalker or crazy person, or that she is malicious.
God, he's such a
and
hero.
Probably I
He's
would
such
be
a
the bad
hero.
guy. And it seemed to me like
This
that.
answer
it seemed to me
doesn't
like
even
that
make
was pretty
sense, by the
important to her to clear her name somewhat. And so I said, "This will clear your name and smear mine. I will look like the malicious asshole, and I think people will mostly leave you alone if we put this screenshot out."
I see. So I think a lot of people take that to mean
Explain
that you'll-
why not? Why would him releasing a screenshot of Anna protect her if people think that Anna is being crazy? It didn't protect her. I can actually just, I can be retrospective on this. Like, I'm pretty sure Anna had another loop stream on the 15th where she was like crying about this. I'm pretty sure she blew the fuck up in like 6 Twitch chats, and I think in maybe a couple Discords over this. Pretty sure Kiwi Farms farmed a few more posts off of her, and I'm pretty sure that she was like publicly feuding with a whole bunch of people, like as a result of everything that came out from this. Like, it didn't protect, like obviously, predictably, it threw her for a loop, of course. Like, this, none of this protected her at all.
protect her from the backlash from having this conversation, being a part of the investigation.
No,
which is what I've been drilled about.
Oh no.
The huge problem for Max here is that he dramatically overplayed his hand. Like, I think he thought that I was either going to be mortified or that I was going to try to lie about it. And that like this was like the killing bullet, but it's not. I don't give a fuck. She's like a 30-plus-year-old woman finishing a degree. She's like dating a dude. Like, this is not something I give a fuck at all about. Like, at the very worst, you could say like, oh, he's a fuckboy or he's an asshole. I guess you could maybe say that. But like sexual abuse, like, bro, you're wild. You're out of your fucking mind at that point. Especially when you're talking about people that have power. Like, she's not on my stream. I don't like host any of her fucking content. Like, we have no professional contact whatsoever. Like,
sorry, she had expressed to me that she.
Hold up. No, I think you can make a case of sexual abuse legitimately. Not with any information that we currently have, but I think you absolutely. If Destiny is having sex with individuals that cannot that are been shown to not be in a mental state to be able to consent to sexual activity, then you could say that's sexual abuse. Yeah, easy. You know, to any given extent that you want to make the argument about, yeah. If she is legitimately crazy, and we can prove that she cannot have a healthy relationship with Steven, and Steven knows that, You know, that'd be sexual abuse. But I'm assuming that what he means is what can be proven. And she is? No. We have no proof of that. Not as it stands right now. We could reasonably interpret whether or not we believe it to be the case. You have to prove she can't consent, which Max hasn't. Correct. Which I don't believe anybody has. I'm not sure you could. That's the reason why when talking with him, I was like, hey, is there private information? Or and he was discussing how like both public and private information is used by him to come to the conclusion that she is stable enough to have a sexual relationship with him. And so I go, okay.
Was tired of being seen as a bad person. And
You had a talk with that about Dan? When later than this?
over the course of the year, she had
Is Anna undateable? I want to talk about Anna as little as possible.
mentioned that to me a few times. And I was saying, I think if what you're saying is true and we can prove it, I think...
True, like the stream. I forgot about shouting out a like to the stream. You guys should like the stream if you want continued content similar to this. If you don't want Destiny content and shit, rejoice, because soon I'm going to be doing streams. I think on the 2nd, I want to be doing streams with my brother about, we're going to be playing Callisto Protocol, which is a game similar to Dead Space, made by the same people as Dead Space, in the same fashion as Dead Space. We should be playing it on stream. No guarantees, but almost certainly that's going to happen. My brother and I have talked about it, and it seems like it's in the pipeline. So, got some stuff coming up.
I think I can solve this for you right now. I think if you...
The problem here too is another problem with Max is he's misunderstanding Anna when he says that Anna is upset that she has a reputation as being a bad person. When Anna says that, she's not talking about like what people think about her or what people are saying now about her. What she's thinking about is every time she comes across a piece of information on her online. That's what she does. That's why she DMCA'd so many videos. That's why she was posting on Kiwi Farms to argue with people or fighting in Discord chats. It's not what people think. It's when people are posting stuff about her. Like doing some current release on Twitter showing like, oh look, like Destiny and Anna have like this kind of relationship now or whatever. Like now she's gonna feel like so much better. That's not gonna help her at all. Like what? It's a fundamental misunderstanding of her entire personality, which is fine. I understand why, because he doesn't give a fuck about it. But
you trust me, take this leap of faith, give me this screenshot. I think I can pretty much flip the narrative. Not 100%, but I think for the most part, people are going to leave you alone. They're not going to think of you as Steven's tormentor if you put this screenshot out, because this is like fucking insane. There was some back and forth about like, do we need the screenshot?
I don't know why Destiny did that. I feel like that's absolutely a narrative that Anna is Destiny's tormentor. I feel like that is 100% a narrative that I don't think is too unreasonable to assume that there's people that believe that.
Can't you just say it? Can you make the claim? And I was like, no, I think people really need to see it with their own eyes, because you don't have a lot of credibility, and Steven is draining my credibility. Right? He had just done his I'm Nuclear stream.
why wouldn't Max? So here's something that Max could have done if he truly cared about Anna's shit. He could have just approached me and asked me publicly, because he did, right? Here's like the weirdest thing. Max approached me on my Discord. Did he do that before or after he like posted a screenshot? He approached me on my Discord and he came in. I'm not gonna deny it. Like, it's not like I'm hiding anything.
Yeah, I would have. I agree with this strategy. Kind of by Destiny. Well, I'm not sure if he's gonna say this, but I agree with the idea of trying to get the screenshot. Now, the way that they got the screenshot, I don't agree with, but I agree with the idea of trying to get the screenshot. And if he could get the screenshot by legitimate and ethical means, then he could go to Destiny and be like, hey, are you doing this? And then Destiny's obviously put in a situation where if he lies, you got the bombshell. And if he doesn't, then there you go.
So he literally could have just, he literally just could have come on and asked. And I was like, yeah. Like, Does he think I'm going to deny it publicly when I know that she's talking to them? Like, it doesn't even make sense. There's like 3 different angles that it doesn't make sense from. Like, 1, I don't give a fuck. 2, I don't think it's sexual abuse. And 3, why would I lie about it when I know that Anna's in contact with him? Or 4, even if she's not in contact with him, why would I lie about that and risk it coming out later or destroying my reputation? Like, it doesn't make sense in like 7 different ways. Like,
right. And I was like, okay, Steven is going to do everything he possibly.
There's no way to be certain that you won't deny it. If I deny it, do you understand that that is a best case scenario for Max, right?
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying he has problems. His narcissism here is holding him back, right? Because if he comes on...
who's getting the screenshot based who's getting the screenshot based was the issue. What? Not that it was Max, but that Max was a victim. What?
With evidence, and then I deny it, and then he releases it, I have to play major defense now, right? Because now, fuck, like, I just lied about something. That gives way more credibility to Max saying that it's an abusive situation, because, well, fuck, of course that's why I'm lying about it, because I know that it's abusive, right? Like, it's so much... There's so much more credibility.
I think there is significant amounts more credibility towards Mrgirl, but I don't think it's as much as Destiny's implying. I think what Destiny's easiest scenario is Mrgirl gets inside the Discord. Hey, are you sexting Anna? Destiny goes, nope, I'm not sexting Anna. I haven't had intimate contact with her for a very long time. Mrgirl goes, haha, here's the proof that you've been sexting Anna. Destiny just goes, yep, I just didn't want to make a private sexual relationship public. We hadn't talked about making it public, so... I just didn't want to make it public. I feel like that's his easiest play. And I feel like a lot of people kind of side with him on that one. Is it something significant? Kind of, yeah, but I don't feel like it's like a giga whatever shit. But.
Ability, Destiny, and she talked about it months before in Twitch chat. Yeah, she mentions it in Twitch chat sometimes that we still talk. I think she even said in somebody's Twitch chat, we fucking sex. I think she actually said that.
Mrgirl is trying to trap Destiny anyway. I'll agree to disagree.
A month ago, but regardless, but like
what he did with Lav. Oh yeah, that's exactly what he did with Lav, huh? People asked him if they had a sexual relationship, and he kept saying no. And then when it came out that they did, he was just like, "Yeah, I don't want to make a private situation public." Yeah, it's a completely normal thing to do, right? Is to not disclose your sexual relationships with everybody online always.
Like, if I would have lied, that's like a best case scenario for Max. It completely rebuilds his reputation.
Yeah, and now Lav is isolated. I'm worried about Lav. She did it to herself. Don't blame anybody but her. It's her own damn fault. Don't make excuses for it. That's my opinion. She's a grown-ass woman. It's time to start acting like it.
It destroys my reputation, and now like I've like admitted to something that is probably not good if I'm lying about it, right? So it's just nothing that he says makes sense.
Possibly can tear down.
So asking him at 0 point seemingly, not necessarily. It could establish a kind of pattern of behavior if it depends on how Anna responds, but it's not a huge bombshell or anything like that, but it could look good for Mrgirl to do that.
Ability right now.
This is true. I just know what it's like to be abused, so I know what Lav is going through to an extent. Wait, who is Lav being abused by?
And so while I still have a little bit left, I would like to spend it on trying to clear your name. And if you give me a screenshot, I think I can do it. And I think it worked for the most part. I don't see Anna getting hate. I see me getting hate.
You don't.
I'm not sure I'm okay with that statement. I think they have an abusive dynamic, but I don't think it's automatically abusive, like one that's ripe for abuse. Well, is it abusive? I'd have to think about that.
See Anna getting hate because I explicitly said.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that because there is an abusive dynamic, but I don't know if the placement of that abusive dynamic makes it him abusive automatically. Like, even if he engages with Lav ethically, is it still abusive because of the nature of this specific abusive relationship, right? Because I agree Destiny has a potentially abusive relationship with his orbiters. But the way that he conducts himself so far that I've seen evidence for isn't abusive. So therefore, not so therefore, And so there is a relationship where you can have a potentially abusive. No, but Mrgirl's situation, I don't believe is potentially abusive. I think it is abusive. Yeah, I'd have to think about that a little more.
Multiple times publicly that Anna is not the source of this. It was
rewind 10 seconds.
I think I can do it. And I think it worked for the most part. I don't see Anna getting hate. I see me getting hate.
You don't see Anna getting hate because I explicitly said multiple times publicly that Anna is not the source of this. It was my guidance that made it so that Anna didn't get hate because she was starting to get hate because Lav was directing it towards her and because people are used to like ganging up and bullying on Anna. But I was the one that said multiple times, and I said this, you go, I don't think Anna did anything wrong. I think Max gaslit the fuck out of her on a call. I think Max was manipulating the fuck out of her call. And I leaked screenshots of Anna's conversation with me to show that she got mind fucked in that call. That was my doing. The reason why Anna didn't get dogpiled publicly is because I went out of my way to explicitly make sure.
Asher is not sure that needs to happen at the moment, but maybe.
That I didn't think that she was the one to be blamed for it because people were even starting to joke that Anna was the one that was manipulating everybody, that Anna was the one at fault for everything.
It might be manipulative, but abusive is a stretch. No, it's an abusive dynamic. You finding some, it's literally a cult-like dynamic. Do you not think cults have an abusive dynamic where there's one person with so much significant power over another that, like, potentially abusive might be a better, I don't know. I'm not fully decided on it because I believe it's inherently bad because the individual does not have the autonomy to be able to engage with that relationship healthily. Like, my relationship with Steven, while he does have more power over me, I can just straight up disjoint my entire career from Steven, be perfectly fine. Is there incentives? Of course. But in the case of the Mrgirl Lav situation, I don't think Lav is capable of doing that because of past trauma that she has. But is that intrinsically true? I don't think that's intrinsically true. You know what? Maybe it is a potential. Wait, are you trying to tell me it's not normal to call your female friends your daughters? Yeah, not the ones with daddy issues. Yeah, no, not a normal thing.
That wasn't because of Max. It was because of
I
me.
say daddy issues. I don't like saying that. Parental issues. She's expressed issues with abandonment and parental issues. And was it validation as well? And they're giving them a lot of validation and saying that they're similar to parents. So everyone has daddy issues. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Elder Drazi? What do you mean? You really think that Lav, who's breaking down and crying about our relation on screen, on camera, about her past relationship with her fucking mother, you think that everybody has that same level of mommy and daddy issues? Like, you're coping. Like, are we serious? Like, bro, I don't even know my father's real name. Or actually, that's not true. I recently learned of it in the last, year. I've never seen my father. I don't remember his face, right? Well, that's actually not. I saw my father when I was 6 months old, but obviously I don't remember it. And I have better, I have less parental issues. And I grew up for a long time hating my mother. I have less parental issues right now than she has ever had in her entire life. Just because people don't have those or have different experiences with their parents or experiences that might normally leave trauma with their parents doesn't mean everybody has the same equivalent of parental issues. It's not at all the same. Read the other parts, not just that one. There's literally nothing else to read. Your first message was, come on, everyone has daddy issues. Okay, that's a lot better. No, it isn't. I think he has an abusive relationship with Lav. Nothing about my statement has changed.
Which was the plan.
Oh my God, cringe.
That makes a lot more sense.
Which which was the plan.
That, oh my God, cringe.
That makes a lot more sense, because even I think that I may have misinterpreted that.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you answered that clear enough for me. So my biggest criticism of you throughout all of this.
What you said after daddy issue was a lot of better than just saying parental issues and cleared up what you meant. Okay, I'm just going to assume you had an issue with what I said. Also, it was a half-joking statement. Okay. I mean, the whole point of their cult is to project all of their insecurities on everybody else around them and call themselves empaths, LMAO. I don't know shit about that. Like, I haven't made up my mind on it.
I think that you are probably not the best person to run this investigation because you have called yourself an abuse victim from him. And ideally, somebody running the investigation would not feel that way. It kind of puts you too close to it to be.
I wish they would push him more on the fact of the matter here. Like, Lav was literally saying, either on stream or in chats, Lav was literally saying that Anna was the master manipulator behind everything. Like, Lav was literally saying that. It's so crazy that he's trying to take credit for him and Lav saving Anna's reputation. It's actually insane to me that he would even attempt that.
What we would generally consider to be wholly objective. Do you agree with this?
No. I think that's completely. I think there's no one better than me to do this investigation.
Of course, you are the best.
Wait, why?
You don't think that there's a conflict of interest?
I thought at the very least he would admit that he isn't the best to do it, and that he would what?
That you have the inability to be non-biased when running an investigation that's this important.
I made a list.
You see yourself as a victim?
We literally have evidence of him being incredibly biased. So if he genuinely believes that he is, even to this day, that he has the ability to not be biased, he's just delusional. That's just straight up delusion. Because there's just, look at his log. He can look at, I'm sure he has more logs showing how biased he is. He's just delusional, if that's what he thinks.
I made a list of all the reasons why I'm the best person to investigate this. This is really Shaylin made this list.
Base Shaylin, base victim.
Absolutely do.
Okay. I'm equal parts in and out of the community. So I understand the community really well, but I'm not brainwashed. It's like I don't get confused by like
the abuser.
What about Lav? Like, you don't see me doing that. I'm pretty focused.
Jesus Christ, that was weird.
On what's happening. I understand the community, but I'm not brainwashed. I speak the language and I understand the dynamics in the community. I have a background in psychology and I'm very sensitive to abuse. So, the other people you might think of who would be good at doing this might not be able to spot.
By the way, none of this has corroborated why he's the best to do it. These are good reasons for why he might consult on it or why he might give insight into it. None of these are good reasons for why he should be the person leading this investigation, including his psychology background. His psychology background would be relevant for giving testimony or consultation, but not leading it. That's not what it is. You would want somebody with a history or a background in journalism or investigative journalism to lead it. Obviously, because he's trying. At the beginning, he said investigative journalism. So
a dynamic that is really abusive or disturbing. In fact, almost to stay in
you
the
did bachelor's decades ago, my boy. You are not that
community.
Guy.
It's required that you not think that Stephen is being abusive to Anna. So anybody who like that sets alarm bells off for would have to be outside the community, and I think we'd have a lot less access. I just think some random person coming in asking these people for interviews probably wouldn't get very far. I can't be intimidated. I can be frightened, and Stephen has frightened me, but I can't be silenced. I don't have dirt for him to dig up. All he can do is reinterpret the dirt I've already dug up on myself, which is not very compelling. So he can say, oh, that time Mr. Girl said he was a rapist, he was a rapist.
True, base.
Or he had an abusive relationship with his ex-wife. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But the way that he harasses.
Family has a strong psychological background. Nigga, what? And? Guys, my father served in the armed forces, so that makes me a soldier? What? I don't know what the... I'm assuming you're memeing, Milkman.
And intimidates people. And that this is publicly documented.
Really?
That people do not like going against his community, do not want to interact with his community.
Bro, motherfuckers have literally built careers going after me and my community. Are you fucking serious? This has got to be the least self-reflective thing I've ever heard in my entire life. People don't like going after Destiny. I'm like, dude, bro, he's hitting.
Not to be, I'll disagree with Destiny on this one. It's a double-edged sword. There's people that don't like going after Destiny because there are people that say shit like DGG will harass them or whatever. And I implore anybody that genuinely believes that to give any information as to Destiny's or his community's harassment to moderation, because I've genuinely seen individuals make this complaint where they say, DGG is harassing me, they won't stop, they're incessant, and I've directed them to moderation of Destiny's servers, and guess what? Often this moderation tells me they never got any messages from these people. Isn't that weird that this happens? But as to whether or not there's a narrative, there is. That if you shit on Destiny or his community, that DGG will come after you. So there is a narrative that will happen. But as to whether or not it will, I don't really know.
The pendulum waits.
Honestly, there's so many people that lie about it and muddy the waters. It's insane. There's been people that fake DMs of DGG harassing them. There's been countless people that fake instances of DGG harassing them. So, I mean, yeah. But this doesn't defeat the idea that there also is people that have built careers off of being antagonistic to Destiny. Fuck, Mrgirl might be another one of them. Who knows? Maybe he's going to ride this, and then maybe he's going to get a lot of clout amongst the Destiny haters, and maybe he's going to catapult to a high he's never been to before. Who knows? But chances are his past statements will probably catch up with him with any group that he tries to join. Because usually those people are leftists who you gain clout with, and I'm going to guess that his rape comments are probably not going to go too well with leftists.
Too fucking hard on that one. Shitting on Destiny on Twitter is like a rite of passage. It's like a form of initiation. It's like a international pastime. Calm the fuck on, broski.
Do not want to get bothered. People get chased off the fucking internet by his community. It doesn't work on me.
Who's gotten chased off the internet by my community?
Oh yeah, Bob 7. But I don't know if that was by his community though. I feel like that was kind of just by public opinion. JonTron for a bit. Yeah, but that wasn't really was it by Destiny? I wouldn't count that as being by Destiny's community. I feel like anybody that's been chased off the internet by Destiny has been chased off because they said something absolutely insane that like everybody kind of recognizes to be insane. So it's kind of hard to isolate. Because JonTron, I like your thinking, that you're thinking with your head on that one. JonTron is a good example, but I think he was chased off because people kind of saw that that guy was low-key, like, alt-right, and it wasn't really Destiny's community.
Dude, fucking motherfuckers attempt suicide and come back, complain about my community. Come the fuck on, are you serious?
No comment, chick? Did Destiny's community do anything with that? I thought that, I don't know.
Oh, except for Bob 7. Based.
I'm the cuties guy. Nothing can be worse.
Who fought with my community the most? Vosh? Is he chased out of my community? Or is he chased on the internet? Hassan? Is he chased off the internet? August DM'd me and he said he's going to say
Hassan's career's been dead for a minute.
BX Bullet. I'm not even the one that fought major.
Yeah, I was gonna say BX Bullet's career. I mean, her reputation wasn't great after Destiny shit, but
with her.
Oh, maybe he means like people take a break after getting shit on by Destiny and his community. That's probably true. I've seen a couple of people take breaks. I think BX Bullet took a break. Lav took not enough breaks. There's been a bunch of people that have like fought Destiny and then needed to take a break afterwards, presumably because his community shits on them for being so wrong, in a similar way that like Mrgirl was felt really, apparently lost sleep over the fact that the Reddit was doing that. Yeah, so maybe that's what he means. Is that there's people that take breaks from the internet over it. Yeah.
BX Bullet is schizophrenic. I don't know why she keeps bringing me up in her tweets. I don't know if my community follows BX Bullet. She blames DGG on everything though, but she's like fighting some.
JonTron didn't get chased off. I was a fan in like 2018 or 19 until I found the debate, but he has a successful channel, if I remember correctly. No, he was chased off the internet for a good bit. He stopped posting for like 2 years, didn't he?
Weird, like schizo war in like another dimension on her Twitter.
Diagnosis Andy over here, LUL, is she actually schizo? I don't know shit about her.
Talking about some crazy pedophile guy all the time. I don't even know. And then she brings up like our DMs all the time. But
then saying the girls and cuties are hot and then just standing there while people go at you for like a year. So I'm pretty impervious to.
If there's 20 posts a day about me that thousands of people agree on how shit I am, I would lose sleep too. You know what's funny? I've been on LSF in a critical capacity, meaning people don't like me. I've been damn near the top, like top 3, like 2 times, I think, and people didn't like me for it, for what I said. I didn't even lose a wink of sleep. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Wasn't that big of a deal. Get some sleep, man. Nigga's gonna be weird. Go play some video games. Just have fun with some of the people that you care about. I think this is part of the reason why I'm not super successful, though. It's because I don't really care that much. I think if I cared a lot more, I'd be a lot more successful. Because if you care more, you're more willing to, you know, do things to make your reputation better, to stand out more, to put more work in. And shit. No, I just am enjoying the ride, man. I like doing this. It's an enjoyable like job to do, but I'm not going to spend all of my time trying to figure out how every single person can like me. That sounds like the most boring life to live in the world. It sounds like the cringiest thing I could possibly do. Why would I spend my entire life trying to figure out how some random nerds online can like me? Boring. Fuck that.
A lot of the tools at his disposal to intimidate or stop me. I have good boundaries, so I'm able to protect my sources without blabbing. You can ask me questions about who I've talked to. I won't answer them. I don't think you guys think I'm going to answer them. I'm just good at keeping my mouth shut when I need to. I have interpersonal skills that I think help me build trust with people. They believe that I'm genuinely a good person trying to do the right thing.
But the way you're doing is building a more diehard fan base who will follow you instead of the trend? Then my solution would be to anybody to do the same. It's because you're a shoe-in anime protagonist? Oh, a shonen anime protagonist. Yeah, I am.
I don't think any of the sources who talk to me would tell me what they're telling me.
If we're being honest, it's just because I actually have a life. It's that simple. Just because I have shit that I actually care about. You know, I care about my family. I care about, you know, being able to breathe fucking air. I'm so grateful of breathing fucking air every single day. I'm grateful for my ability to develop myself, to go to the gym, to fucking learn how to drive. It feels fucking great to do these kinds of things, to play video games with my friends, to enjoy the moments, these years I have with my friends. That's what I really care about. So yeah.
Me, if they thought I would just want to destroy Destiny. it requires a lot of vulnerability and trust for somebody to say something even remotely bad about Destiny. People are scared of him, and I've been scared of him for the past year. I know how that feels, where one little thing slips out during a stream, and you're like, oh fuck, he's gonna hear about this. Like, what am I gonna do?
Is this really why my girlfriend thinks I'm
Yes.
good at this? Or?
Why My Girlfriend Thinks I'm Good at This by Max Carson. Unique perspective as victim.
Not really.
So,
Actually true by Max Carson. That is true. It really is, even if she said it.
I'm uniquely, I have a unique, I think me being a victim is a good thing. I think that helps me build rapport with interviewees. A lot of times I have conversations with people where I'm crying and they're not. And they're like, I don't think like.
Oh my God. He doesn't even realize how manipulative. Can you imagine a New York
Give me a sec.
Times reporter calling a potential Weinstein or Weinstein victim and being like, I just need you to tell me what happened because my experience was so bad. He was so abusive. Was he ever abusive to you like he abused me? Like, holy shit, bro, are you fucking serious?
I don't think he's done anything wrong to me. And I'm like, well, like, this is how I feel and this is blah, blah.
Listen to the answer. I don't think he's done anything wrong to me. Oh, really, bitch? Well, wait until I show you the fuck.
Mrgirl is right. If you say anything about D-Man, anything D-Man will probably hear about it. Publicly on stream, maybe not him himself, but his community, almost certainly. And if it's relevant to him, it'll probably make its way to him. But unless you're saying crazy, untrue shit, his reaction will be, why the fuck did you link me this shit? I don't care. Bans chatter. That is true, Skeptical. That's why I'm not afraid of this. It's because, like, let me tell you something. As wild as it might be, I don't give a fuck about what Destiny hears that I say, because I just don't say stupid shit. That's what a wild thing to do. I just don't say dumb shit. I don't say anything that I'm unwilling to back up, and if I do, then I'll just be like, yep, shouldn't have said that. And the conversation's over 2 seconds. That's it. That's it. Just don't say stupid shit, and if you do, just apologize and move on. It's not that hard. Just be like, oh yeah, my bad. Like what I did when I went in, and then I would say by all reasonable interpretation, it looked like I was defending Mrgirl from the idea that, from the position that he was a rapist, when that's not what I came into that thing to do. I came in there to clarify Wicked Supreme's points that I felt like were being needlessly, maybe not needlessly, because I do feel like there was a communication issue as well as an interpretation issue. It was a both ways thing. So I felt like I could help give that interpretation. So I went in there and did that. And then when people are like, hey, you're defending Mrgirl here, I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's pretty reasonable to assume that I'm doing that, and that interpretation seems fine. And but that's not what I set out to do. So I was like, my bad. That's not what I set out to do. But it's reasonable for you to believe that's exactly what I'm doing, and for you to be upset about me doing that in the way that I have. So it is my bad. And then I moved on. I took the L and I moved on. It's crazy how you can do that. You can say that you were at fault for something that you didn't mean to even say or do. It's crazy.
Fucking waterworks. Now we'll see how you feel. Like, even the way that he describes it is so fucking manipulative. Like, he's priming people so fucking hard. Destiny? I don't think he really did anything wrong. Okay, I understand that you think that, but he did wrong to me. Oh, Jesus. Well, okay.
I think that helps a lot of these
conversations along. Yeah.
Interviews happen.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Kill me, fam.
And people believe that I'm like trying to do the right thing. And
I wonder if at the end of the day, when he says 20 plus victims, I wonder if what he's going to mean by the end of that is after crying to somebody, he's gotten 20 plus people to say like, yeah, Destiny's community was pretty mean to me, and he probably could have made them be less mean. I wonder if that's what it is, actually. Because if that's the case...
Okay, look, I have an hour and fucking 20 more minutes of this. I actually do have to go. It is gym time. So I gotta go to the gym, then I gotta come home, then I gotta code, then I gotta go to bed, and then we're gonna wake up and we're gonna stream tomorrow. Dude, I don't know. I genuinely, I might not end up playing a video game until fucking Callisto Protocol comes out and I play it on stream. It is really weird how this time is working. The breakdown for my shit. I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at. For anybody that's wondering my schedule more or less, it's like wake up, stream 5 to 6 hours, gym for 2 hours, then post gym stuff, which is like eating food, making big meals to eat and shit like that, is about an hour, hour and a half with, you know, showering and all that shit. Hour and a half. Then it's like 4 hours of coding, and then like in between the coding and the making food is about an hour of like me relaxing, listening to ASMR, eating the actual food. And shit, then it's pretty much bedtime. Like that's been my schedule for quite a bit of time. So yeah, we'll see if that ever changes. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of games are coming out, so I'm gonna need to make time. Tarkov's coming out next month, or Tarkov is wiping. Sorry, next month. Fucking Callisto Protocol next month. PoE season next month. Dude, there is so much coming out next month. So I'm going to have to make time. No matter what, I'm going to have to make time. So, it is what it is. Thanks for the stream. Hope the gym session goes well. Also hope you continue watching. Yeah, I'll probably finish this up tomorrow. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully a little bit earlier, but if not, same time, same place, roughly roughly 6 to 8 hours earlier than what time it is right now. All right. I'll see you guys later. You guys have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for all the support. A lot of dono love, a lot of likes, kind of a lot of likes, but a lot of likes relative to viewers and shit. But thank you. Thank you so much to the individuals who engaged with the content, talked inside of chat, did that kind of stuff. It really helps boost the algo, and it helps me a lot. It makes me feel good about YouTube streaming in the future at possibly continuing this stuff. I'll try and work on the giveaway stuff. I've been really busy, but it's going to happen eventually, okay? I'm going to try and do it on schedule. Okay. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right?